Hello, everyone. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hello. Hi. Hi, folks. Hi. How's everyone doing out there? How is everyone doing out there? We all doing well? We all doing well? Okay. Happy, what is it? Thursday? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Now, of course, I've been streaming later, so it's actually surprising that I was able to get on at 12:40 today, given that I've been starting at 1 or later recently. Regardless, I am on. So hello. I think I said I would start at 12:45 for the people on YouTube. So hopefully people will start filtering in. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. I've had a fun day, folks. I've had a fun day. My basement is flooded. Central Ohio got 3 inches of rain last night. And those inches of rain ended up in my basement. So that's been fun to deal with. So regardless, I got up early. So luckily I was able to clean that up and still be able to prepare a stream. So that's been fun trying to deal with that. So I have shoes on because it's wet on the ground. So hopefully you guys can't hear the fan and the dehumidifier. You can see that my Palestine flag is kind of flopping in the wind because I have to have these fans on down here. Regardless, we'll see how it goes. Okay. I don't we guys, I love infrastructure in this country. I love how my internet always goes out, my electricity always goes down. I love how it's always, there's always flooding and shit. It's just great. I love it. Okay. Hello, elevator lady. How are you doing, elevator lady? How are you doing, elevator lady? So glad you're here. So glad you're here. The chairwoman. Yeah, those are the winds of freedom, right? Some dumb beats. Okay. Hello, elevator lady. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you, Jonas? Hello, Jonas. So glad you're here, Jonas. So glad you're here, Jonas. Hello, Doug. Hello, Doug. Not one of the originals here. Hello, Doug. Also called Antifa U. How are you doing, Doug? Everything going well? Doug is very active in Democratic politics on the ground in South Dakota. So we should all uh, give Doug our thanks for being a frontline fighter, a communist, literally in the middle of in a red state, and then amongst Democrats that are moderate. So, and he openly calls himself a communist too, and he still has a position in the Democratic Party there and stuff. So it's very nice. Doug, you're the best. You're heroic. Okay. Um, but seriously, okay, you're actually doing stuff on the ground. Yeah, I already said hello to Jonas. Forgive me, Jonas. Hello, Jay Williams. Hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing, Jay Williams art? Everyone, check out Jay Williams art. If you go to our Discord, you will find Jay Williams. Find Jay Williams art's profile. Open up his profile. Find a link there. You can check out his art, and he takes commissions. Hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing, Jay? So glad Jay is here. Jay, another great member of the community here. Hello, Chairman Bart. Another classic. Yeah, we're yucking it up, Chairman Bart. We're yucking it up, Chairman Bart. Yes, we're yucking it up. How are you doing, Chairman Bart? So glad you're here, as always. Hello, Louise, a classic, one of our friends here from the UK. Well, I guess, well, sorry, Jonas is also from the UK. I sometimes I don't mention everyone who's from the UK. I don't really need to do that, but I don't know. Whenever I see Louise, though, it triggers thoughts of the UK. I don't know why. But anyway, Louise, yes, another one of our members from the UK. How are you doing, Louise? How are you doing, Louise? Um, some dumb beats, hello. And what's a newer member of the community who is very quickly becoming an established member, if not already is. Okay, hello, some dumb beats. If DSA doesn't take over the Dems, I'm gonna commit Sudoku. That's fair. I don't blame you. Now we're gonna actually talk about seppuku today. I know you meant Sudoku for reasons of the internet, but we're gonna talk about it. So make sure you have a good friend nearby, some dumb beats, in case you need to be decapitated because the pain is too much for you, which is literally part of this seppuku ritual. Is you have a friend nearby to cut off your head. That's something a good friend would do. Anyway, so we'll talk about that. But yes, some dumb beats agreed. Hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? Another classic backgrounder. Love having James Nordoff around. How are you doing, James Nordoff? So glad you're here. Okay. Um, Tater Tot, another classic. Tater Tot. I might be dragged into the silly fair to eat weird food. Literally, Tater Tot, though. I think fairs are fun. I think fairs are fun. I think they're quite fun. They're like, I don't know. I like seeing the animals. I like seeing the animals. All right. But no, I get it though. I don't really do the what is it called? The food there that's like they're just like there to make money. The really weird food items, like the what pickle lemonade and I don't know, whatever weird shit they have. Yeah, like donut burgers and shit like that. Yeah. but there is a lot of really good food there. Anyway, but yes, Tater Tot, I don't blame you. If you get dragged, I apologize. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Okay. So glad you're here as always. Philly cheese. Hi, all. CR should do a stream outside. I totally agree. Philly cheese, if it wasn't raining and if there wasn't 3 inches of water outside, yes. But yes, Philly cheese, sure. Sure. We can sometimes do that. The only problem is that I can't really do that on Twitch. At least I don't think I can. I need to I don't think I have the equipment I need to be able to stream on Twitch outside. I can really only stream on YouTube outside. I could be wrong about that. I might need to check that, but I probably could. I don't know. I'll look it up. But I would love to do that Philly cheese. I would love to take you guys on a field trip or something. Okay. Hello, Tater Tot. Cheese curds, Midwestern cuisine. Oh my God, I love cheese curds though. Cheese curds are great. God damn it. Okay, I know I'm disgusting, Tater Tot, but I do love them. Okay. Um, let's see here. Lots of it's like living in South Korea. What's like living in South Korea? Oh, the rain? Yes. Is that what you mean? Okay. You can have B2K dance off, okay? So you're excited for your candidate to come back from vacation so you can start taking people's money. Well done, Doug. Do it. Take their money. All right. Hello, Mithril, another classic. How are you doing, Mithril? How are you doing, Mithril? So glad you're here. As always, Mithril, another classic, another UKer. So glad you're here, Mithril. All right. Did I miss anyone? Vicky, it's been a while. How are you doing, Vicky? I think it's been a while, has it? How are you doing, Vicky? Hello. Hopefully you aren't getting baked in the sun like here in Spain. Oh, no. I'm literally we're having floods right now, Vicky. So, it's not like there's a climate crisis or anything. Not like there's a climate crisis or anything here in the world, right? That, we're having massive floods here. Europe is on fire, all cute, lovely. I'm sure there's nothing wrong in the world, right? Hello, Mellow Munchies. So glad you're here, Vicky. Hello, Mellow Munchies. Yes, the CR Magic School Bus is coming to fruition. Oh my God, I would love to have a Magic School Bus. I would take you guys. I would take you guys all over the world. Okay, I'd be like Miss Frizzle. I'd even wear the dress and everything. I'd put on a wig. I'd have a grand old time. We should do it. Okay. All right. All right, guys. So let's get into it, shall we? We're gonna do our educational segment. Of course, we're gonna do an educational segment first. Then we will talk about a news item, a positive one. We'll talk about we'll do a somewhat positive news item, and then we'll go about our regular shit. Now, given that I am having an issue with the flooding here. I wasn't able to go in as much depth with the presentation today as I would have liked, and I might need to actually look up things while doing it just to make sure I'm getting them right because I didn't get to do the level of rigorous research that I normally do. But we'll do it, okay? And I hope you guys will find it interesting. For those who don't know, this the unit we're currently on is feudalism. Okay, feudalism. And specifically, we're talking about feudal Japan. And then maybe next week we'll talk about Europe. And then in every day or some days, I will also do a little side lesson on feudalism elsewhere, right? Because Japan and Europe are kind of the stereotype Western versions of feudalism that we think of, but it also happened elsewhere. Okay. Um, regardless, there you go, Mithra. It'll only be 3 hours long. Okay. Normally, what? Normally it's like 2 hours long, about 2.5 hours long, the educational segment, somewhat. Okay. Jay Williams, Sam, Elevator Lady has a question. Where? Where is it? If I buy you the dress, will you really wear it? Yeah, I would wear Miss Frizzle's dress. Are you kidding me? No problem there. No problem there. I would need to have someone teach me how to do makeup and shit and like stuff like that because I'm not that great at that, but okay. All right. Um, so anyway, but I would gladly do drag for stream. That'd be kind of fun. Okay. So let's get into it, folks, shall we? Let's get into it. And okay. Let's see here. All right. So we've been talking about feudalism, right? Okay, feudalism. And so before we get back into Japan, right? Let's talk a little bit about another kind of feudalism. Since yesterday we talked about, or the last time we talked about what was that? We talked about Chinese feudalism. So there is feudalism all over the world in various forms. Okay, so let's look at a form of feudalism that comes from Central Africa, Rwandan feudalism from the Kingdom of Rwanda. Okay, so from what we learned yesterday, folks, what is at the core of feudalism? What, according to Marx at least, defines feudalism? Okay, right? So, what someone tell me, okay, what is the definition of feudalism from like a Marxist perspective? Anyone? Let's see what y'all think here. Da, 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 da. Hierarchical, yes, Jonas, but what kind of hierarchy? What is the fundamental hierarchy that is kind of the basis of feudalism? Remember, Marx defines things as relation as the like as prime as the main relationship of an economic system. So what is the main relationship of an economic of feudalism? The main economic class relationship. So like what two classes? Okay, there you go, Thelonious. So serfs or peasants, um, who are basically exploited by force by an upper caste of nobles. Okay, where you have or nobles or upper class people who, by force or whatever means, extract surplus value from serfs, from the serfs or the peasants. It is not a wage structure, or not like unlike in capitalism where you get paid for your labor. No, in feudalism, the nobles just take that surplus. Okay, they just get it. So if you produce wheat, the nobles might get half of the wheat you produce. Okay. They might also force you into labor to build public works projects or pay taxes or other things. Okay. And they're, yeah. Okay. So they basically, by use of force and other means, they extract surplus value, surplus agricultural production and other production from peasants or serfs, and then use that typically how do they use the surplus, how do the nobles or the elites in a feudal society use the agricultural surplus that they've gathered from the peasantry, which is typically like 90% of the population are peasants? What do they do with that surplus value, that wealth that they take from the peasantry? And what do they spend it on? There's a few things, but yeah, typically, what do they spend? What's the big thing they spend it on? Defense, correct, Doug, 100%. Okay. Most of the time, this feudal upper class is a militant class. Okay. It's a class that is warlike, partially because how else are you going to keep the serfs and the peasants in line? You got to be able to keep them suppressed. And since a lot of times feudalism has a bunch of landowners that have a lot of surplus value they're collecting, and there's not much of a central authority to mediate it in some cases, not in all feudalisms. They typically fight each other a whole bunch, which means you have to defend your land from other nobles. It's basically like rule by gains. Okay. Now, that is one kind of feudalism kind of looks different places, but the main core of it is that uh, extraction of resources by force from like a landed peasantry or serfs. Okay. All right. It is better than slavery to some extent in that the peasants at least still get to keep some of their produce, but not all of it. Okay. We're talking about me being a sushi chef, and yeah, I was. I was a sushi chef, kind of, in Discord. I made sushi at a Kroger, and I had to be taught by this chef from Korea how to do it, and I was not very good at it, and I'm not a big fan of sushi, so it didn't work out too well for me. But anyway, okay. So there are ways in which in feudalism this structure gets rationalized through ideology, right? As happens in all systems, if there's a power structure, it gets rationalized ideologically. So, Jonas mentioned the divine right of kings. Yeah, a lot of times the rulers will say that they're the ones who can extract the surplus value because God put them there. Or in the case of China, what did the emperor of China say was the reason that they were in charge? Do we remember? What was the reason the emperor of China said that they were in charge of everything? It's kinda similar to the divine right of kings. Do we remember the phrase that they used in China? And remember that? Ba, 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 ba. Anyone remember? La, da, 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 da. No one? A mandate of heaven. Okay, the idea that heaven had mandated they be there, so they're there. Exactly, Jonas. It's kinda like the Buddhist version of divine right of kings, okay? Do you see this in a lot of places? This kind of sense of divinity assigned to rulership as a way to, um as a way to do that. Okay. So, all right. Mithril, the USA seems to be, to outsiders, to be a semi feudal society. It's not really Mithril. It's just really harsh capitalism. It's just like really bad capitalism. It's not really feudalism. You don't have that necessarily that sort of exploitation going. I mean, the same kind of feudal exploitation you have under feudalism, but I get your point. It does kind of look similar to it. Okay. Anyway, so guys, let's talk about this other kind of feudalism, Rwandan feudalism. So this was from the Kingdom of Rwanda in Central Africa. Again, feudalism looked different different places, but sometimes it was similar, sometimes it was not. So in this system, folks, of Rwandan feudalism, there was a king called a Mwami. Okay, Mwami. Repeat after me, Mwami. All right. This is actually a drawing I saw of a legendary king of the Kingdom of Rwanda. I just thought it's really cool. He looks badass, doesn't he? He looks kind of badass, like that angle and shit. But anyway, so this is one of the legendary kings of Rwanda, one of the Mwamis of Rwanda. All right. So what did feudalism look like in this kingdom in Rwanda? Okay, so okay, for a long time there was one group of people living in the area of Rwanda that we're not going to talk about their name worthy. I'll write it down here. The Twa. Okay, the Twa. All right, Twa. And the Twa were indigenous people. Okay. They were indigenous people. They lived in the rainforest. They were hunter gatherers, etc. Then a group of Bantu speaking peoples called the Hutus. Uh, this is the history of this is somewhat unclear, but not terribly. Called the Hutus moved into the region, started basically pushed out the Twa or heavily reduced their numbers, as happens. Okay, seems like it happens to indigenous people everywhere, and they started cutting down a lot of the rainforest, and they just started farming. And the Hutus kind of had a semi feudal society. We're not that sure what it looked like because the history from that time is passed down orally. We don't really know what the Hutu society looked like. It was similar in structure to a feudal society, but we're not sure. Okay. Regardless, later, another group of people moved into the region of Rwanda, and they were called the Tutsis, and they brought with them cattle. These were cattle farmers or cattle ranchers, and they, for a number of reasons, were basically able to subjugate and conquer the Tutsi farm peoples that were there. And they established themselves to some extent as a caste above the Hutus. Okay. Now, this is complicated, and you'll see what I mean here in a second. Okay. So the Tutsis and the Hutus, right? So the Tutsis move in and they establish themselves as this class over the Hutus. Now, this relation, and at the head, by the way, of this new Tutsi aristocracy, because they turned themselves into a kind of aristocracy. At the head of that alignment was the Mwami, who was typically a Tutsi. Okay, and he literally parceled out land to Tutsi nobles, who then were able to extract surplus value from the Hutu farmers. Okay, and it was at this point. Okay, at this point, these were like it was sort of a racial caste system, kind of, because you'll see that the Rwandan genocide happens in 1994, and you're going to see that the ideas, yeah, Le Quabo, that the ideas of race, this wasn't by the time of 1994, this was not actually a race thing at all. It was made up. Okay, you'll see what I mean. So, and let me show you here. So, just to show you here, I think these are really cool structures. This is called a Mwami hut. So, a lot of aristocrats, especially the king, would have these elaborate hut palaces, basically. I don't even like using the word hut. It kind of sounds diminutive, but like that's what they're called. They're called Mwami huts. This is like a palace. It's just made of different materials than you would see in Europe or, Japan or India. Okay. Because every society uses what it has. So they would use these grass and branches and things like that to make these beautiful structures that were all, look at these, like pretty cool. These circles, religious ceremonies would be done here. the Mwami or the local Tutsi noble would meet people in this meeting room. All right. And they would also, the nobility, the Tutsi nobility would extract things like military service. So the king would give a chunk of land to a Tutsi. That Tutsi would then provide the king with military service and troops when the king would want to go on expansive wars. Now, over time, this changed. This changed. It's suddenly over time the as the Hutu king, or sorry, the Tutsi king, the Mwami, would start conquering areas around Rwanda, they would conquer peoples that have nothing to do with the Hutus and the Tutsis. So any people that this Tutsi Mwami would conquer, they would just label them Hutus and put a Tutsi noble over them. So it became no longer a racial classification. It became just a socioeconomic station. All right. If you were a farmer who had been subjugated by the Tutsi aristocracy, you were a Hutu. Okay. And if you ruled over that Tutsi aristocracy, those Tutsi farmers, I'm sorry, if you ruled over those Hutu farmers, you were a Tutsi. Okay. As a matter of fact, we know for a fact that it started to happen that if some rich Hutu farmers were able to acquire cattle, which would then enable them to be elevated to the status of Hutu. So it was actually a weirdly, unlike in a lot of feudal systems, had a lot more social mobility in this system. Okay, I know that's strange. That's kind of bizarre when it comes to a feudal system. But there was some degree of social mobility in which wealth, now not many raised up that way, but people who were classified as Hutus could become Tutsis. So it went from this like conquered conquerors and conquered to just this socioeconomic classification of Hutu and Tutsi, right? Um, so i- that is one. Okay, I feel like there was something else I wanted to add to this. Okay, so yeah, and then the military service, of course, would be extracted. Surplus value would be extracted. Later on, you're going to see that the Europeans arrive and then they re implement this system as a racial system, which then causes all kinds of fucking problems. Okay. So, all right. Also, in this system, guys, something like 10% of the population were Tutsi and something like 90% were considered Hutus. So, again, as we see in all feudal systems, a small minority of people who were not, who were, oh, thank you, Millimunchies, who were the aristocrats who extracted surplus value, okay? All right. Duck and Crossberry, so much of the conflict has been over resource distribution. Yes, okay. So does this make sense? So do we see how this form of by the way, the Mwami would claim power based off their spiritual prowess, their martial prowess. It was sort of assumed that they have been blessed by the gods and the spirits. That's why they were in charge. And they would demonstrate their power through martial prowess, through displays of strength and things like that. So we also have this ideological thing setting up this form of feudalism as well. Okay. Hello, how are you doing? Hello, how are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How are you? Macho flare drip. Okay, so that is just a different kind of feudalism, right? Don't they? I love these compounds, these Mwami compound huts things. Okay. All right. So it was very rare, folks. So I want to point out, in most cases, who would have thought that the party that openly hates the government and tries to convince his audience that the government is the problem for every issue that they have in their lives governs like they hate the government and the government is the problem? Hilarious, macho flare drip. True. So, one of the big differences here, guys, just to emphasize, is that this becomes a system you can rise up in European feudalism and to a lesser extent, but also in Japanese feudalism. It's more of a caste system, right? It's more of a caste system. It's very hard for a peasant to become a noble. It happened. You're going to hear about one famous person where it did happen with, but overall, like this Rwandan, Central African form of feudalism was much more mobile. Okay, much more socially mobile, right? Okay, than you would see in Europe or elsewhere. So I guess it's kind of a weirdly progressive feudalism, if you want to put it that way, since not really any feudalism is that progressive, but you get my point. Okay. Anyway, so there you go. That is Rwandan feudalism from the Central Africa. All right. Any questions about that? Any questions about that kind of feudalism? And we have a lot fewer sources on Rwandan feudalism than, I can't really say much about it because the history there is orally passed down and it's very unreliable. There there isn't a there aren't written records of a lot of this. And a lot of the written records we do have are from Europeans that arrived a lot later, who copied down the oral histories that were told to them. So the archaeology though is pretty clear, and the oral histories we do have that we can kind of fact check based off archaeology and things like that show that this is how it worked. Okay. All right. We got it. All right. So let's go on here. So there's another kind of feudalism for you. All right. Let's go back to Japan. Shall we? Let's go back to Japan. Now, listen, guys, listen. First of all, do we remember the name of the war that started the Sengoku Jidai period? If you don't remember it, it's okay, because it was a confusing thing. But do we remember the name of that war that started the Sengoku Jidai period in Japan? Let's do a quick little review here. All right. What that first war, which is called the Onin War, for those who don't remember, the Onin War, what was the result of that war? What did it do to the power of the shogun, and what did it cause to happen in the country? Okay. For those who don't know, the shogun is kind of like the king. It's the military ruler of Japan. Okay. What happened after that first major war between with the East and West armies over who would rule Japan, over who would inherit the throne from the shogun? Do you guys remember? You guys don't remember? Remember how the shogun, what happened to the shogunate because of this war? No one remembers, do they? Okay. Well, I'll tell you, right? This war ended up basically destroying. There you go, Chairman Bart. The shogun lost power, like lost a lot of power. So what did that result in across the country happening? What ended up happening across the country in Japan after the shogun was clearly lost a lot of power and relied on these feudal lords to have any power at all? You got it, Mithril. Decreased. It absolutely do. Okay, we should act like actual seventh graders at times. Yeah, you do, Maddie Holmes. Like, just kidding. Yes, it decreased the power of the shogun and massively increased the power of the daimyos. Right, the noble lords across Japan. In some cases, you saw. Oh, that's right. I was sick, Mr. Teacher, man. Thanks, LaCroix. Thank you. Okay, that's right. You were sick. Okay. Uh, Zing. Right, Maddie Holmes. So it decreased the power of the shogun, and it basically opened the door to all these feudal lords rising up and trying to fight everyone in order to get power. So the Onin War started this period in Japan called the Sengoku Jidai, or the Warring States period, where all these independent daimyos kind of rose up and started jockeying with each other for control of the country. Yeah, so that is what happened. There were even some former administrators called shogu who ended up just seizing the land they were set to administer and turning themselves into feudal lords. We could also talk about how there were peasants who rose up, the iki, right? So we even in some cases saw the abolition of the nobility because the peasantry would rise up and try to form collectives. Okay. So before we go into more of this history overall, I wanted to talk about another cultural element, military element of the time, and that's the samurai. Okay, because guys, I know you're going to hate me after this presentation. A lot of people love the samurai. Okay, a lot of people love the samurai and have this romantic view of the samurai as being these like amazing honor-bound warriors. Oh my God, they're amazing. They were not. So listen, a lot of ideas of the samurai came from a lot later in history. As a matter of fact, most of the ideas of the samurai came from the 18th and 19th centuries and were sort of made up or was sort of a mythologized view of the samurai. Okay. Now, maybe later there might have been some that followed those rules, but that wasn't how they actually originally operated. And, yeah, it was a myth. I know, Jonas, but they can cut a bullet with their they cannot. I'm sorry, Jonas. They can't cut a bullet with their katanas. I'm sorry, okay? So they were okay. Now, I wanna point out, guys, okay, Chairman Part. What yeah, I hate them because I'm jealous, right. Why might guys, in a feudal society, if you have a bunch of landed warriors called samurai um, who serve a daimyo, why might it be important? Remember what I said about this time, guys? Like, communication was very slow. Okay, travel was very slow. It is not Le Quabois. Okay, travel was very slow. Communication was very slow. And you could not, a daimyo, despite we think of them as authoritarian leaders, they couldn't have their eyes everywhere, right? In some ways, the governments at the time were less overbearing than modern day governments in some ways. I'm not saying they were great. They were like, oh, these great free governments. No, but they didn't have the surveillance apparatus that we had that modern governments have. Okay. So why might it be important then to have these built into your culture? The like in a lot of feudal societies, thank you, elevator lady. Why might it be built into the culture to have these very strict codes of honor? Okay. Why in a society where the state cannot look over what their warriors are doing and like the daimyo can't look over it? Yeah. Well, one thing to keep, yes, that is absolutely true, Jay Williams. One of the things is one, you don't want the samurai doing too much stuff that's going to piss off the peasants. That's one. Two, Maddie Holmes, correct, to control and keep and prevent future uprisings of the samurai. So those are the two big ones, right? If your samurai are going around being mean to peasants and shit, or like overdoing it against peasants, you're going to piss off the peasantry. If your samurai aren't loyal enough to you, they might rebel or might not do what you tell them. So you want them to you want to at least have them give the illusion and make them think that, you have to be honorable and stuff and things like that and put a great deal of value on honor and respecting hierarchies and things like that. Despite this, guys, a lot of them didn't do this. And to be clear, that was really only from later. Okay. These kind of strict ideas about these things kind of were mainly from later, after the Sengoku Jidai, which I'll talk about later. But I do want to tell you a little bit about the samurai, what we do know about the samurai. Okay. By the way, you see the same fucking thing in Europe with the knights, the so-called knights. Yeah, there really wasn't that much of a code of chivalry, I gotta tell you. That was not really like, the knights weren't that great either. Okay, so it's kind of an illusion no matter where you go, and the idea of chivalry kinda developed later as a mythical thing about knights. Okay, anyway, so let's go on. So let me just tell you a little bit about, um, yeah, maybe real life Cat DJ. I don't think so. I don't think so, not really. Um Not really. But we'll talk about it here. So let me just tell you a little bit about the samurai, what we do know about the samurai, okay? So first of all, guys, one thing you do need to know is the samurai. So when you're a landed knight or a landed samurai or whatever, so remember, you typically would serve a daimyo or the shogun, and in exchange for serving the daimyo or the shogun militarily, they would either pay you or you would be given a plot of land with peasants on it so that you could extract your own surplus value. The samurai would then use um, the samurai would then use the surplus value of that was produced by the peasantry to literally commission the creation of armor and weapons for themselves so that they could then go fight for the daimyo or the shogun. Okay. So they would have to buy and maintain their own. As I said, Mithro, there's almost no sources on Rwandan feudalism. So that's literally the most we know about it. Regardless, so here we have an example of samurai's armor. This was armor that was it's very beautiful armor, okay? This is iron and what is it? Leather plates that are kind of linked together using these strings. That's often I got you, Mithra. Okay. That's often the color of the string, the how the string is kind of pulled through the armor was kind of based off your clan or your lineage. Okay. And then there would be hanging plates down here of iron and lacquered iron and leather. Okay. Sometimes if you couldn't afford it, you might use bamboo or something. Okay. But the best armor, of course, was this plated iron and leather. Okay. And so now here's the thing, guys. You guys know I really do like military history, but I'm more into social history stuff. Okay, why might it be good as a samurai who oversees a bunch of peasants to have a suit of armor that you're wearing sometimes? what who doesn't have suits of armor? Who can't afford expensive suits of armor and shit like that? Right? Who can't afford that shit? In Japanese society, right? Who can't afford it? If you're in Japanese society, there are certain people who can't afford armor. The peasants! The peasants can't afford it. That certainly gives you an advantage. It's going to make it a lot harder for a bunch of peasants armed with pitchforks to. Okay, I'm exaggerating slightly there, but they're not going to be able to pierce that fucking armor. You understand me? It's interesting because the same is true in Europe. A lot of this noble class would often wear armor when out in public. Not always, but, you also it gives you an inherent advantage over the peasantry, and it means that, if there's, like, 50 peasants running at you, it's gonna be hard for them to get through that armor. So, I wanna point out that there is a hierarchical, kind of reason why you might wanna have armor, okay? Because the peasants don't have armor, and you're the only one that can afford it, right? So, okay. So, you have the armor, right? Um, okay. Then you have and by the way, obviously you also want to be able to stop other nobles from breaking through your armor, okay? If you go over here, there you go. Like if you go here, here's a and they were works of art, okay? Something that anthropologists talk about, folks, is how wealthy folks historically, people that are higher up in a hierarchy try to bedazzle themselves. And it makes them seem superhuman, does it not? Think about our elites, the elites in our society. They will wear the designer clothes, right? The designer clothes that everyone knows is super expensive. It is no different than like the headdress worn by a samurai. Okay. It is a way of displaying power, authority, and dominance. Okay. And you see it in every society. People higher up in the hierarchy wear clothing that display their wealth and make them look superhuman. Okay, or like above everyone else. Because that's the thing, right? Everyone is human. Everyone fundamentally is the same. So you need to find a way to ideologically make yourself appear not the same. The exact Mithril, exactly. Mithril says the Met Gala is not for the peasantry, CR. Correct. Okay. So, like, there, done. You have this nice outfit that no one else has, and you suddenly appear better, different, superior to everyone else. Okay, it is a visual thing and a cultural thing and everything like that. Okay, so just to show you here, the samurai would oftentimes be equipped. They would have this headdress on that was beautiful to protect their heads and necks and things like that. Oftentimes, it was highly decorated, even to the point of being not as functional, because sometimes like the headdress would be really tall and kind of unwieldy. But remember, oftentimes presentation is more important than function. That's the case also. I can give you an example from Europe, folks. Let me give you an example here. Knights lawn shoes or lawn shoes here. Oops, I spelled that really wrong. Lawn, well, not shoes. What are they called? Boots? I don't know. What are they called? Lawn tipped knights. Oh wait, that's not the right. That's like the selling thing. I don't want that. Knights lawn tipped boots. I don't know what the hell they're called. God damn it. What are a knight's not greaves. What are a knight's here they are. These things called. What are these things called? The knights okay, well here you go. Here's an example. Okay, well that's not an example. They didn't wear high heels. Here we go. Okay, look at this. The ones that are on the feet, the feet oxpecker. Okay, regardless, it doesn't matter. I found them. I found an image. Here is a Knights from Europe's boots, things that they would wear on their legs. Greaves? I can't fucking remember what they're called. It doesn't matter. So, notice how they have these long fucking tips. If you look at, or even look at these ones, Jesus Christ, okay? This did not have a function. This had zero function, none. Okay, it just didn't have a function. I've heard people try to be like, "Oh, well, surely that had a function." They didn't have a fucking function. As a matter of fact, here's another. Look how long those tips are. It was just fashionable, and it also was able. Yeah, it was drip. It was the knight's ability to look, look, look. I have so much money. I can just waste a bunch of money on making the tips of my shoes much longer. As a matter of fact, these things would often get in the way in battle, and sometimes they would have to take them off before a battle started. And there's stories of like knights accidentally forgetting to take them off and then falling over on the battlefield because oftentimes, guys, the power of the visual and the power of display is sometimes viewed as more important than the battle and combat because these are being a landed soldier, aristocrat, okay, is partially about display, okay, about showing off, about demonstrating your superiority because you're not superior. So you have to make it seem like you are. Okay. Anyway, okay. So you have here like the beautiful thing on top, right? They would typically have a symbol for the clan they were from on this thing on top. And, they would have, of course, boots. It was traditional in meetings and things like that to sit. Okay, so a lot of times samurai armor is displayed in a sitting position. That's how you would meet people. That's how you would have important discussions. That's how you would show respect. You would sit. You would do okay, rather than in Europe where you would stand. Okay, the kabuto, yes, the kabuto helmet, right? Now there will also be guys. We typically associate the samurai with the katana, this blade right here. Okay, you're right, Mithril. This blade right here, the katana. That was not the samurai's primary weapon, okay? And this later later in history, when the samurai were not nearly as prominent, the katana became viewed as the samurai's most important weapon. The bow and arrow was the samurai's most important weapon. Not only that, using a bow and arrow from horseback earlier on was even more important. Who here knew that? Did anyone here know that the samurai's main weapon was the bow and arrow? I'm just curious. I Because most people still have the image of the samurai as being like a sword-based class. You did, Jonas? Okay. Um, they were a class. God, see, look, I'm making it sound like a D&D game. They would use the bow and arrow. That was their main armament. Okay. And that's what they were the most trained with. As a matter of fact, early codes, you did look wobble, excellent. Early codes, samurai codes, etc., were called the way of the horse and the bow. Later versions of the Bushido code, which is like the samurai code of honor from like the 19th and 18th century, started saying Bushido, which means way of the sword, because sword bows were no longer useful in the 18th and 19th century, but the sword was still a symbol of honor. So they started making it seem like the sword had always been the most important. It wasn't. Okay. It should also be noted that the samurai used all kinds of weapons. They used like they weren't just like it wasn't like this strict code where you can use like you have to use a sword, which a lot of people think. No, they used spears, they used guns. I'm going to show you later in this presentation that they used guns. There were samurai with guns. Okay, their main weapon was the bow. Okay, they oftentimes carried a small. They didn't use nunchucks that I'm aware of. Okay, there they so okay, so that was what they did. Now so that is their equipment, okay, all paid for by themselves. All right. Also, and trust me, there's a reason I'm talking about this, folks, because you're going to see why here in a second. How history is interesting and how technology can really change social structures, literally. So, samurai and daimyos would often have fortified castles. Okay, now mainly daimyos did. So, mainly higher up nobles would have fortified castles that they would build. And a lot of time they were just built of wood. If you were wealthier, you could afford a stone in a stone structure. And guys, the same thing happened in Europe with the building of castles. Why would you want to build a castle? Okay, what would a castle do for you? All right? Think about it. What might a castle do for you? Yeah, it protects you, right? If the peasants rise up, you can literally just go hide out in the castle and wait for reinforcements to arrive to put down the peasant uprising. If a neighbor attacks you, you can just go running into your castle to hide yourself. Okay? There's like, yeah, it defends you from the peasantry for one thing. It also so like if the think about how it may have affected the peasantry to see this massive castle. If you're going to start an uprising, you might think to yourself, well, if we just kill the nobles now and then we get rid of them, we'll be free. Well, no, because they will just run into the castle and then you will be doomed because they'll send a message out somehow and then forces will arrive to put down the peasant uprising even if you've killed a lot of the nobles' forces. And correct, elevator lady, it was a display of status. Another display of status, right? Look how powerful I am. Look how big I am, okay? And of course, this also caused problems in terms of central control of a territory. Because remember, if you have if you have, if every noble has a fucking castle, it's going to be really hard and expensive for any one person to try and take out all the nobles. Okay. Because without like certain kinds of weapons, which didn't come until later, it would be really hard to get through those castle walls and you would likely lose a lot of troops doing it. So it would be very expensive to go through castle walls, which made it even easier for it. It made it harder for there to be centralized control in any underneath one king or one shogun. Do you guys see what I mean? So, like, if one shogun wanted to control all of Japan, they had to deal with all these nobles with these fortified castles, okay, which is very difficult with the technology as it was. But you're going to see that things can change. All right. So, okay. So just remember that castles, armor, these are tools that protect the power of the nobility. Okay. Now let me tell you about some of the um rituals, practices, cultural traits of the samurai. And this is where you guys might get disappointed in the samurai, okay? Because they were kind of assholes. And I can tell you all kinds of stories. Yeah, Jonas, okay. So the first ritual slash tradition of samurai was called the Kiri Suta Gomen. And I can't speak Japanese. It's called the right to strike. It literally means that if you are dishonored, if a samurai would be dishonored by someone of lower caste than them, they had the right to kill them. Either literally hit them or kill them. And it was quite frequent. So if a samurai felt dishonored, they were walking down the street and they felt dishonored by a peasant, they would pull out their sword and behead the peasant. Okay, or cut off an arm or cut off a leg. Now, what's funny about this, guys, is if you look at it ideologically, it's presented as you're diminishing their honor. No, it's you're challenging their power, right? If you dishonor them publicly, or if you are rude to them publicly and you don't do anything about it, it makes you look weak. And you can't let the peasantry think you're weak, right? You have to constantly be doing terrorism because you have to frighten the peasantry into submission, right? Not only that, you also have to frighten other nobles into submission. If you're viewed as weak, they might want to come after you. So you're going to be brutal as fuck as often as possible. And the samurai were. So they had the right to strike, and they often would, killing peasants, killing anyone beneath them who they felt had dishonored them. But that's basically means they would do terrorism to ensure that people were afraid of them. Okay. The next one here is Tsuchigiri. Okay. Tsuchigiri. Yeah, so okay, Laquaba, I'm going to talk about that in a second. Laquaba says, so did they switch to Bushido once firearms were introduced? Even though a sword loses a gunfight, but it gives them a type of weapon to specialize in that wasn't easy to use. Like, yes, Laquaba, I'm going to explain this. You are on the right track, Laquaba. You're on the right track. I don't want to give anything away because, it's like a story to me, but yes, This I'm going to talk about in a moment. Okay. Look, you can even see right down here gunpowder. You'll see what I mean. Okay. All right. So crossroads killings. Okay. So it's Tsuchigiri or crossroads killing. The samurai would literally practice with their weapons on other humans. They would literally practice their using their weapons on living people and kill them to practice using their weapons. I don't know what else to tell you there. They would sometimes even like take a peasant and give them an armament and then have the peasant stand there and then just kill them with their armament to try out the new armament to see if it was sharp enough. And that's called crossroads killing, which is killing people to try out your weapons, which is kind of awful. Awful, awful, awful. Yeah. Okay. So, Le Quabwa with fear, the peasants were very obedient a lot of the times. Now, there were uprisings, which, as I've talked about, guys, as soon as the peasantry felt that they didn't have that much influence, okay, I mean, that the shogun had lost influence, they did rise up and they formed ikis. You can see why, right? Yeah, Le Quabwa, and it did sometimes. It absolutely did sometimes. Um, but a lot of other times and it wasn't like they were slaughtering vast numbers of peasants doing this, but they would be very public killings, in order to do terrorism, right? Okay. And they also, to be clear, they would also typically target people that had dishonored them or who were viewed as outcasts in the society. So they were tactful with how they did it. Sometimes, other times they made big mistakes and it literally caused uprisings. All right. Okay. Next thing here. The Jiken. Okay. The Jiken. All right. The Jiken was the head display ritual. So if a samurai had been tasked with doing the will of their lord, their daimyo, they would often carry it out and then bring back to the daimyo the heads of some of the enemy soldiers or nobles that they had taken during the battle. And typically, like the daimyo might say, you need to go after this guy. They might even say, "Go kill this particular person," or, you guys are gonna go fight and kill this or take this castle. So they would cut off the head of either the lord, the samurai of that castle. They would bring it back to their lord, and there was a whole elaborate, at 100% Jay Williams, it absolutely was propaganda, okay? They would do this whole ritual of bringing this head and they would decorate it. They would put on a special helmet on it. They would color its face. They would add all these accoutrements to it. And there was this set ritual of bringing the head to the daimyo and bowing and giving it to the daimyo or their lord. And the daimyo would actually have I can actually show you here. I can show you what the ritual looked like. We have drawings of it. Okay. So here is a samurai presenting a severed head to his lord. And the lord would lean back. They also, by the way, would put curses on the head. They would try to put kami. So they would do these blessings and these spells to put demonic kami into the head as like a punishment in the afterlife for that person. Okay. And the lord would literally take a fan and cover their face and, and peek over the fan to see the head so that the head couldn't see the Lord because they don't want the spirit of that deceased person to seek revenge. So as you can see here, the Lord is covering their face so that the head can't actually see who it was being that so that the head couldn't actually see who it was that they were being presented to. Okay. Um, so like that's a pretty brutal ceremony. You even see in the back here, guys, there's like a castle on fire. There's a fucking castle on fire in the background, right? So yeah, and it was not uncommon for samurai to behead many enemy soldiers and then cart out the heads on a cart. We talked yesterday about the Onin War, where there were 6 carts of heads coming out of Kyoto. All right. So, all right. So, not great, right? Not great. Now, I forgot to write down seppuku. Seppuku. Okay. So, another tradition of the samurai that we all know a lot about, a lot of people know about this. It is Laquaba. It is. Shinto is very interesting. Okay. Is the seppuku. Okay. The idea of honorable suicide. Now, there are this early on, like most samurai guys, they would retreat. Okay. Like for most of the samurai's existence, they would retreat, they would run, they would change sides. Okay. Again, this is partially propagandistic in that there was some seppuku going on during the Sengoku Jidai, but like later, there that was it was much more later because again, Imperial Japan did a whole bunch of propaganda about the mythology of the samurai and seppuku and things like that. And the Tokugawas, which I'll talk about later, did a lot of that too. But anyway, but seppuku was a process of ritualistic suicide, where in order to preserve one's honor in the face of defeat, you would commit suicide. And this did happen at the time, but it was less usual. Okay. So if you were massively dishonored or you had lost a battle and you didn't want to be dishonored by your enemy by having your head cut off or whatever, okay, you could kill yourself. Um, what would happen, guys, is the you would, in order for it to be honorable, you would have to take a blade and harakiri, which basically meant a stomach cut. You would shove the blade into your own abdomen, slice across. Your guts would fall out. I know I'm being gross here, but and that is not easy to do, folks. Stabbing yourself in the abdomen and cutting across is extremely painful, and most people couldn't do it. Most of them would not be able to finish the ritual. They might poke themselves and then not be able to go across. So traditionally, you would choose a swordsman, either your enemy or someone else, to stand over you. And if you cried out in pain or were unable to complete the ritual, your friend could cut off your head for you to speed up the process. But it would still be honorable. Okay, because at least you tried to kill yourself. Yeah, so, like, it was very hard to complete this, okay? Yeah. So, okay. Now, a lot of that has to do with Buddhism, okay? The idea of quit while your karma is high, okay? If you lose and you're dishonored, maybe you should die before the dishonor actually hits you. Okay, so like maybe kill yourself before you're actually dishonored, and then in the next life you will be reborn as a higher figure or something. So like you're more likely to you're more likely to reach nirvana or whatever by killing yourself out of honor. And it also will be less dishonorable for your family and things like that. There is unfortunately, because of Imperial Japan and because of propaganda surrounding seppuku, there is a one of there is a Japanese culture has a high rate of suicide, and that is not just because of this cultural tradition. It is also because of Japan's very oppressive work culture. But there are some issues with suicide in Japan. Suicide is considered much more socially acceptable in a lot of ways than it is elsewhere, and kind of goes back to this tradition and right wing Japanese propaganda, which we can talk about later. Okay. But anyway, so that was seppuku. And you're going to see that there were some famous figures in Japanese history who did, in fact, they would totally do seppuku in the modern era, Jay Williams. Now, sometimes they would do ritualistic suicide that wasn't harikiri. They wouldn't stomach cut. They might blow themselves up with a grenade or whatever else it may be, charge into battle. And according to the code of the samurai folks, that was the most honorable way to die, was to die by in battle. So yeah. Now, isn't that nice? Who does that ideology support? That it's the most honorable thing to do is to die in battle. It supports the ruling class. It supports the shogun and the daimyos, because that's literally what the job of the samurai is to go die for their feudal lord. So that's a great thing to tell them. Oh, that is the most honorable and best way to die, is going to die for me. So that's how you should die. And by the way, that's the most honorable and is most likely to grant you better karma for the next life. Do we see how that reinforces power structures? Also, seppuku also reinforces the notion of, if my enemy kills themselves, I don't have to fight them again. Right? That's easy. Okay. If they kill themselves, I'm not going to have to fight them again, which is one of the reasons why it became popular a lot later. Anyway, so that was another tradition of the samurai. Now, I'm going to talk about one more tradition here that I think is actually really cool. And if to leave you guys with at least one romantic thing you can hold on to about the samurai, right, is the Jisai or the death poem. So the samurai were often trained in poetry writing, the classics like Confucianism, things like that, poetry writing, art, and stuff like that. Now, honestly, they were aristocrats, so of course they could do that because they had the time to do that. All right. And it was considered sort of important for you to not only be an expert in martial prowess, which is what they mainly did. Most of their time they spent training militarily and stuff, but they also had to, it was important to be somewhat cultured in other ways. The death poem. So, as kind of a mix of Buddhism, remember, under Buddhism, there's this sort of idea that life is fleeting, right? Everything is born, everything dies. We're just part of a cycle. Okay. And it was also an excellent way of suppressing fear in battle and things like that. Obviously, if you're like, it's okay, maybe I will die, but that's okay. Life moves on. Okay. It's just part of the cycle. Right. And if you're in this world where death is all around you, earthquakes can happen at any time and famine can happen at any time. It's kind of a nice way of thinking, right? That death is just transient. We'll just move on to the next phase. Okay. As a matter of fact, if you guys see statues of the Buddha, statues of the Buddha, a lot of times they'll be laying down. Let me see if I can find here. See if I can find here. There's Buddha laying down, I think. Buddha laying down. Here we go. Now, the reclining Buddha, folks, is him dying. A lot of people don't know that. This is Buddha dying. Now, what might be the significance of what might be the significance of Buddha smiling and dying? What is this telling you? That like Buddhism grants the ability to not be afraid of death. It's just another phase. That is partially what nirvana is. Death is serene. It's just like it's a natural thing. It's okay. You don't have to be afraid. It's just another part of the life cycle, right? And I really like that idea, by the way. I think that's one of the most powerful aspects of Buddhism because that doesn't have to be obedient to a power structure, right? That's just kind of like that's a human thing. Everyone's afraid of death, right? So wouldn't it be nice to be like the Buddha and to die with a smile on your face because you just don't care? Because you know that death is transient and it's just like it's a natural cycle. And okay. So anyway, so in when the samurai thought that when they were going into battle or when they were about to commit seppuku or when they thought they were about to die, it was traditional to write a death poem called a jisai. And these were typically haikus, not always haikus. Here is an example of one of these very quickly written death poems, jisais, and they were pretty good at it. Okay, and these are beautiful. Okay, these poems that the samurai would write, these jisai, were very beautiful. And so I'm going to read you a few of them here. Okay, they're very short, and just there is somewhat of a dark undertone to them. Also, kind of. You'll see what I mean. But like, it's also very peaceful and like makes you feel good. And notice they're writing this when they think they might die. Okay, empty-handed I entered the world, barefoot I leave it. My coming, my going, two simple happenings that got entangled. Very nice, right? Just two simple things, part of the same cycle, right? You come, you go. They're just two things that happen to be entangled. Death is part of life. Okay. Next one here. A tune of non being, filling the void. Spring sun, snow whiteness, bright clouds, clear wind. Okay. So, like a tune of non being, like as in, I know I'm not going to exist. But filling the void of me not existing is the spring sun, the snow whiteness, the bright clouds, and the clear wind. Yeah, life will go on. Nature will go on. Things will go on. Okay. So, okay, let me do another one. All right. Uh, by the way, that first one was from 1360. Um, thank you, Jisei Okay, thank you very much, Hiyori. You know, I don't speak Japanese, but Jisei is only one S. Got you. It's Jisei. Thank you. Okay, forgive me about that. Okay. Um, here we go. The moon. Here's another one here. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Okay, the moon departs. Frost falls upon the morning glory. All right. So, um, okay. Moon departs, frost falls upon the morning glory. Now that just sounds like nature, but the whole point here is that life goes on, right? That one was from 1908, but like you see what I mean? So life goes on. Okay. So I think Jisei are very cool. Okay, Jisei are very cool. And there are, by the way, there were some very heroic samurai. I'm not these people were humans just like anyone else. There were some knights that were heroic. Okay, there were samurai who were heroic. But obviously, guys, they're not like superhumans, just like knights aren't superhumans. All right. And they were often very brutal because that was their class position in society. They had to keep in line the lower classes and things like that. That doesn't mean they weren't capable of great beauty or doing great things or whatever, but okay. So you guys, so that's the samurai. Now, I could talk about the Bushido code, but it depends on the time period you're in, and a lot of it we don't really know because it was by person. The main goal of Bushido, which is the code that the samurai kind of followed, the kind of unwritten code, was loyalty. Be loyalty or daimyo. Do what the daimyo says. That was like the most fundamental part of it was loyalty. Okay, so obviously, if you want to keep people in line, that's what you want to do. Okay, so that's the samurai, right? And they were very good. They did have really good martial prowess, by the way. They were pretty fucking talented, and when it came to fighting, but and they weren't exactly these angelic figures. As same with the Knights of Europe. Okay, regardless, let's go on now. Okay, let's talk about gunpowder because remember when we've talked about societies before, folks. When we've talked about societies before, we have mentioned how there's kind of this structure to society. You have infrastructure, social structure, superstructure, right? Okay. At the base of this kind of structure that societies has is infrastructure, which includes how you get things out of the environment, the population of how many people are in your environment, and the technology you have, right? And if the infrastructure of a society changes, it has big ripple effects all up into the rest of the society. So it massively impacts power structures and it massively impacts ideologies. Right. I can give you an example from today. A technology that wasn't invented that long ago. Well, at this point, it has been a bit ago. Was the internet? The internet was a technology, so it was something that was invented in that infrastructural base, and boy, did it have ripple effects all up the structure. Right? It massively impacted the power structure of our society, and it massively impacted the ideological basis of our society. Did it not? Okay. I can talk about what will AI do? God knows what, but it'll have massive ripple effects. Gunpowder is an example of one of these ideologies or one of these technologies that in feudalism especially had a massive impact in a lot of ways. And I'm going to explain why to you. Okay, so let's do that. Um, so let's do that first. So gunpowder. Gunpowder I need to remind myself the date that this was introduced to Japan. So gunpowder had been in Japan for a while. It had been there since the 13th century. Okay. Let me see if I can find here. There we go. Since 1270. There had been a gunpowder weapon that had been imported from China. Okay, and the name of that weapon, and trust me, this is gonna make sense here in a second. Why I'm talking about this was this thing right here called a teppo. They're not that great. Okay, there's no way to aim with these things. You just kind of hold it in your hand and point it in the general direction of the other side. And it's hard to reload. It's slow. It's not that great. And it's very inaccurate. Okay. These things are more about the sound and the psychological consequences of them than they are about the actual effect they have. So there were some of these in Japan before the Europeans arrived. So there was already gunpowder in Japan, but it was not very effective. And bows and arrows were just much more effective and much faster. And these things didn't work too well. Okay. In the let's see here. When was the date of this thing now? I'm see, this is where I can't I have to remind myself. In 1543, the Portuguese arrived in Japan. 1543. They actually had a vessel that crashed on an island off the coast of Japan, and they ended up a local lord started trading with the Portuguese and found that they had these two gunpowder muskets, matchlock muskets, and he purchased two of them off the Portuguese. He then very quickly and brilliantly had his local blacksmith start mass reproducing them. And that is a trend in Japanese history. Quite brilliant manufacturing, okay? And especially, so they basically took this thing that the Europeans had and then they made it better and mass produced it very quickly. As a matter of fact, later on, when other Europeans arrived, like there were a lot more guns, and they're like, what the fuck happened? We only brought you two of them, and now there's like hundreds of these things everywhere. Okay, so they mass produced these weapons after they saw how good they were and useful they were. Okay, and so the weapon that they produced, based off the Portuguese model of guns, okay, was this thing right here, whose name I can't remember, but these right here, okay, which are, if you look closely here, they have a match lock, which means you would take a piece of cannabis cord or some other piece of cord. Didn't always have to be cannabis. Sometimes it was cannabis. Okay. It could be other things too. I don't think it was cannabis in Japan. And then that would be lit. You'd put the gunpowder and the saltpeter and shit in the gun, and you'd put the bullet down the thing, and then the piece of cord would be lit, and you'd pull the trigger. This would come down. It would ignite the gunpowder and cause a massive acceleration of the bullet out the barrel. Okay, and these things were aimable. Unlike the tepu, the tepu thing that I showed you, these things were much more aimable. You could actually aim them. They were easier to use. They were less dangerous to use. And what might be the benefit based off everything we just learned about the samurai? What might be a big benefit of a gunpowder weapon in the age of the samurai? Okay, what does it give you the ability to do? Anyone? Absolutely, Ponder Monkey. Range. It was a massive increase in range. That's one. Correct. What else? It gives you much more range than a bow. Okay. Yes. Now, more damage. Right, Jay Williams. These guns could pierce armor. Okay. Samurai armor. It could pierce that shit. A bow, if you're lucky, it can maybe go through a hole in the armor, but you're going to have to hit someone in the neck or something in order to pierce that armor very well. So, but a bullet can pierce armor and can kill a samurai in armor, right? So, not only that, guys, Hiyori, you're exactly right, Hiyori. And we're going to see later, as I'm not going to give it away, but we can talk about how, like, later on, the ability to mass produce guns allowed the centralization of the state. But we're also going to see some of that because of these guns, okay? Yeah, Jonas, it gave peasants massive confidence boost. This was a problem, folks, because for one thing, it didn't take much training to operate a gun. Okay, like it literally did not take much training. You would be taught to load it, aim it in a certain direction, and pull the trigger. So suddenly, these lifelong trained warriors called the samurai could be killed by someone with almost no training that would just point a gun at them and pull the trigger. All right. The peasantry suddenly could pierce samurai armor. Right. Not only that, if you were a daimyo or you were a shogun like Oda Nobunaga, who we're going to talk about here in a little bit, it would be you could arm peasants and then it was less expensive to lose peasants in a battle than it was to lose highly trained noble warriors. So you could use a bunch of peasants with guns, and it wouldn't cost as much to arm them or use them in battle. Okay. So anyway, so suddenly you had these guns introduced. Now, at first, they weren't necessarily used in mass numbers because the Japanese were still the Japanese different forces around the country were trying to figure out how to best use them in battle. Another, by the way, benefit of gunpowder weapons is that it helps you deal with castles. Gunpowder weapons can pierce through the wooden side of some castles. They can also have a much longer range, so you can shoot archers and stuff that are up in the castle's turrets, etc. And later on, you can use artillery to blast down the walls of castles. So, whose power does that challenge? Whose power does that challenge if you can now knock down the walls of castles and pierce through armor, right? You guys can guess. The samurai and the daimyos, right? Yes, the daimyos and the samurai suddenly were deeply threatened, okay, by these weapons. And early on, after they were introduced, a lot of samurai considered them deeply dishonorable. Okay, that how dare you like use these guns, swords and bows are the main form of combat. Well, they were afraid because yeah, now it doesn't matter how much training they had with the sword and the bow. They could just be killed by a peasant with a gun. So, okay, here's an image from the 16th century of ashigaru. Okay, ashigaru, who are peasants. These are peasants who have been recruited wearing basically lacquered bamboo armor. I don't think these are samurai, these are ashigaru. And they have been trained to fire weapons in a line. And if you look, there's a rope. They would even do nighttime training. So they would use ropes at nighttime because when you're trying to fire a gun at nighttime, it's really hard to see if the gun is at the right level. So they would have a rope attached to their waist so that when they pulled it up, they would know exactly at what height to fire it at. It was very innovative. The Japanese forces were brilliant with their use of firearms. Okay. Um, so that they could fire accurately at night if they needed to. Okay. Now it still wasn't that accurate because it was nighttime, but okay. So they started doing these things. Now, the problem with these weapons, folks, is that they're very expensive to manufacture. Not only that, you need gunpowder, and you would have to do imports of gunpowder. So you would have to import gunpowder from Europe, from China, from Korea. I'm actually not quite sure where they would import it from, but you would have to import it. So you would need to be a lord that used powder in any significant amount. You would have to be pretty wealthy. Okay. So you're going to see here that we're going to start to see a process by which now that Japan is in this Sengoku period, didn't they find a way to use dead bodies to create gunpowder? I honestly don't know, Jonas. I would have to look into it. That's possible. I don't know. You need saltpeter and things like saltpeter and other things to make gunpowder. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they did it. But so we're going to see a process here, guys. Because now, remember, we're in the Sengoku Jidai, so the country has been broken up into all these different clans. Okay, was it, Jonas? I don't know. Okay, had been broken up into all these different clans, essentially, all these different daimyos who are now kind of for to oversimplify here, we're jockeying for power. You're going to start to see the lords that are a bit wealthier suddenly are able to get a lot more powerful, right? Because if you're good with your economy, you can produce more guns, you can import more weapons, and you can then get a lot more power that you can use to expand your domain to get more wealth, get more weapons, and then attack more people and gain more power. Okay. So guns changed a lot of things. Now, you're going to see that that wasn't the only thing. Okay, it has often been overstated. The role of guns has often been overstated, but they were a very important development, and I'm going to show you why here in a second. So, what I want to show you first, guys, is this is a letter from Korea actually. So in 1592, Japan actually invaded Korea. I think it was Tokugawa. Was it Tokugawa? It wasn't Tokugawa. It was what's his name? Totoyomi Hideyoshi, or yeah, Hideyoshi invaded Korea, uh, which happened frequently. The Japanese lords and the shogun would often invade Korea for a number of reasons. One, for resources. Two, to unify the daimyos so that they'd be fighting another country rather than fighting within their own country. Okay. So, Hideyoshi, yeah, I guess, forgive me, I don't speak Japanese. It's a beautiful language. I really wish I did speak it. It is an absolutely gorgeous language. Okay. It is a gorgeous language that has a lot of honorifics attached to it. And you need to be able to know how, am I right about the Hiyori? The how you speak in Japanese depends on who you're speaking to, right? Like the honorifics you use. If you're speaking to like, okay, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. So this is a letter from a Korean. I think this was a Korean noble. I can't quite remember, but just to show you how they experienced the samurai who had firearms in the night in the 15 if in the 1592 invasion, everything was swept away. Within a fortnight or a month, the cities and fortresses were lost, and everything in 8 directions had crumbled. Although it was partly due to there having been a century of peace and the people not being familiar with warfare that this happened, it was really because the Japanese had the use of muskets that could reach beyond several hundred paces, that always pierced what they struck and came like the wind and the hail, and with which bows and arrows could not compare. So, yeah, even in Korea, they're like, shit, they're really good at using these weapons. All right. Okay. In general, almost everyone is san, okay, which is like the genderless Mr. Mrs. There are terms for professions like senpai or other terms, but it's really not got you, okay. That makes sense to you. I just knew that there were like a lot, there were some honorifics and like depending on who you're speaking to, but I guess that's the same in a lot of languages. Okay. I just always thought it was cool. Well, because I'm ignorant. So from what I know of like watching Japanese movies and stuff, like the san at the end, or there's some other terms too. But anyway, okay, that's fair. So going on here. Um, so I wanted to show you guys a clip because I think there's a movie, Daniel Samuelson. Okay. There's a movie, guys, that is one of my favorite movies. I love this movie. Definitely one of my favorite movies from Japan. Um, okay. Thank you. Let's look at this. So Hiyori sent us this. This is Ashigaru. So these are peasant infantry. Yeah, that's fantastic. Oh, okay. So if you look here, guys, here is an issue. Here is a drawing of a peasant Ashigaru. You can see how light this armor is. Okay, they're not wearing the thick metal armor that you would see from the samurai, but they would still have some degree of light armor. But honestly, they didn't really need the heavy armor, right? They're carrying around guns. They're not, and hopefully, they're not going to be engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Hopefully, now some Ashigaru were given spears, but which in theory would keep the enemy at a distance. But okay, so thank you for that, Hiyori. Excellent drawing there. Now, can I show you? Let me show you guys something. So this is a movie that we're gonna watch in the community at some point, but it has some of the best portrayals that I have seen of Japanese warfare during the time of the Sengoku Jidai. This is called Ran, and it's by what's his name again? Kurosawa, who was a Japanese filmmaking genius. Okay. Kurosawa was brilliant in how he made films, really great movies he made, oftentimes with massive sets. And literally, there aren't special effects. He would have casts of like hundreds of thousands of people, or not hundreds of thousands, but hundreds to thousands of people dressed in traditional Japanese armor from the time, moving across the field of battle and things like that. And they would catch it on camera. So everything you see here are actual actors, often moving in formation and things like that. And he does not, Kurosawa was not like a woo, yay, I love warfare kind of person. He doesn't go light on what the brutality would have been like in fighting during the Sengoku Jidai. So you are going to see a lot of blood. Luckily, the color of the blood is a bit off, I think because of how it was filmed, just like a lot of movies at the time. So, okay. But you're going to see how some of these weapons were used that I'm talking about, how guns were very effective in terms of breaking into a castle and things like that. Also, the importance of bows and arrows. All right. So, and you also will see some of the things I've talked about in regards to some of the traditions that daimyos and their retainers would engage in when they were attacked. Okay. So, again, We will, of course, watch this movie as a community because it's really good. But just to show you a clip from it, here we go. So this guy is the daimyo. Okay, he's the daimyo. So this is one of his retainers who has been injured, and he's basically saying, I don't know what he's saying, but you can tell in a battle, guys, at this time, it would be kind of hard to differentiate which side was which side person was on. So they would wear these flags coming out of the back of their armor with the colors of the army that they were a part of. Daimyo would typically have a group of samurai who were near them all the time, their personal elite fighting force, okay? And they typically would fight to the death, okay? All your retainers would be dead before you were captured or lost concubines, and the women in the household, oftentimes they would commit suicide rather than face the dishonor of being taken by the enemy's troops. Women in the household would literally use their bodies to shield their lord. I'm not even joking. There are accounts of that. They would literally throw themselves upon the lord to prevent him from being killed. In sac. So that's it, guys. I know that's brutal, but I think it's a pretty fair representation. Um, like I don't like things that glorify war. I don't. So I try to find things that make it look like it probably would have been. There's a reason why there's so much mystique around war. It's a form, sorry, you gotta probably hear that. It's a form of social control, right? If you always present war to be glorious and amazing, that's because it's hard to convince people to do it otherwise, right? Anyway, so you can see how the guns guys were very useful at getting rid of the archers. They were able to pierce some of the wooden barricades and things like that. But you can see that bows and arrows were used quite heavily. Horseback, the role of the daimyo's household in like the honorable deaths and suicides and things like that they engaged in, very brutal. Okay, very very brutal. So yeah, okay. Um, yes, we are. So Le Quabwa, we are going to. Sorry, Fetty, we're going to watch Ran. There's other battle scenes in the movie that are really good, by the way. We're gonna watch Ran as a community at some point, um, probably this weekend. But anyway, let me show you guys one more clip here. Okay, one more clip here. Uh,
America.
Oops, I hate that. Okay, one more clip here. I saved. Now this one, honestly, yeah, please do look Qualba. Add other samurai movies. There's other really good ones. There's another one called Kagoshima. I think it's called Kagoshima. We could watch. That one is okay. They hide the death, which I'm not as big of a fan of. But okay, let me show you another clip here. This one is more for fun, kind of. Okay, I'll show you what I mean here. If anyone's seen the movie Shogun or the show Shogun, Shogun woman fights scene. What's her name? Woman fight. So oftentimes, here we go. Okay. Oftentimes, guys, the women in the court of a daimyo or a samurai, they could gain quite a bit of power. They really could. And oftentimes the courtiers and the women in that were hanging out with the daimyo, etc., would have some degree of military training. Just by the nature of things, they might have some simplistic understanding of like how to use certain weapons in order to defend their lord, because that was their ultimate goal. They were there for the sake of their lord, so they want to be able to defend the lord if they need to. So there would often be women, especially noble women, women with noble blood, who would have some degree of would be able to engage in combat to some degree. Okay, there were even some units of women. What were they called? They weren't called samurai, women samurai. What are they called? Onimusha, the Onimusha. There we go, Onimusha. Yes, so they were bushi. These were women who were trained in the samurai arts. Okay, like here you go. Here's one, right? Here's another one. Okay, this is a woman who is wearing. This is a really badass drawing. I've actually wanted this before. I want a poster of this. I think it's so cool. This is a woman who is literally wearing a kind of a longer garment, and is fighting using a lawn. What are these called? Naginata? I can't remember what these are called. So yeah, there were women who were heavily trained in military arts. So let me show you here. This is a scene from Shogun, it's slightly exaggerated, but not terribly so. I'm not sure if this actually happened. Let's put it that way, but I could see something like this happening. So this is a woman who has been ordered. Thank you, Naginata. Thank you, Hiyori. This is a woman who has been ordered to do something for her daimyo, her feudal lord, and by all accounts, she has to do that thing, right? Loyalty is the number one thing you do. But she's kind of being held prisoner in this castle, kind of. She isn't really being permitted to leave. She's not an official prisoner, but she's basically a prisoner. So she's now trying to leave, and she has to leave. Okay. Got you. Okay, thank you, Hiyori. A musha is like a martial person, so it is describing a professional martial artist. Excellent. That would make sense because there were women in courts who were trained in martial arts. So this woman is trying to leave the castle, and she's being prevented by the lord of the court, of the lord of that castle, but she has to fulfill her duty to her lord. Okay. Yeah, look, Quabble, I actually covered China 2 days ago. I talked about China on the stream. I know you were sick. I didn't talk about it that much, but I did talk about how feudalism was kind of different there. Okay, so I want to show you what she does, because remember, guys, if your number one goal is to follow the will of your lord, if you can't accomplish that goal, that's considered massively dishonorable. So you need to do everything you can to do what the Lord has commanded you to do. Okay, so watch this scene. She's so badass, too. Also, everyone should watch Shogun. I think it's on HBO, if you can. It's a show set. This show is set during the Sengoku Jidai, and it's really good. It's really good. It's not 100% accurate, but it gives you the general idea. Okay. I highly recommend it. It's won tons of awards. The costumes are amazing. Okay. Okay. So these are her samurai retainers, because she has loyal samurai as well. You notice how they bow when she approaches? So these are her samurai. And by the way, women in Japan, they take very light steps. It's sort of like a cultural thing, kind of like in America, there's a certain way, like the runway walk. Okay. So women in Japan would, at this time especially, take very light steps. Also, their legs would be somewhat confined. Their legs would be, because like what they were wearing, the kimonos, would be kind of tight around their legs. So they kind of took small steps, but they would have to know how to fight, even though they were kind of confined. Okay, so you'll see what I mean. So now she's attempting to leave the castle. And her retainers, in turn, are deathly loyal to her because they have pledged fealty to her. So they have to do whatever she says to the death. Okay.
失礼つかまつるがマリコ様、出立の許可状はお持ちでござろうか。
申し訳ないがそのような我らには無用でござる。
石堂様が城全体に命を出されておられる。許可状が入りようでござる。
私は我が主君の命で江戸まで奥方様たちの友をいたしまする。
お言葉ではござるが、様の仰せでございますゆえ。
ならば致し方ござりません。お切りくだされ。
That's blunt.
Mariko様のご出立じゃ。
Sorry, they're cutting around, so you're not seeing the full scene, but.
宮井殿、指揮をお願いいたしまする。
光栄にございまする、マリコ様。起勢！
That's a European, so. So based. Also disturbing, but also kind of cool. Yeah.
木山様、大野様、この者たちに道を開けるよう命じてくださりませ。
その者たちは我らの命は聞かぬ。石堂殿の配下じゃ。我らは無力でござる。
では、我らの意に反してここに囚われているということでございますね。
評議の場を設けまする。
私は虎長様の家臣で明確な命を受けてまいりました。主君に従うことをお認め
I
いただ
must
か
be
なければ
permitted to obey my lord. So she has to do everything she can to get through.
道を開けてくださりませ。
Again, very restrained legs. It's not going to be easy for her.
傷つけてはならぬ。
Poor Mariko.
これだけの多勢を相手に戦うことはできませぬ。私たちは戻らねばなりませぬ。されど、この者たちのせいで務めを
These men have prevented me from doing my duty to my liege lord.
を背負って生きてはいけませぬ。私は日没に
I will
自
take
害
my life at sunset.
木山様、同じキリシタンとして自害が大罪であることをご存知のあなた様に正式に解釈をお願いいたしまする。
As in my second, as in you'll be the one to cut off my head. Okay. Okay. So she couldn't complete her tasks, therefore, to save her honor, she has to commit suicide. Okay. All right. So, but she had to try, right? And she had to try publicly so that she could maintain her honor. She did try to get to her lord, right? So a lot of this is performance and things like that, but that's kind of accurate. You kind of at least had to show a try. Okay. So, there you go. So I think the first one is a good representation. Yeah, it's really good, Jay Williams. Okay, it's really good. Shogun is, by the way, Shogun's good in another way. It also shows what it was like earlier Europeans being in Japan, the interaction between the Europeans and the Japanese, as well as the going on inside of the imperial court, the shogun's court, and like all the vying for power amongst all the lords. It's really good. Okay, so all right, so you guys get a general sense now for how the combat was, how guns kind of started changing this equation of all these. And by the way, something similar happened in Europe. As gunpowder became more prevalent, it became a lot harder for feudal lords to hold on to their power because the king could literally just get cannons and destroy their castles, and they did. So gunpowder is one of the big things that enabled more centralized states that became nations. Because remember, at this time, in a lot of times in feudalism, you have kind of a broken up country that has a bunch of regions that are ruled independently, somewhat. China is a bit different in this regard. We talked about how China was more centralized, but with gunpowder, you can start knocking down those castles and having a more centralized authority. Now, that brings us, this is the last thing I'm going to talk about today. Okay, the last thing I'm going to talk about is Oda Nobunaga. Okay, yeah, and the Black Death, correct, Mithril. Okay, Oda Nobunaga. All right, Oda Nobunaga. Now, what we talked about last time, the Onin War, was the start of the Sengoku Jidai. What we're going to see now are a series, you know it, Jonas, okay, are a series of basically a constant civil war up until the unification of Japan. And during this period of constant civil war, there were three men who essentially were able to unite Japan. Okay. The one who was finally able to do it completely was Tokugawa Ieyasu, but there were two more before him who got very close to it and basically made it easier for Tokugawa in the end. The first of these men was Oda Nobunaga. Okay. As we talked about before, the word Oda is actually the clan name or the family name. So his first name was Nobunaga, last name Oda. Okay. And he was alive from 1553 to 1582. And the reason I told you about all that other stuff first is because it'll make a lot more sense how power dynamics play out in the unification of Japan if you know about the gunpowder and shit. Okay. So he was the ruler, the head of the Oda clan, and his family, his clan was from right here. Uh, Issakarwi province? What the hell is the name of that province? Shit. Is Isakari Asaka let me look it up. I forget the name of the province here. Nobunaga province. Nobunaga province. Owari. Okay, so this is Owari province. Now, the one thing you'll know is that Owari province has very good rice paddies. This is a very wealthy region in terms of rice production. All around here is very good for that. It also is home to some very important ports for trade. So, although Oda Nobunaga was a brilliant guy in a lot of ways, we should also note that he also had a pretty good economic base to begin with. Okay. Now, that didn't mean that he was destined to kind of unite Japan, but it definitely gave him a good early boost. And then some other things made it so that this guy kind of rose up compared to everyone else, right? Okay. So let me explain. Yeah, exactly. Nepotism hire. Okay. So first of all, let me tell you a little bit about Oda Nobunaga. Here he is. Okay. Here's Oda Nobunaga. I like a lot of these folks, guys. You're going to see that they're super interesting characters historically. They're brutal, but this is feudal Japan, and feudalism is brutal. So he was raised by his father, Nobuhide. Nobuhide was a brilliant general, was a pretty good ruler of the Oda clan. And early on, he decided that he wanted his son to also wanted him to be very educated and know what was going on in the world. And because they were nobles, they had the resources to kind of like freely explore the world and to let his son become educated and explore the world and stuff. So he kind of let Oda Nobunaga loose. What do I mean by that? He let him explore things himself. As a matter of fact, he would go and play with the peasants. He would go and play with peasant children. He would go and do things that were very unbecoming of a royal. Okay, to the point where the other nobles and other samurai and stuff called him Nobunaga the Fool. Okay, they kind of viewed him as like this little monkey child who was always not following protocol and who was out playing with the peasants and like was exploring in places unsafe ways, doing things unbefitting of a noble. Okay, but he was also, because he was doing these things, he was allowed to make mistakes. Okay, he was allowed to make mistakes. What? That sounds weird. Like, why am I telling you that? Because that's one of the best ways to learn, guys, is make a lot of fucking mistakes and learn from them. Okay, if you're sheltered in a castle, like for your life, and you're like kept in this palace or this castle, and you're pampered, and you're taught from books, and you're like, this is how you do things, but then you're never allowed to mess up and make mistakes, you won't learn how to actually do things. You see what I mean? So at age 6, his father made him there you go, Jonas. Exactly. That is how he became a military genius. His father made him the head of a castle at age 6 and gave him very little aid in running it at age 6. So his father goes, here's a castle. It's up to you to run it. I'm not going to give you much advice. And he was age 6. And he made a lot of fucking mistakes. Okay. Obviously, he had some guidance from his retainers and from the advisors around him, but he was given a lot of leeway and he was allowed to make a lot of fucking mistakes. All right. early on, and because he did not follow, yes, at 6, because he did not follow a lot of social customs at the time, he was able to think outside of those customs. He was able to see where, like, customs of, like, how you behave. Okay, bye-bye, Jonas. Customs of how you behave in feudal society were just that, customs, and are not always the most practical or best way to do things. Bye-bye, Jonas, okay? This would lead him this would lead him later to be dubbed the demon daimyo, okay? Because he ended up doing some things that are kind of brutal. But it was definitely useful for the nature of politics in feudal Japan. If you are not held back by like ideas of like these noble ideas of etiquette and things like that, okay, and you've been allowed to fail, okay, so he was able to think very much outside of the box because he had been allowed to fail so often early on. Okay. So what ends up happening, guys, and I'm not going to go into a step by step detail about how he was brilliant because he was. I'm going to give you one little story here. Okay. So here we have Japan, and I'm going to draw something here real fast. So just to give you an example of how he kind of early on, it was kind of obvious that he knew what he was doing. Because the shogun had very little power, there was an army from one clan that was a very large army that was marching down from over here. Okay, so they were marching down this way to go to Kyoto to imprison the shogun, essentially, and to try to enforce their will on the shogun because it's a civil war. And Oda Nobunaga's lands are right here. And he had a very small force. Okay, I don't know how large this force was. It was 4 to 5 times larger than his force. So Oda Nobunaga had something like, I don't know, what is it, 6,000 troops or something like that, which is very small compared to the other guy, which had something like, oh, I don't know, 24,000 or something like that. I can't quite remember the exact numbers, but the other guy had 24,000 troops. Okay. And Oda Nobunaga on the morning, and this guy was going to march through Oda Nobunaga's lands to get to the emperor, but the guy that was marching also, Oda Nobunaga figured out because of intelligence reports that he was planning also to seize Owari. So Oda Nobunaga's family's province. Okay. Oda Nobunaga wasn't going to have that. And remember, a lot of people didn't like Oda Nobunaga because they thought he was, I'll just call him Nobunaga, because they thought he was like this infantile child that was kind of irresponsible. And so when he heard this news, he was very calm. And he's like, okay, just raise some Ashigaru. We're fine. Okay, go get my retainers. So he's like, go get my samurai retainers. So he had a few samurai, and then he raised a bunch of Ashigaru, which are peasants, okay, with spears. And he's like, okay, we don't need that many. And like, he was yawning a lot. Literally, there are accounts where like his advisors were panicking because he seemed to not understand how bad the situation was. So he was like yawning. He's like, okay, go get the samurai and we'll just get a few peasants. It's fine. I'll deal with this. And his advisors are panicking and they're like, my lord, they have 24,000 troops and they're marching right towards us. We need more than just these 6,000. He's like, oh, we're fine. We got this. And he kind of lazily left the castle. Kind of lazily left it. And he, with these 6,000 troops against 24,000. Okay. And so what I'm going to show you now is there was kind of this road going around here. Okay. And there's some mountains and some rice paddies. I'll just put RP right here for rice paddies. Okay. Rice paddies. And then some more mountains, kind of hills over here. Okay. And Oda Nobunaga comes down this road to meet the enemy who's coming from the other direction. Okay, so they're coming this way, and they've set up. They kind of have set up a camp right here, right? So they've set up a little camp of 24,000 troops. Look, they're camped right in the road. 24,000 troops. Okay, and what Oda Nobunaga did, because the enemy too, he made it clear, he made it very obvious, because his troops were out in the open. He made sure that this other army of 24,000 saw that his army was small. So they were very confident, okay? This other army was very confident. And what he did is he then set up his camp right here. And he had his his soldiers start fires and make it look like that's where the army was, but they weren't there. Okay, so he gave this army the illusion that his troops had settled down. So he actually took his army around these mountains, across this rice paddy, and which was shocking because it he was somehow able to move 6,000 people across a rice paddy without the enemy encampment noticing. And then he set them up in the mountains, hidden in the mountains back here. So now this army right here thinks that all of his troops are right there. And Noda Obunaga had thought that it was going to start raining, and it did. So it starts raining, and what ends up happening is that all these troops in this encampment go inside their camp, into their encampment. So they were hidden inside their tents. And as soon as he noticed them go inside, he comes sweeping out of the mountains directly into their camp with 6,000 troops and slaughters them. Okay? Just absolutely demolishes this army that is like 4 times larger than his is. Okay? And they did not see it coming. They woke up and were being slaughtered. They woke up to like spears and swords in their backs and in their fronts and things like that. And they ended up fleeing. The army ended up fleeing. The head of this clan ended up committing seppuku and being betrayed by his subordinates. And Oda Nobunaga ended up installing a vassal over their lands. So this much larger army tried to attack Oda Nobunaga. He crushed them and then took their lands instead. All right. So now Oda Nobunaga is well placed. Yeah, Uno reverse. Oda Nobunaga is well placed, and he controls some of the wealthiest farmland in the country. Okay, some of the best farmland in the country, has access to ports. He also started liberalizing trade. There were a lot of trade barriers to trade and commerce. He started removing those, and he started promoting more commerce and trade. He seized like the merchants, like the markets and things like that from the Buddhists and other guilds that controlled them, and put them in the hands of the samurai so that he could have more direct control over the economy. He opened up trade to Europe so that he could get more gunpowder in. And he was then able over time, and we're not going to go into a whole bunch of detail here. He was able to conquer over time almost all of central Japan. So this red area, he conquered all of it and put it under his control. So he was the first great unifier. Let me tell you one more story about him. And this is where we get, so because he was able to make these early gains, and then he also, by the way, used a lot of ashigaru. He used a lot of peasant infantry, which saved him a lot, okay? And he used this new wealth that he got from agriculture and the economy to build castles in every single province. Castles made out of stone. He also improved the roads so he could move around faster. So it'd be really hard for anyone else to take the provinces he had already taken. So he was brilliant with the economy, brilliant with the military. And this is where the real reason he kind of did so well comes from. It was guns, okay? The biggest threat to his emerging power here was a clan called the Takeda. The Takeda. And the Takeda were renowned horsemen. Okay. Kind of Mayflower Kid. You said, oh no, capitalist incoming. Kind of, right? He actually placed a lot of merchants on a pedestal. And remember, guys, in Japanese society, merchants were at the bottom. Okay. But he didn't really care so much about tradition and shit like that because of what I said before. So he's like, no, merchants are important. We need that shit to make our wealth so that we can wage war better and stuff. So he like didn't care about a lot of the traditions, and it was very helpful. Okay. So the Takeda were expert horsemen, and they attempted to stop him from rising to power by attacking while he was still rising to power. And there was a very famous battle that kind of solidified his power called the Battle of Nagashino. And it happened in 1575. And in this battle, he equipped samurai and ashigaru with matchlock muskets, tons of them. So this is these accounts aren't great. One account said that he had 30, was it 3,000 matchlock Ashigaru and samurai with guns. Probably not. Probably was a little less than that. But what he had perfected doing was that he lined up all these gunmen in a line, in a segment, which is not what was traditionally done. And they fired in volleys. So as one line was firing, they would fire, step back. The next line, which had already reloaded, would step forward, fire. And then while they were firing, the last line would be reloading, and they would keep switching back and forth so they could keep up almost a constant rate of fire. Okay. And the Takeda had one strategy: charge with our horses, because that's what they were used to doing. They had very good cavalry. So they were used to doing massive cavalry charges of samurai on horseback. And the guns just pierced through the samurai's armor and slaughtered the Takeda cavalry. And he crushed the Takeda cavalry with this ranked gunfire. Okay. And that basically solidified his control over the region. And this started a process of unification in Japan. The other two rulers, which we'll talk about, he ended up, by the way, his story, again, guys, a lot of these stories are stranger than fiction. So he ended up being betrayed by a subordinate. Much later on, again, I would recommend you look it up. He was around for many years. So I'm really oversimplifying, but for the sake of time and stuff, much later in his life, he was in a Buddhist temple, and a subordinate of him betrayed him and trapped him in the temple. And he committed seppuku rather than be dishonored in this way. And he died. But because of that, but one of his lieutenants, one of the lower downs in his retinue, was a guy named Hideyoshi, who would end up becoming the next ruler, and he was a peasant. And then after that was Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was also one of his lieutenants. So the next rulers would all have been inspired by Oda Nobunaga. Okay, he was also brutal. He slaughtered thousands of enemies, okay, beheading them. He punished one of the biggest resistors to his rule were Ikki, peasant and Buddhist conclaves who refused to submit to him, and he slaughtered them. He went into Buddhist temples and burned them to the ground and slaughtered all the monks. Okay, they were also pissed because he had taken from the monks, he had taken control of markets from them, so they were also upset at him for that. But he killed a lot of peasants too. He slaughtered people who defied him, so he was also very brutal, which is why later he was called what was it? Nobunaga the Dragon? What was it again? Let's see here. Nobunaga the Demon. Okay, the Nobunaga the Demon, or the Demon Daimyo. Okay, the Demon Daimyo. But he didn't care about the honor thing. By the way, he also was smart because he took the shogun hostage, but he never really appointed himself shogun. Okay, he took the shogun hostage and then but didn't name himself shogun, or didn't bow to the shogun, so that he wouldn't have all that pressure on him, and so he could just be himself and dominate things indirectly. So he also was very clever politically. Okay. I could talk about other things he did, but for the sake of time, just know the first unifier of Japan was Oda Nobunaga, and he was quite brilliant. Okay. He also used shinobi, who are basically ninja. Now, ninjas aren't real. Okay. How you think of a ninja isn't real, but he used a lot of subterfuge against his enemies too. But we can talk about that another point. But for now, that is Oda Nobunaga. Okay. All right. Yeah, like a shadow shogun. Okay. I know, Elevator Lady. Sorry. Listen, guys, ninjas aren't really real. Okay. Shinobi is like more of a term for subterfuge, like spies and shit. And they didn't really do the ninja shit. I know. Sorry. I know it's unfortunate. Okay. That's not really how that worked. Okay. So I know ninjas weren't really real. Okay. Just to be clear, I know, but they're not really. Okay. Anyway, there weren't like a bunch of ninjas like sneaking around wearing all black and like stabbing people in the night. That's not really how that worked. I mean, there were assassinations, but think about it, guys. The most useful assassin is someone that looks like anyone else. Okay. So most assassins would be like courtiers, or like your friend that you trust who stabs you in the back at night or poisons you. they wouldn't be sneaking around wearing all black. Now, there may have been like one or two occasions where something similar to that happened, but it was not a big thing. Okay. Um, Another thing interesting, by the way, about shinobi. Let me show you since we're talking about shinobi. Yeah, see, it's a traditional Japanese term for a covert agent, scout, or spy in feudal Japan. And we would typically call them ninjas, but they weren't really ninjas, not how you view them, okay? Here is, okay, see, notice the date on these portrayals of these shinobi. 1817. So, like, again, a lot of these myths come from a lot later. Okay, to make them sound cool and shit like that, as a sort of a form of building Japanese nationalism, just like we see in America when we mythologize like the founding fathers and shit. Okay, this is not really what they look like. Okay. Okay. By the way, one thing that is kind of cool about the shinobi is that a lot of them were peasants who actually, that's how they fought against feudal lords, is they did subterfuge. So a lot of the ninjas actually came from Iki, from these peasant collectives and things like that, which is kind of based. Okay. Trying to see here. Yeah, so people that would steal away, shinobi means to steal away, to hide. Trying to find here. Yeah, okay. The title ninja has sometimes been attributed retrospectively to the semi-legendary 2nd century prince. Here you have a woman, because one of the original definitions of ninja implied female. Because, like I said, that would be a really good person to do an assassination, a low-down concubine or something in a court of your enemy that could sneak in and stab people. They weren't like wearing black and running around and shit. Okay, yeah, a maidservant preparing to kill the Kumaso leaders. So that again, though, was from 1886. There you go, LeBron James. Okay, so like a lot of that shit is not that great, not that accurate. All right. Okay, we're done with that. So that's our presentation for the day. Okay, I hope I didn't overly talk at all of you. Okay, everyone good? Let me quickly get out of here. Where's my face? I'm gonna put my face up. Boop. There we go. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you, LaQuabwa. Thank you. Okay. So, all right. So now we're starting to get to the unification in Japan. And we just talked about Oda Nobunaga. Next time we'll talk about Hideyoshi and then Tokugawa Ieyasu. And then that'll wrap up our unit on Japanese feudalism. Okay. There are some really good movies and like documentaries. If you want to hear all the details, like there is so much intrigue and badassery, so much like backstabbing, so much like assassinations that Oda Nobunaga did. But it's so complicated and vast. I don't want to have to sit here for 3 hours and go every step. And then this person was assassinated, and this person was tricked, and then he tricked this person, and like that. Like he's brilliant. But if you do want to, there's some cool videos on YouTube where they go through the life of Oda Nobunaga and all the things he did. Okay. Also has a great name. Love that, Oda Nobunaga. Anyway, so we'll stop there for now, okay? But just be aware, very brutal. Like all very feudal societies are very brutal. And also, don't forget about Rwandan feudalism, since we briefly talked about it. All right, and the Imwamis. All right. Okay. So this is what we're going to do, folks. First, I'm going to go take a pee. I'm going to go urinate, because you know me. And then I'll be right back, okay? Give me 1 second, and then we'll do... I have a news item I want to talk to you about. Some good news, by the way, some good news. And then we'll watch some videos, etc., okay? Yay! I'll be right back. All right, folks, I'm back. Hello. Hello. Let's talk about some news items, shall we? Actually, just one. Just one news item. Because we need some optimism, some positivity in our lives, don't we? I mean, as best as we can, given the state of the fucking fascist state we're in. But anyway, so listen, guys, listen. Here you go. Listen. This is Cynthia Nixon, who won an upset. Where the fuck is my face? God damn it. Okay. Who had a major upset victory against in a Democratic primary against an establishment Democrat, or definitely a right wing Democrat named Alexander Vindman. Okay, she defeated him, and she's a progressive. She's affiliated with the DSA. And listen, so it was not expected that she would win. Not only that, he outspent her and 16-1. She had raised far less money than she had. She had raised far much less money than he had. AIPAC supported him, did not support her. She has been vocally pro-Gaza. Now, obviously, I don't know her well enough to know if any of these things are honest, like if she actually believes these things, which, every politician, but hey, so the fact that, yeah, Alan did volunteer for the campaign. I did not expect a 12-point blowout win, and I volunteered for the campaign. She had amazing ground game and traveled to all 79 counties. She's a Zoran-level communicator. Most people I talk to don't see her as a radical or far left. The word I hear a lot is reasonable, but she's to the left of Bernie. Yeah, Alan, there are so many Americans who, if you actually just tell them the policies of, like, the DSA, they're like, oh, that's great. Yeah, of course we should have that. It's the media who always paints these things as radical, crazy socialism, even though it's like centrism if you're in Europe. But anyway, yes, Alan, okay. So this is like another amazing victory. Now, listen, it is unlikely, folks. Now, again, I'm not trying to cast doubt. We should be optimistic. It's unlikely that she will win the state, just if you look at electoral chances and things like that. But she already surprised us with this one, so maybe she'll win. So she's going to go up against the Republican. She's going to go up against the Republican for the Senate position. We already had the victory of El Sayed. Now we have her winning in her primary, and the establishment is losing their fucking minds. And it's making me so happy. I just love it. Okay. AIPAC is losing their mind because they're like, oh my God, God damn it. We can't bribe people enough to go kill Palestinians. Oh my God. And it is very unusual, folks, for candidates who do not raise the most money to win. It's something like what? 90% of the time, the candidate that raises the most money, that has bribed the most, essentially wins. Not with these progressives. A lot of these DSA people are not the ones that raise the most money. Zoran Mamdani didn't raise the most money. Okay, she didn't raise the most money. El Sayed didn't raise the most money. Okay, in these primaries or whatever. Okay, and my point is like, there is something happening here where there are a lot of Americans in the Democratic Party, a lot of Democrats at the very least, who are pushing, who are wanting a change in the Democratic Party and are voting for the left-wing candidates despite all the money and all the media pressure against them. That is a good sign. That is definitely a good sign. Okay, yeah, Jay Whelans, when you read leftist policies, they naturally make sense. Yeah, and there have been studies done, folks, where people will be surveyed and they will be asked questions. For example, back when Obama was around, this is a long time ago, people were asked, like, how do you like this policy? And then they would describe Obama's healthcare policy, which is not that progressive, to be honest, but they would describe it and people were like, oh, yeah, that sounds great. And then they would be like, well, how do you like Obamacare? And people were like, oh, I hate Obamacare. Because it's framing, right? That it's the same thing, but if they hear it as Obamacare, they immediately think it's bad. Okay, so same thing with a lot of these progressive things. Okay, same thing with a lot of these progressive things, right? When you actually tell people what these things are without putting a name on it, they're like, oh my God, that sounds great. And we've seen that all over the place. We've seen that with like, we've just seen that all over the place, okay? Even with right-wingers. If you start talking like about some of Bernie's policies with right-wingers, like, oh yeah, that sounds great, we need that. But then as soon as you say, oh, do you know democratic socialism or like oh, that these are left-wing things. You're like, oh God, I don't want that because of the fucking advertising and because of the fucking demonization and the shit like that. Okay. But this is a good sign and we should be happy about it. Okay. It is a good sign. Okay. So this is a very good sign. And that doesn't mean, okay, we need more, obviously, but we've had a few victories recently that are a very good sign. So hopefully this is a sign of hope. Now, I will say the only mainstream political group left in the country that hasn't been tried yet in the international stage is the progressive left, the DSA candidates. We've tried the fucking MAGA, right? I mean, this is how people view it. We tried MAGA, we tried centrist Dems, we tried centrist Republicans, which are both right wing, but we have not tried the left. So maybe some people are starting to be like, well, this is the only option left. Okay, I know that sounds dark, but maybe hey, if it works, it works, right? I don't know, but it's interesting. So that's good. That's good. So she won. She won the election here. Every mainstream news article I've read has like presented this as like, oh my God, what are the Democrats going to do? Oh my God. Okay. So yeah, like Mike Gottlieb, who loves Israel, he's a Democrat who absolutely loves Israel and never saw Israel do anything he didn't love. He even said, I'm still digesting last night in regards to her victory. I'm still digesting last night. Democratic State Rep Mike Gottlieb of Davie, the Davie chair of the Florida Legislative Jewish Caucus, said in an interview after pausing for a long time when asked about whether he'd be voting for Nixon, she's got some convincing to do to win me over. Okay. Okay, baby. All right. That's great. I mean, so what, are you going to vote for the Republican, you piece of shit? Okay. Yeah, so I wonder if I do wonder if like the mainstream Democratic Party, the Corpo Dems, are going to come out and be like, no, you better vote. You better vote for her. Like they do to the progressives whenever a Corpo Dem wins. They're like, you better vote for Kamala Harris. You better vote for, I don't know, whoever. Is that okay? Is that true, Alan? That is fair. Okay. I saw like one poll, Alan. So you very possibly are right. So if she has a chance of winning, that's fantastic. Like even if she doesn't have a chance of winning, or like it's a low chance, like we should still have optimism, right? Yeah, blue MAGA. So exactly, Jay Wim. So like, do we know so is the Democratic Party going to come out now and be like, no, you better shut up, Corpo Dems, and vote for the fucking lefty? Probably not. They'll probably, sit back and just not say anything because, capitalism and all that. Jay Williams, blue MAGA. Yeah. Mithra, we know that the Dems are going with, we know better than her primary opponent. It will be an uphill battle. Oh, I got you, Alan. Okay, I got you against her primary opponent. Right. So, okay. So you guys got that. So that's good news. Now, Maxwell Frost, who's another kind of left progressive in Florida, he's a Gen Z guy. I don't know if you guys heard of him. That's what everyone calls him. The only Gen Z member of Congress, which is insane. Can we get more Gen Z people in there? I mean, Christ, why do we have like a bunch of fucking, I don't know, ancient people in there? All right. Anyway, people who were alive when Oda Nobunaga was around. Can we like have, I don't know. All right. Anyway, so there's only one Gen Z member of Congress, right? And most of them are what? Gen X, whatever the other ones are. Baby boomers and shit. Can we like, I don't know. Okay. All right. Anyway, so what, Mayflower? Could you say wow? What? Anyway, sorry. So can we do something about that? Thank you. Look at the date on this, by the way. She's legit. She respected throughout the state because she's always been a fighter. Let's see what this is, Alan. In tears, Florida Rep Angie Nixon begs for a ceasefire. Ooh, let's watch this. So this is her begging for a ceasefire. Let's see.
Palestinians, how many will be enough? I also...
Is that Jonas? That looks like Jonas sitting there.
One of my colleagues just said all of them. Wow.
Doesn't Jonas have the, I'm sorry, I should stop talking about Jonas. Doesn't Jonas have that beard thing going on? Anyway.
One of my colleagues said all of them.
I'm not being racist. Like, come on. You know that looks like Jonas. How is it racist? That literally look. You know what? Fine. I hate all of you. I hate all of you.
One of my colleagues also
I'm right.
stated that this is going to dry up their fundraising if we vote on this resolution. I also want that, like, that's what we've become in this state.
Yes, it does. It looks like Jonas. He has the beard. He's Jonas is bald. You know what? Whatever. I hate all of you.
That's what we've become in this state, where we don't care about innocent babies that don't even get the opportunity to blow out their first birthday candle. We are at 10,000 dead.
Wow, that's good. That is good. Yeah, she's very passionate about it. Sorry I was yelling about Jonas the whole time, but yeah, she's great. She sounds great. Okay. All of them, amazing. Okay. No, I hate all of you. I hate all of you. No, Jonas does have a beard because we just saw a picture of him yesterday. So yes, this guy looks like fucking Jonas, and I will stick by my guns on that. It has nothing to do with him being black. Okay? Yeah, I mean it. All right? Anyway. Okay, he looks absolutely like Jonas, and okay. So, all right. November 9th, 1923 is when, November 9th, 1923 is when this took place. Second member of Congress to call for a ceasefire. Amazing, Alan. I didn't know that, okay? I didn't know that, all right? Okay. Okay, so anyway, very good. So let's see here. The other thing here. I'm trying to see here. Yeah, look at this idiot. This person says, Steve Geller, now a Democratic Broward County commissioner, said he thought her candidacy could help bring out voters who might otherwise skip the ballot box. I was stunned, he said. I don't know where this came from, but as someone who is helping David a lot, I think it was good for David. I think it costs us any chance of winning the U.S. Senate statewide. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, so anyway, they're all coming after him, okay? They're all coming after, sorry, her. They're all coming after her. Of course. Yeah, Rashida was the first one she did before Gotcha. All right, anyway, so this is good. This is good. We also got Flanagan, Kiros, El Sayed. Yes, so again, just a little hope there, folks. A little smidge of hope. A little smidge of hope, right? Okay. Okay, a little smidge of hope. All right. I'm mainly talking about the baby boomers, Mayflower Kid. Okay, anyway. So let's go on here. Let's see here. So that was the main story I wanted to talk about. There are some other things happening in the world, but, you know,
America?
whatever. It's fine. You know, we're losing a war against Iran, which is fun. I'm kind of glad about that. There's some other shit going on, you know, shit here, shit there, shit everywhere, shit here, and everywhere. Okay, let's see, guys, what else we have here. Does anyone, any other news items I'm missing that anyone wants to talk about? Let me quickly go here to reactions. Hunter Biden breaks his silence. Trump, Gaza, and the Democrat. I don't give a fuck about Hunter Biden. No offense to you, Matt Saigai. I don't mean that to be mean to you. I just don't care about Hunter Biden. But let me see what else we have here, okay? Hunter Biden is just like, okay, he's he's just like a popular figure. I don't know okay. Just see here. Biden's son admits it. Admits what? Well, yeah, he admits the genocide. So, okay, but like, all right, maybe we'll watch one of his things. Oh, you know what? Let's watch this first. Louise sent us this to us, and I've been wanting to watch it. So in
late June.
Okay, CR hates recovering addicts. I just don't think I'd care. I don't care. Like, how is he an important, how is he an important political figure? He was related to a president. What has he done? Is he like gonna run for office, or is he just someone that is cool because he doesn't like Trump and he has power because he's a nepo baby, and so he's being allowed on all these fucking shows? Okay, what is so fucking cool about Hunter Biden other than that he doesn't like Trump, of which there are many people? Someone fucking explain this to me. Okay, sorry, I'm calm. Thank you, elevator lady. Okay, anyway. So he's not relevant. I am political historian of recent memory. They mentioned Hunter Biden laptop that's true. They did mention it. Okay. Thank you, elevator lady. Okay. Yes, they mentioned his laptop a whole bunch, but who the fuck cares? Right? Okay. You know what? It's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. We'll move on. So this was sent to us by Louise. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to crash out over Hunter Biden. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's true. It's funny seeing Hunter speak out against the genocide his father supported unconditionally. Right. Wow. A bit late, isn't it? a bit fucking late, isn't it, Alan? It's like, Jesus, how long does it take for you to realize that genocide's happening? We've known it since the very fucking beginning. Anyway, so let's go on here. So this guy, this does kind of look like me. I agree. It kind of has my, has the like beard thing going and the glasses. Okay. Well, the hair doesn't really match, but okay, but that's okay. Sure. I'll take it. Let's go on here. So this is from Louise. This is yeah, I know there's being assholes, elevator lady. I'm playing along, okay? Jury refuses to convict Palestine action defendants. So this is great. This is from the UK. Apparently, so Palestine Action is deemed a terrorist organization in the UK because, you know, fucking Zionists are everywhere. So this is like a great win. And I don't know, I'm not quite sure how that legal system works. As in like, so I guess they have some kind of jury nullification over in the UK. My UKers, is that true? Is there some, oh my God, my back. Is there some kind of jury nullification over there? Okay. Because apparently this jury is refusing to find them guilty or charge them. Okay, so let's listen to this. Jury refuses to convict Palestine Action defendants.
8 defendants alleged to have been involved in a Palestine Action break-in at an Elbit weapons site near Bristol stood trial at the Old Bailey in London. Ian Sanders, William Pluster, Alexandra Herbig, Tota Hocha, Hannah Davidson, Yulia Brigadirova, and Madeline Norman were all charged with violent disorder and criminal damage in relation to that action, despite not having been present at the Elbit site when it happened. William Pluster was acquitted of the violent disorder charge during the trial. Today, though, the jury has returned no verdict on all the remaining charges against the 7, meaning it was unable to find them guilty of anything, of any of the charges.
See, the average UKer knows what's going on.
The prosecutor in the case had alleged that the 7, so sort of part of what's known as the Filton 25, helped plan the action. So they weren't there, but they're saying they were, well, the allegation was that they were involved, and that they compiled an equipment list, undertook reconnaissance, purchased items used by others, and coordinated the break-in and its filming. All 7 had previously been charged with aggravated burglary as well, but were formally acquitted of that charge in February this year, after a jury cleared the 6 activists who actually broke into Elbit, or who were actually alleged to have broken into Elbit, I should say, of that charge during their first trial. Now, in this latest court case, all defendants denied any wrongdoing, and after 37 hours of deliberation, the jury was unable to find the 7 of them guilty of anything. So it means the case found it collapsed. There might be a retrial.
Yay.
We don't know. Now, according to the Filton Defence Committee, during that deliberation, this is the key bit, the jury also asked the court whether the defendants would be sentenced as terrorists if they returned a guilty verdict. Now, the judge...
Elevator lady, I will objectify him with you. Do you want me to objectify him with you?
It was a matter for him to consider and not for the jury to worry about. But the fact the jury thought that was a relevant question really is notable. So back in June, a judge sentenced 4 Palestine Action activists who had been found guilty of criminal damage at the Filton site as terrorists. Now, that was after he found
he literally sentenced them?
Their offences. So the judge found that. But during that trial, the jury had not been informed that that could be a possibility. And reporting restrictions at the time meant it could not become public knowledge that defendants might be sentenced as terrorists if they returned a guilty verdict. Now, we speculated at the time that the jury might have felt more than a little deceived by that. Right, so they fought.
Guys, they're exactly, Mithra. They're heroes. They're not fucking terrorists, obviously. You know, okay.
But finding these defendants guilty of criminal damage or whatever it was.
So what you guys are saying is that there have been a few of the defendants actually found guilty, but in this one particular trial, they were found. The jury decided to not charge them.
Turns out that what they had condemned those people to ultimately was terrorism, even though they didn't know at the time. So could it be that members of this particular jury read about that prior case and are now refusing to play ball? Stephen, you are our resident expert on Palestine Action and actually all things legal. You're much better at this than me. You're better at the details. What's happened here? Is this the case that the jury have thought, we've seen in the past that you asked a jury to find if this person was guilty of criminal damage, and then afterwards, unbeknownst to us, you slapped on a terrorism element to it, and they went to prison for much longer than we could have imagined?
I mean, I think that's that's potentially really likely. I mean, it was very widely reported after the guilty verdicts had been handed down in the original Filton case to the 4 of them of criminal damage, that the judge was going to consider a terror connection. And
Jesus
at that
Christ.
same time, reporting restrictions were lifted, which meant that it could be revealed that, that had been known about throughout the trial.
You guys can't even talk about Palestine action, right, safely? Like, you can't even really talk about it in the UK, right? Because it's like not really illegal to talk about it, but you could be in big fucking trouble, right? That's so fucking disgusting, Louise. That's disgusting. So much for the Constitution of Great Britain, right? Anyway.
By the defendants, for example, but not by the jury. In fact, people weren't allowed to talk about it either in public or in the court. And obviously, there's a connection between that case and this case. So that's plausible. But I think what I actually find interesting about the jury asking this question is that I think it indicates.
Matt Saiga, there is. It's an unwritten constitution. I know what you mean, but that is not how it is framed. There is a constitution, but it's unwritten. Okay.
Something very
of course, there's an issue. Of course, there are problems with having an unwritten constitution, of course.
Crucial to justice in this country, which is a breakdown of trust between juries and the judiciary. It's now the case that a jury...
Louise, you can't show support for the PA as in showing signs, etc. When demonstrating, you'll be arrested. Oh my fucking God.
Understands that it's possible that in some cases they could be asked to find someone guilty of a particular ordinary criminal charge, only to find that what they've done is, through their decision, sentence them to much longer and much harsher terms in prison because independently of that decision, the judge finds a terror connection. And, it's not... this is not something that nobody ever thought about. I mean, lots of times on this show, I've talked about a House of Lords debate that happened at the time that the law that involves terror connections for lesser crimes came in, which was around 2020, where this Liberal Democrat Lord was saying, we're going to have this situation if we apply this in this country where juries will just...
you know what, guys, if this is what they're going to do, you know what if there's a left-wing regime, they should say that Reform is a terrorist organization. Because, Tommy Robinson and shit were calling for, violent protests and shit. And, there's been comments made by Nigel Farage, who has basically been doing, if not outright terrorism, stochastic terrorism in some of his words. So, I mean, really, if hey, I'm all for this, as long as they're okay with the left doing it to them then, right? And I know they're not necessarily the ones doing it. It's also the liberals and shit doing it. Okay, I'm just saying,
be deceived about what...
By the way, we could also say that the Zionists are fucking terrorists because they're pro-murdering children in Gaza. So, I mean, maybe you can pass a law. Any pro-Israel commentary is terrorism. Hey, I mean, why not? If they're going to do it,
is that they're doing when they think they are earnestly hearing a case which has a particular limited charge with a particular sentence attached.
I am deeply concerned, folks, that let's say Reform does take over. What kind of a legal precedent does this shit set? Okay, well, who might they start labeling as terrorists and throwing in prison? Or if Restore even were to get into power in some point in the future, this is not a good precedent. So okay, as the phrase goes, first they came for this group and then that group. All right,
to it. And so that's one consequence of what might happen here.
I know.
There's another interesting consequence, I think, which is to do with something that I don't know if you've ever heard of this before. It's called Hoffman's bargain.
Oh, God, I've never heard of that before.
Okay. So in 2003, 5 people broke into the Fairford Air Force Base ahead of, shock and awe in the beginning of the Iraq War, where there were American
I don't blame you,
B-52 jets.
I mean, I see what you're saying. Yes, I hope they don't send you to jail.
2 of them broke in on one occasion.
Deform, I love that.
And they managed to slash fuel, pipes on fuel supply lines. They managed to break equipment and meters and dashboards and things like that. On another occasion, 2 people tried to get in and they were caught. And then a 5th person tried to get in, and he was carrying petroleum mixed with very washing liquid and a box of matches because he planned to set the wheels of the B-52s on fire. Now, that case was a case of direct action where, at that point there was a lot of suspicion, not unfounded suspicion, that the war that Britain was about to undertake with the US was.
I don't know. I don't know if I call that terrorism. If anything, I would call that what is it called? Not terrorism. What is it called where you undermine a war effort by like sabotage? That's more like sabotage. There's a little cute little bit of sabotage. I don't really think that's terrorism. It's not that terrifying. You're destroying meters and burning some wheels. I mean, really, it's just sabotage. It's a little bit of sabotage. Even then, it's justified sabotage. So I wouldn't want to hold the people accountable anyway. Just a side note there.
Illegal. And so they tried to use as a defense that they were actually trying to stop an illegal war.
Yeah.
Before they even got into the criminal courts.
There you go.
That was
just patriotism. There you go.
heard by appeals courts, and eventually it even got to the House of Lords, where one Keir Starmer represented one of those Fairford activists in trying to push through the idea that stopping an illegal war was a legitimate legal defense for the criminal damage. Now, the House of Lords decided it wasn't. There was a lot of political pressure at the time as well, because the Attorney General certainly did not want to release the legal advice he'd received over the Iraq War. So the House of Lords found that they couldn't use this defense.
Sorry to intervene.
Yeah.
This is, so if anyone's, why was this going to the House of Lords? That's because the Supreme Court didn't yet exist.
It didn't exist.
And that used to be, the highest court used to be the
That's
House
based,
of Lords.
Mithril. Swords to Plowshares did this at Salmonlessberry near me to stop UK exports to Indonesia when Suharto was bombing the inhabitants of East Timor. Oh, well, Mithril, you can partially thank the United States for that. We were very supportive of that bombing, by the way, but that's really cool, Mithril, that there was effort against it. Philly cheese, it's just property damage right now. How can you call them terrorists? Yeah, I know. Yeah, but not the race riots by white supremacists, right? Well, of course, guys, this is capitalism. So property is more valuable than human life, obviously. Of course. I mean, you think people matter? Of course not, especially brown people. What do you mean? Okay, obviously the property is much more of a danger to attack. So, like, I mean, come on. What do you think, Philly cheese? I mean, that's like classic, isn't it? That's what we see here too. Yeah, think like a shareholder. Okay, think like an elite. Think like a white supremacist. Come on, guys, come on. You just got to get into a different mindset here.
Quite right. Exactly. I should have said that. So anyway, in the House of Lords,
this is what makes it ridiculous, because of course Keir Starmer allowed the prescription of PA. Oh my fucking god!
They
disgusting, Louise.
Declined to allow them to use this offence of the illegality of the Iraq War. And in the ruling that came out from the Lords who were involved, one of them, Lord Hoffman, sort of described what he took to be a kind of pact between direct actionists and the state, which was that, direct actionists, could display through, criminal damage or crimes their conscience on the one hand, but on the other hand, the courts would be lenient on the condition that those people admitted what they'd done. They were open to the fact that what they had done it for these reasons of conscience, and they didn't, they weren't afraid of declaring that. And that is a kind of bargain that has sort of more or less stood, although it's been diminished of late, but it's now totally diminished. So in the Filton 4 trial, one of the things that the judge said there in his sentencing, once he'd found the terror connection, was that he held it against them that they hadn't admitted to what they'd done.
What the fuck? Why would you? That just seems like such a ridiculous legal standard. What, you want them to admit? Like, isn't that a right they should have? They don't have to admit to a crime if they're being tried for it. Like, what the fuck? Why? That just sounds weird to me. Why would you hold it against them that they're not going to confess to a crime like that? Okay, if they don't have to. Okay, well, whatever, it's fine.
That they hadn't just said, I admit to criminal damage. I mean, they admitted to all sorts of things, but they didn't admit to the charges. But of course, if you know that there's a terror connection hanging over your head.
Yeah, there you go, Louise. Why admit to it if you haven't done it, right? Like, that's not the point of a court case. Like, you say you didn't do it, the other side said you did it. So why would you say you did it?
Why would you admit to anything? Because you're not just admitting to the charge. Just as the jury is not just finding you guilty of the charge, you're admitting to something much greater.
Yes, exactly.
That you are in some way not guilty of a terrorist crime, but connected to terrorism, which carries aggravating factors. And, why would anyone admit that? So that bargain is completely thrown completely out of the window.
Some dumb beats, like a lot of American leaders should be in prison for a number of reasons. A number of fucking reasons. Illegal wars of aggression, crimes against humanity, war crimes, supporting a genocide. Like in a just world, there'd be a lot of Americans in jail, in prison, or in The Hague. Okay, of course, America definitely doesn't support The Hague. We literally have a military plan that if any of our officials get taken to The Hague, we have a plan to invade the Netherlands to fucking rescue those people. I'm not even joking, guys. Does anyone? Yeah, literally every president this century would be in prison. Did you hear what I just said, by the way, though, folks? I'm not joking. Do you guys know that? That the U.S. actually has a military plan for any American who gets taken to any like official that gets taken to The Hague. We would liberate them with our military by invading the Netherlands. I'm not joking. I can even show it to you. American government rescue officials from Hague. It's also known as the you'll see here, Luis. So yeah, the American Service Members Protection Act, also known as the Hague Invasion Act. Yeah, literally, it's called the Hague Invasion Act. So it's a U.S. federal law described as a bill to protect United States military personnel and other elected and appointed officials from the United States government against criminal prosecution by an international criminal court, towards which the United States is not a party. The act gives the president the power to use all means necessary and appropriate to bring about the release of any U.S. or allied personnel being detained or imprisoned by, on behalf of, or at the request of the International Criminal Court. And the implication here, guys, is if you look at, there's actually military plans that, like, yeah, if in case we need to rescue someone, we can invade and just rescue them that way. like, isn't this great? It's still enacted, by the way. It was put into power in 2002. Isn't that funny? 2002, during the War on Terror. Almost like you're about to do a bunch of fucking war crimes. So you're like, by the way, we can invade if you dare hold any of us accountable. Yeah, I know, right, Alan? And then it literally, who was it? What was the president at the time? Well, it was George Bush. George Bush was the president. Signed into law by George Bush. It was never overturned. And it's still enacted. Like no other presidents or administrations. Yep, it was Bush. Okay, but no one else has overturned it. I mean, like, no one has overturned it. So, like, listen, in 2020, this is funny. I didn't know this. In 2022, Ilhan Omar, the angel that she is, introduced a bill to repeal it, but the bill died in committee and no vote was ever taken. So, yeah, it's still enacted. Do we still like Obama? Do we like Biden? Do we like any of the Democrats? Because they allowed this to stay around too. Like, anyway, okay, so my point being, yeah, color me surprised, right? America is just like the most corrupt, horrific country on the planet, I swear to God. Anyway, let's go back to this. So, okay, so just be clear, guys, while we are watching this thing about the UK, just realize that, the United States is a monstrous regime, okay? That isn't much better. The courts aren't much better here. If they're not better at all. They're probably worse in some ways, okay? But anyway.
In that case. So, yes, two broken bargains, I think. One indicated by this question between jurors and the judiciary, and the other...
Yeah, the Ponder Monkey. Are we the baddies? Yes, I'm afraid so, Ponder Monkey. We are the baddies.
Well, fundamental bargain around what the proper way to treat direct actionists is in this country.
And so this case ended with sort of no verdict, which presumably means the Crown Prosecution Service might try and have a retrial.
Yeah.
And I suppose, is there a way that they can... Yeah. Sort of try and have a jury that doesn't know about
what just happened?
Terrorist connection stuff, or is this?
Did you just throw something at me, Jay Williams? What was that? Did I see a dog go by? And did you just throw a bra at me, elevator lady? What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, sorry. I briefly pulled up another page and I looked up just to see the dog walking away. It pissed on me. So rude, Jay Williams. So fucking rude. Did you just throw a bra at me, elevator lady? You're all filthy. You're all filthy. Okay, shame on you, you degenerates.
Because this is a widely known news story. I don't think they can block someone because they've...
Make it a jock strap and maybe I'll be happy next time. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No one heard that. Shh. Don't clip that.
Read the
newspaper, yeah.
So this could potentially make it very difficult to charge Palestine Action people, or at least get them convicted, because there'll be someone on the jury who says, I'm not quite sure about what's going on here.
We just don't know. And it's true, but, you know, they just don't know. And I think that yeah, will make it more difficult.
Oh, I got you. You threw it at the hot guy. Forgive me. I'm sorry. You threw it at the guy on the page. Well, Jay Williams says I look like this guy, so I guess I'm hot. Thank you, elevator lady.
I mean, it seems like without a doubt.
The other thing that keeps sort of shocking me whenever I read it is, so these people, they haven't been found not guilty, or at least of all the charges. So there's been no verdict. So they're not cleared yet. But they might be, and they've already spent a really long time in prison. So some of these people, so they weren't there.
They're
charged
heroes.
with maybe having some involvement in the planning of this action, and they've been in prison for over 12 months. Many of them, although they're out now, aren't they? But they've spent a lot of time in prison.
Yeah, they were. So many of them were bailed when the first Filton 6 trial collapsed, when the aggravated burglary charge was when they were all formally acquitted of it. But yes, they spent, the 7 who the juries has found no verdict on today, spent between, I think, 15 and 18 months on remand in prison. And not just, you know, and they were also all, you know, arrested during dawn raids by counter-terrorist police. And
really?
You know, if you read some of the reporting on the trial, like, you know.
Counter-terrorist police. What does that look like in the UK? Counter-terrorist police UK. Oh, Christ. Oh, great. So highly armed fascist thugs, basically. Great. So these are the people that raided these folks at their homes to arrest them, to take them into jail. That's lovely. Wow. That's good. God bless. God save the queen, or whatever, okay? God save the king. Yeah, whatever the fuck. Okay, anyway, let's go on.
The charges put to some of them are that they cooked a meal for
right,
one of the people who
shocking, guys, that the police are assholes in a lot of countries.
Into the Elbit site, or that they gave one of them who was acquitted a lift somewhere. You know, it's really you know, obviously the whole I haven't been following the whole case. I've just been reading bits of the reporting today. It's you know, there are other reasons why the jury, it seems, might have been doubtful about these charges.
Let's look at
such as them being bullshit.
Well, it's not a court. This is a decision coming up, isn't it? Because on Friday, we will see a judge considering whether there is a terror connection in another Palestine Action case. So 5 activists here were found guilty of criminal damage in July. And that was after causing an alleged £200,000 worth of damage to a Barclays bank branch in Burnley in August 2024, when they sprayed the storefront with red paint and splintered some.
Oh no, they sprayed a store with red paint. What terrorists? Funny enough, apparently from what this says, that this was they targeted the bank because it held shares in an Israeli arms firm. Who is the bigger terrorist there? The bank that is funding the largest terrorist and one of the most violent terrorist states in the world, Israel, or painting the bank red. Like, what the fuck this is insane.
Windows.
Yeah, I guess graffiti is terrorism now. Okay.
Looking at the damage, was that really £220,000? But anyway, they've been found guilty of the criminal damage. However, in that case, the question of whether there was a terrorism connection was raised by the judge himself. Interestingly, unprompted by the prosecution. So sort of the defendants were found guilty. The prosecution hadn't even mentioned it. And then the judge thinks, maybe there was also some terrorism going on here.
Oh my fucking God, really? I didn't know you could do that in the UK. Like, the judge can just add on shit?
That was, again, after the convictions were secured. So what's going on here? I mean, how big a difference would it make if, presumably these guys, I mean, I imagine they're already in custody, are they? These ones, if they've been found guilty? Or?
No, I think I'm not sure. I think they're on bail.
They're on bail.
Pending sentencing.
How big a difference would it make here?
Retro Asher is here. Hello, Retro Asher. It's been a while, Retro Asher. So glad to see you here. Hope everything's going well with you. Yay, Retro Asher. Do we all remember Retro Asher? Some of you might not know Retro Asher, but we all love Retro Asher. Oh my God, my phone is ringing. Why? Why is my phone ringing? Give me a second. I'm going to keep playing this, but...
The judge does decide there was a terrorist connection.
It's actually really impossible to say because there are so many factors that go into sentencing and then go into the level of aggravation caused by terror connection if one is found. But there are some things that, certainly are true that, if terror connection is found in your offence, then you're subject to monitoring for a really long time. Once you've finished your sentence, you're also having to report things like new relationships, new phone numbers, moving home for a serious period of time. If you're in custody,
Forgive me, folks. I had to reschedule an appointment, and I've been trying to for a long time because American healthcare shit. So I finally got the call, and there ain't no way I wasn't answering it. Anyway, let's continue, please.
you're treated within the prison complex, the prison system, as someone who has a terror conviction, which means that you're treated very differently from the general population in lots of ways. It's a very significant thing to find. And I think one of the really interesting things about this is that, the Terror Act, when it talks about criminal damage.
Lacroix, this really bothers me that the judge can do that after a verdict. A jury can't make an informed decision. They may have come to a totally different verdict if they had known that there were terror enhancements. That's a really good point, Lacroix. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, true.
In relation to when it's defining terrorism, it's serious criminal damage. And the question here is whether, in the Filton 4 case, I think it was estimated around £1 million or something like that. In this case, we're talking about, a fifth of that.
Has Burnham said at all whether he's going to continue to enforce these draconian rules against Palestine action, against people who do things like this? Does he said anything about it?
What counts as serious is...
I think we've talked about this before on the show, where there was a debate in the House of Commons when the Terrorism Act was first being passed, where there were MPs who had sort of objected to criminal damage being included as possible terrorism.
Yeah.
And then I think whoever was speaking for the government said, look, we clearly can think of scenarios where attacking property could be terrorism. Think about if they attacked the electricity infrastructure, for example, or poison the water supply.
Yeah.
So they were making the argument like, no, it is possible that you could have property damage that looks like terrorism, and that is true. But now they are
a shop front.
A shop front. That's not terrorism.
Shop front with spray paint and splintered windows. That's and nobody imagines
such
that
terrorism
could possibly be an act.
Wow, I guess any teenager who goes and tags a building is a terrorist now.
Terrorism.
Yeah, and maybe now that is undermining these cases because juries are thinking, well...
Which, if you've been to the UK, if you've ever driven on the train into London, everything is tagged everywhere. Like, there's tons of walls where everything's tagged. So there's a lot of terrorists running around in the UK, apparently. Apparently, a lot of young people are running around doing terrorism by tagging things. Like if you go to Paris, there's a lot of things that are tagged. God, terrorists everywhere.
I don't want to find them guilty of criminal damage if I think that they could end up then being called a terrorist because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you for that update.
That's all right.
I'm always so enlightened when you come and tell me about the latest of these court cases.
I do my best.
I learn about Palestine action. I learn about how the legal system works. I love it.
Amazing. Okay. God damn it. That's so frustrating. Yeah, Mithril. Yeah, that's a bit different, right? Yeah. So, okay. Christ. What? The simple question that Marxism couldn't... Right, Jay Williams. This will definitely not result in racial profiling. I'm sure it won't, right? Of course not, Jay Williams. What do you mean? Okay. Anyway. Okay, let's go on here. So, Biden's son admits it, right? Okay, let's see here. So that was good. Thank you, Louise. That's disturbing, though. Okay, so let's watch what Matt Saigai sent us. This might be sad. Is it 22 minutes? Oh my God. I don't know if I can last 22 minutes hearing about this. Okay, let's watch this. So fine. We'll watch this shit. If it's an hour fucking long, Matt Saigai, have you lost your goddamn mind? Okay, fine. We'll watch this one then. Okay, this is better. This is 12 minutes. Okay, Jesus. Well, we'll do this one.
Joe Biden's son.
Okay, sorry, Matt Saigai. I love you. I apologize. I'm calm. This one is better. We'll do the one with Owen Jones talking about Biden. Okay, I can last 20. Oh my fucking God, James, you disgust me. Okay, let's watch this. So this is Owen Jones. Let's see what he has to say about Jay. How dare you, Jay Williams? You're aggressive, Chairman Bart. Well, this was Owen Jones talking about Joe Biden's son confessing to genocide. You know what, Chairman Bart? I swear to God, I swear. Bonk! Guys, I need a new jester stick. Chairman Bart is so powerful that it destroyed my jester stick when I tried to hit bonk him. Okay, Chairman Bart has conquered the bonk stick. Look at this. I can't even. It's not. It's just falling apart now. Like, I need a new boob stick. This is not good. Look what Chairman Bart did to my boob stick. I will sue Chairman Bart. I will sue you. I guess you have a body of titanium or something. Christ. All right. Chairman Bart used his secret power, okay, to do this to me. Yeah, it's all your fault, Chairman Bart. Okay, it's been here for so long. It is the great relic. That's okay. You know what? Listen, I'll get a new one. It's fine, okay? I'll get a new one. I'm going to have to boop everyone without the red bulb on the end, okay? Because it's falling apart. Chairman Bart broke it. Okay, this is Chairman Bart's fault. All right, to be clear. All right, Chairman Bart, I'll be expecting a new one in the mail. Anyway, okay, let's go on here. So we'll watch what Owen Jones has to say about Hunter Biden, who I don't give a shit about. I don't give a fuck about Hunter Biden, but we'll see what Owen Jones has to say.
Hunter Biden has declared in an interview that Israel...
Oh my God, Chairman Bart, why would you say that? Oh my God. There you go. I'll hit you all with, I'm not going to say that, Jay Williams, because I know you'll all be like, oh my God, why are you saying that? But yes.
Has committed genocide against the Palestinian people.
Amazing, Matt.
So far, so significant. But here is a striking case study of cognitive dissonance, because he can't accept that his dad, his father, facilitated a genocide. And so he then goes on to turn reality on its head.
I love having you here, Peck on Bad. So glad you're here.
Let's just listen to what he said when being interviewed.
I will call it a genocide. And here's the reason why, is because I don't know any other definition that fits when...
God, he sounds like his dad. Guys, can I just admit it? I've never watched a full interview with Hunter Biden. I just cannot sit through it because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. Who the fuck cares what Hunter Biden has to say? Who the fuck cares? Who cares? He's just like, what? He's basically like a celebrity. Like, that's like, I don't get, okay, whatever, it's fine. But let's see how much denial he's in about his dear genocidal daddy, okay? He's like, I'm gonna call it a genocide. I'm gonna call it a genocide. Okay, I'm gonna call it a genocide. Okay, well, good. You're a bit late. Okay, let's go on.
To the genocide, and so he then goes on to turn reality on its head. Let's just listen to what he said when being interviewed.
I will call it a genocide. And here's the reason why, is because I don't know any other definition that fits when one group of people, is their stated goal is the extermination of another group of people.
Oh, wow! Shocking! Really? Oh my God, such an insightful comment. You didn't think that, like, oh, I don't know what else to call it. I can't speak like he does. When you're trying to exterminate a group of people or forcibly remove them, I'm starting to think that might be genocide. No shit, Sherlock. No shit. Okay? Yeah, the grass is fucking green. Oh my God, what a fucking idiot. Okay, no, he's not an idiot. He's complicit. He does. Okay, he had no power. Whatever, it's fine. But like, Christ, like, why do we give him even airtime? He's like, oh, wait, anyway, hindsight is Philly cheese. I swear to God. Okay. Ugh, God damn it. Chairman Bart, what is wrong with you today? Why do you keep telling me to stop? What's wrong with you? Okay.
And particularly their neighbors in this instance that are identified by a single characteristic that they were Muslim Palestinians. And so
Oh,
I
gold star for you. You get a gold star. Wow, great job, Hunter Biden. Great job there. Bonus points.
I know that the word is loaded and that we're only supposed to apply it to certain people or a certain thing, but I think it's ridiculous that we're continue to debate whether or not it's a genocide. I think that Bibi Netanyahu is evil incarnate. I believe that what he is doing is
Okay.
is not representative, I hope, of the vast majority of the Israeli people, regardless of what poll.
Oh, shut. Okay, listen. I appreciate it. Netanyahu is the devil incarnate. Although, if you ask me, there's nothing wrong with the devil. Okay, I think like he might have a lot more fun. But regardless, yes, Netanyahu's evil. Yeah, what a hot take. Shocking. Okay, yeah, Netanyahu's evil, and the sky is blue and the grass is green. Okay, whatever. Okay, but like all right, whatever. It's fine. What did he say there at the end? What did he say there at the end? He said, I'm sorry, I missed the event. Oh yes, he said, I don't think it's the Israeli people. I don't know. Normally, I'd be nicer about a population of a country. You guys know me. Normally, I'd be nicer. I would say that I'd say most Americans are, good people. They're human beings. A lot of Germans, even during the Hitler time, a lot of them were kind of afraid. A lot participated, but a lot of them were afraid and kind of cowed into not doing anything. But when it comes to the Israelis, if you see if you see surveys and shit of Israel, it's a really fucking fascist society. Yeah, like that's not. Listen, I'm not saying it's every Israeli, but it's a fucking lot of them. Okay, a lot of the society is like a death cult, or it's a giant cult. Okay, no, yeah, no, a lot of the Germans, Jay Williams, a lot of the Germans weren't like great people, but a lot of them weren't ideologically Nazi. That doesn't mean you're not that doesn't mean they shouldn't be held accountable for not engaging. But like when it comes to Israel, though specifically, it's like, all right. Anyway, okay.
Representative, I hope, of the vast majority of the Israeli people, regardless of what polls say. I think that the cruelty and level of destruction and depravity that the IDF under his leadership has shown is unforgivable for
just under his leadership, or is the institution fundamentally a terrorist organization that where it doesn't matter which fucking regime is in charge because they're always, it's literally a settler colonial ethno state that is all about exterminationism and removal and settlement. So maybe it's not just this government. Maybe there's a fundamental problem with the state itself because it's a settler colonial ethno state, which is by definition going to be aggressive and murderous and genocidal
throughout.
And trust me, I'm an American. Let's look at the history of my country. I'm well acquainted with what a fucking genocidal ethno-state can do. All right, what a colonial ethno-state is capable of.
Forever through time. Now, as it relates to my dad's position on this, I think he believes all the things that I just said. I think that's why he told Bibi Netanyahu that he was out of his fucking mind and kicked him out of the White House twice.
Oh my God, they say that every fucking time. There was a report recently that Trump was yelling at Netanyahu and Biden yelled at Netanyahu. It doesn't mean a fucking thing. It doesn't mean a fucking thing. You're still funding it. You're still supporting Israel. So I don't care. Your cutesy little words don't mean a fucking thing. Okay. All right. Whatever. By the way, that's actually a pretty cool piece of art he has in the background. Regardless, whatever.
I think that what he did was
Retro Asher. That's true, Retro Asher. He is the one that kicked him out. Okay. Yeah, I don't care if he's still. Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Instance tried to do one thing, is to get those that were being held by Hamas, the hostages, back. I think that also we have to remember.
Oh my God! Rescue the poor slave owners that are being held hostage by Nat Turner. Oh my God! Look, that's what we should focus on. Free the slave owners who are being held hostage by Nat Turner. Oh my God! Oh, they're being held by those barbarians. That's like kind of the same thing, right? If you think that's the biggest problem here, okay, if you think that's the biggest fucking problem here is that there were some hostages being held, you're morally like fucked in the head. All right, maybe the fucking giant concentration camp that is Gaza that is the problem. And maybe it makes sense that they would want to do that, hold hostages, because what else are you going to do? They've tried everything else, right? You need some kind of leverage. Anyway, moving on here. But yes, Jay Williams, wow, you didn't even come. Yeah, that's a really nice, I will say it's a nice Millennium Falcon. Those things are really fucking expensive. But yes, it's nice, okay? I want to like Hunter, but he's making it difficult right now. I don't need to like him, but fair peck on bad, right? Okay.
That We talk a lot about the Israelis here. We talk a lot about the barbarity of the
I
idea.
know, right? Yeah, look, Alan, it's so hilarious acting like America is powerless in this situation. My father did all he could. He even yelled at Bibi Netanyahu. Okay, wow, great, great.
And the
Was that before or after you sent him billions of dollars? Probably before, right? And you probably continued sending the billions.
barbarity of Bibi Netanyahu. Let's not forget whether in any way that is justified what happened on October 7th either.
Oh,
No,
God.
I've never.
I
I've
know
been
you're not.
very
I know you're not.
consistent.
I
Yeah.
promise you, I know you're not. I promise you not. But for all the people that are listening out there, is that it's
Do you condemn Hamas?
not as if this is not in some way complicated. What's not complicated is this, is that it's fucked up what they're doing now, and it was fucked up what they were doing then. I believe my dad did his best.
Your dad did his best. Oh my God, that's pathetic. You don't want to say that out loud. If that was your dad doing his best, then your dad was weak and allowed a genocide to happen. Okay, if that's the best he could do, he's a terrible president. So like I don't know, like as a historian, like if that's what the president if that's really true that he thought that that was the best he can do, then he was deeply incompetent. Because if you look at the power of the presidency, it has a lot more power than that. But this is a classic excuse that presidents and politicians do. They do this little song and dance. There was nothing I could do. There was nothing I could do. There was nothing I could do. Nothing I could do. But that's a lie. And most people don't understand the context of that is the power of the presidency. So you can get away with it. But if you know the possibilities of the presidency, you know it's not true. So it's just a lie. And it's a sign that he was very weak.
His best to curtail and to
No, he
curb
didn't.
the most awful instincts of the of Netanyahu. And Trump,
Yeah,
by the way,
well, my daddy did so good, right, elevator lady? Okay.
here's a question
Yep,
I have too.
Alan, they do. They're a stupid little puppet state. Israel is a dumb little puppet state. It cannot survive right now without the United States. Okay, it's a little rump state that okay. Let's just keep watching. I'm getting worked up. And Sir Bart's gonna yell at me again.
And I really mean this.
But you know I
and
love
not
you,
with
Chairman
a,
Bart. Sorry, Chairman Bart.
and there's no vitriol in what I'm saying. Is this where are all the goddamn protests now about
Chairman
Gaza?
Bart, don't do that.
Where are all the Palestinian flags that when Donald Trump goes anywhere? Why are there not protests out of every hotel room in front of the White House
Yeah,
like there
Alan.
were when my dad was there?
Yep.
He literally has said what he's going to do and showed us pictures, AI renderings of what he's going to do with Gaza. He's going to turn it into a Trump-themed golf course.
You fucking idiot. Oh my fucking God. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. Thank you, Chairman Bart. Okay. How dare you? But thank you. Okay, just kidding. So, like, listen, first of all, there are fucking protests. Second of all, when Trump has a rally, the people that are there are right wingers. His rallies are for MAGA. So, no, there aren't a lot of MAGA out there who are diehard pro Gaza. Obviously. The reason you would see more protesters, pro-Palestinian protesters at Democrat things is because part of our base has a lot of pro-Gaza people. That's basic politics. Shocking. Who the fuck would have thought? And it doesn't even matter because there are tons of protests anyway. They're just not directly in front of Trump because the people he has at his rallies are loyal to him. So, okay. Peck on Bad says we need a Joe Biden themed park instead. Peck on Bad, that would be the most boring park ever. Literally the worst park ever. Hello, Bisky. Okay. All right. Anyway, Trump is awful. Yeah, we wrongfully believed we could sway Biden and Kamala. They'd listen to their base. Yeah. And admittedly, Alan, there's not much. I mean, what else could we do? Right? Like, there's only so much we can do. And when you have people that are that bribed and the base has voted them in, okay. Yeah, but okay. Bisky, I'm still Canadian. Hello. Good. I'm glad. Okay, go on.
I mean, literally. And so where is it? Where is it? Where's the protest?
Yeah, when you walk in, you're greeted with, you didn't vote for me, then you ain't black, right? Okay, so wow. Great campaign strategy. Great campaign strategy.
Yes, every single place.
By the way, on a side note, that's kind of what Kamala did too. When she met with some of the with a big union out in California, she chided them and said, this is literally word for word, you better get on board. You better get on board. Basically she told them that they owed her their vote and their endorsement. And she refused to answer questions for a significant period of time. She refused to ask their questions about what policy she would do. She like allowed them like 3 5-minute questions or something. And Trump at least sat down and let them talk to him and actually answered all their questions. She's like, you need to get on board. And she chided them. And you know what they ended up doing? They ended up not endorsing anyone. Okay. Like, this is like the Democratic Party. And it's not just Kamala, by the way. It was Biden too. He did the same thing. Like, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, Jack, or whatever. Okay. They have this sense of like, they can't offer anything. So it's like a feudal lord, right? You owe me your allegiance. That's not how the fucking modern world works. Okay. You better give us something. You better provide something. Okay. So anyway, I know, I got it. Jay Williams, I can't even, oh my God. It's so stupid, right? Jay Williams, like, Jesus Christ. Can we also point out how that's racist? Like, a lot of times, okay. Do you guys remember when like Hillary Clinton was running and she was doing an interview, and this was right after that song by Beyonce came out, where she was a really good song, where it's like, I got hot sauce in my bag, swag. Remember that song? That song had just come out. And Hillary Clinton went on a podcast, a black podcast. The podcasters were black, okay? And out of nowhere, she goes, I have hot sauce in my bag. I carry hot sauce with me. And she pulls a bottle of hot sauce out of her purse. And right after Beyonce had released the song about a hot sauce in my bag. And like, it's just kind of racist. Okay, just kind of fucking racist. Like, do you think all black people that are like Beyonce are like because Beyonce has that in her like, it's so fucking stupid. Okay. I know. Exactly. They feel so entitled to like they think, and obviously minorities are not stupid. Right? Like, do you see how, like, it's, like, assuming how, like, oh, well, the minorities are dumb. They'll just go with us no matter what. That's not how they're not dumb, okay? They see what you're doing, you idiot. Okay, anyway, whatever. Okay. Let me, real fast, Hillary... Oh, Bisky, I would not. Bisky, please stay in Canada for your own sake. Trust me, America is not great. All right. Hillary, we'll go right back to that. Hillary hot sauce. Here we go.
No more questions? They said no, she has to go.
What's something that you always carry with you?
Hot sauce. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you getting information right now? Hot sauce. Hot sauce in my bag, swag?
Hot sauce.
Really?
Yes.
Now listen, I just want you to know, people are going to see this and say, okay, she's pandering to black people again.
Okay. Is it working?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I like how at the end she's like, you notice the woman on the right? I don't forget her name. She like, you can tell she's
No
like,
more
oh God,
They said no,
watch,
she has to
watch.
go.
What's something that you always carry with you?
She like at the beginning, she's like, it's like an honest question. She's like, what? And then notice how her face changes.
Sauce.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you getting information right now?
You see that? Okay. And by the way, Formation is the name of the song that Beyonce. Okay. Anyway.
Hot sauce.
Okay. So just humiliating. I know. Like, anyway, like right. It's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. Who cares? Okay. So that was great. That's great. I'm sure that'll help you win the election. Let's go on here.
Instruction and
It's infantilizing. It's infantilizing black people. I hate it. You're infantilizing black people.
depravity that the IDF under his leadership has shown is unforgivable for throughout and forever through time. Now, as it relates to my dad's position on this, I think he believes all the things that I just said.
Yeah,
I
Ponder
think
Monkey.
that's why he told Bibi
Really?
Netanyahu that he was out of his fucking mind and kicked him out of the White House twice.
Oh, wow.
I think that what he did was he,
Yeah, Philly
in
cheese.
every instance, tried to do one thing: is to get
Nothing.
those that were being held by Hamas, the hostages, back. I think that
Bisky.
also we have to
Bisky.
remember.
Oh, sorry, Bisky. I was gonna say though, Bisky, trust me, you don't want to live in America. You guys have health care there in Canada. Things are not great in America. I would highly recommend you stay in Canada for your sake. Like, I don't care if you want to move here, I'm fine with it. Hi, Bisky, welcome to America. But I'm just saying, for your sake, you might not want to move to America. Now, Chairman Bart might want to move to America because Chairman Bart's a great patriot and loves America. But for your sake, Bisky, I would recommend not. Okay. Bisky, you said, is it true? But did you see the Canadian economy? The American economy ain't great, Bisky. It's actually terrible.
That we talk a lot about the Israelis here. We talk a lot about the barbarity of the IDF and the barbarity of Bibi Netanyahu. Let's not forget whether in any way that is justified what happened on October 7th either.
No, I've never.
I know you're not. I
Yeah.
promise you, I know you're not. I promise you, not. But for all the people that are listening out there, it's
okay,
not as if
Retro Rasher used the dance thing, so I will dance.
This is not in some way complicated. What's not complicated is this: is that it's fucked up what they're doing now, and it was fucked up what they were doing then. I believe my dad did his best to curtail and to curb the most awful instincts of the of Netanyahu and Trump. By the way, here's a question I have too, and I really mean this, and not with a there's no vitriol in what I'm saying. Is this: where are all the goddamn protests now about Gaza? Where are all the Palestinian
Okay, we already heard
flags
this.
that went?
I'm sorry, we already heard this. I didn't know we were relitigating.
It's like the were when my dad was there. He literally has said what he's going to do and showed us pictures, AI renderings of what he's going to do with Gaza. He's going to turn it into a Trump-themed
Yeah, we know.
golf
Blah,
course.
blah, blah.
I mean, literally.
Blah, blah, blah.
And so, where is it? Where's the
Blah,
protest?
blah. I don't care. I don't care. Fuck you. Are we almost? Can we get through this? Let's
that
go.
Jared Kushner walks into, that literally there aren't people that are standing up and refusing to serve him or anyone in that administration as it relates to what they're doing to the Palestinian people.
So, Hunter,
My God, does he have the same? Does he have the same? Okay, I'm sorry. That sounds ableist. He has some of the same speech issues that Biden did, right? Now, Biden did have a speech impediment. I'm not making fun of that. But does he too? Because like he kind of sounds similar to his dad, or is it just all the drugs? I'm just being blunt. It might be all the drugs he's been on? I don't know. Just curious.
Biden's son accepts the incontrovertible truth that Israel is committing genocide.
Is it the drugs? Okay.
People, and then turns reality on its head.
Not that there's anything wrong with people who have done drugs. You know what I mean? But there was something going on.
It's his father who facilitated a genocide. He claimed that Joe Biden did his best to curtail and curb the worst instincts
No, he didn't.
of Netanyahu. Absolute, total, raging nonsense. A total inversion of reality. Let's just go through some of the evidence. At the beginning of the genocide, Joe Biden's White House explicitly said to the world that it was imposing no red lines on Israel.
By the way, I hate this man's face. I absolutely hate this man's face. I forget his name, but I hate his face. I really hate his face. His face, he looks so like, he has kind of like a cute face, like, ooh. That's right. That's not Todd Blanche, is it? That's not Todd Blanche. What's his name? I can't remember. He has this like, look at his little face, like, he looks so serious and kind of sad like a puppy, even though he's like a murderous lunatic. No, I don't think that's Todd Blanche. That's not Todd Blanche. I forget his name. Whatever. He was like the Biden's something, something, something. I don't fucking know. But like he looks more innocent than he is, even though he's a murderous piece of shit. And was like very pro-Israel and shit. Anyway, I just don't like his face. That's all I'm going to say. He looks like a pug.
So on the 27th...
Like a cute pug.
7th of October...
Even though he's a genocidal maniac. Okay, you get it.
This was as Israel was really then putting its ground invasion of Gaza into practice. The National Security Council spokesman, John Kirby, said, "We're not drawing red lines for Israel." That Washington...
That's right, John Kirby.
...continued to support the onslaught, whilst simply having or merely having conversations about the conduct of the operation. Now, just at the very beginning of the genocide, here's a very significant point. Joe Biden used the bully pulpit of the US presidency to spread a falsehood, a total raging falsehood. He said, I never really thought that I would have confirmed.
I see you back there, Wiggy. Hello, Biggie. Hello, Crawl. Sorry, let me just say hi to a few people. Hello, Gioluca. Hello, Bobito. Hello, Paleontology Dog. Just hello, Refocus. I know you guys are probably working or whatever, and if you may not like that I call you out. I'm sorry, but hello. Love having you here.
Pictures of terrorists beheading children. He
Hello, on your
claimed
groove.
he'd seen images of terrorists beheading children on October 7th. That never happened. Not a single child was beheaded.
Yep.
And what that did is build the kind of atmosphere that allowed the genocide to take place. Because what's worse than beheading children? And what that did is build up an atmosphere in which Israel could do what it wanted.
Yeah.
That mattered. Just even that one intervention.
All right. You know what?
In the worst possible way. The small.
I don't need to watch the rest of this. I kind of just wanted to see what his dumb Hunter Biden said. Okay, that was a waste of fucking breath. God damn it. Hunter Biden's such a waste of space. Anyway, let's see what else we have here to watch, guys. Okay. Judge swapped in Trump's defamation case. Yeah, that's true too. What is that sound? Something keeps making a weird sound on my phone. I don't understand it. Okay, anyway. Let me find something. Well, you know what? I need a palate cleanser so I don't have a brain aneurysm. OS, I love this. J-Mac, we've seen this one, but let's watch it again. This is kind of funny. We'll watch this one, then we'll watch one of Jay Williams' things. Oh, and then, oh my God, then we need to watch the Fox News clip. Lacroix sent us. Okay. So, thank you, Doug. I'll take a drink. So, here we go. Just a reminder, guys, this is from The Onion. This is a classic Onion piece. Hopefully it'll make you all laugh. It's just true because what have I said, guys? We have a government run by pedophiles. So literally, what is it, a pedocracy? If I'm going to get my PhD trying to make the argument that our government is officially a pedocracy, it's a government by pedophile. So I like emphasizing the pedo part of pedophile, whatever. I can't even speak. Look. So anyway, here is a cute little Onion clip that I love. This one makes me laugh a lot about the Republican Party that you'll all appreciate.
Trouble in paradise? Those are the reports coming out of Washington today as fractures seem to be emerging in the GOP between the Republicans' pro-pedophilia wing and the party's extremely pro-pedophilia wing. Infighting between the two pedophile coalitions reaching new levels of intensity in recent weeks, leaving GOP leadership to question how best to handle the future of their party's sexual attraction to minors. ONN's Jason Copeland joins us now from Washington with the latest. Jason, you've been in close contact with Republican insiders. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Dwight, well, this is really a battle for the soul of the Republican Party, plain and simple. You know, the GOP has historically welcomed a wide net from pederasts to ephebophiles, and there's always been, you know, sort of moderate support for sexual attraction
Guys,
to
to be
children.
clear, you know when to run when someone says, that's not pedophilia, it's ephebophilia. Then you know there's a fucking problem. Okay, please, if anyone ever said, now, I'm not even going to explain what these terms mean. We don't need to know, okay? If anyone tries to justify, yeah, okay. Oh, no, that's okay, Bisky. That's okay, Bisky. Yeah, listen, I got to tell you, okay, admittedly, there are places in the world where there is a lower age of consent than there is in America. I'm just saying, there will be people out there to try to defend pedophiles by saying it's not pedophilia, it's ephebophilia, which is really when you're attracted to adolescents and not children. Okay, can we not do that? It's pedophilia. All right, it is legally pedophilia. And yeah, so no. Okay, just be aware. I've actually heard streamers do that, and I'm not going to name names because I don't like drama yet. I don't have the power to do drama yet, okay? But like, even if I did, I mean, I have so much stuff that people could go after. It'd be funny. But anyway, but it's all pedophilia. So do you notice how they said the ephebophiles and the pedophiles? Okay. Anyway, whatever. It's fine.
In the base are now asking for a more full-throated endorsement. And like you said,
Jay.
this is really about the party of pedophilia's future. And right now it's looking a little bit split.
And the split playing out very publicly on social media just yesterday.
And that's probably just lost all my fucking monetization on YouTube for today.
Senator Tom Tillis replying pretty tepidly to the most recent Epstein files revelations.
Yeah, that's right. He's publicly calling everything in the Epstein files cool, which frankly, you know, to pro-pedophilia voters, this comes off as a pretty lukewarm endorsement of child sex trafficking.
Which just isn't going to cut it in the post-Trump era of
lukewarm.
Republican pedophiles. A new Gallup poll showed only 44% of Republican voters being in favor of pedophilia, with another 43% being very in favor of it.
Yeah, and that's really what we're talking about here, Dwight. You know, for the last 10 years, the entire party has been jockeying for who's going to succeed Donald Trump as the face of American pedophilia. And right now, Republicans are looking closely at some local elections for insight. And this centrist versus extreme dynamic is playing out in Republican primaries across the country. This is Utah State Senator incumbent Matt Riggs staking out the more moderate position on child sex abuse.
Yeah. Do you even stalk playgrounds, bro? Right. Hilarious. Republican pedophile infighting, splitting party.
My record speaks for itself. No one, and I do mean no one, was more upset than me the day Millie Bobby Brown turned 18. I am a staunch and committed pedophile.
Pretty boilerplate talking points.
Exactly. You know, it's a lot of the same old promises that many just aren't believing are going to resonate in exactly the same way anymore.
Listen,
especially when you
listen, guys, come on, you know it's true. They don't say these things out loud, but that's literally what they do in their actions. They excuse pedophilia. They barely do anything about Epstein. They excuse Donald Trump's sexual assault. They excuse their colleagues' sexual assault. Okay, some of them defended Matt Gaetz, for example. Like we can talk about. All right,
you compare it alongside
some of them come from states that are trying to re-legalize child marriage, and some of those states have succeeded.
Energized campaigns of some of the more charismatic sex criminals running, like Riggs' opponent Brock Granite, a political outsider who fired back in a podcast appearance earlier this week.
Seducing underage boys and girls is a bedrock founding principle of the Republican Party. And it sickens me to see my opponent swoop in and try and steal valor from the real pedophiles on the ground. I looked it up. In the Epstein files, this guy's name appears.
Yep, you're right. You're right, Philly cheese. Wisconsin Republicans literally rejected a ban on child marriage. I'll say that again. Wisconsin Republicans rejected a ban on child marriage. So this is literally not that far from reality.
It's less than 300 times. It's performative pedophilia.
Now, Senator Riggs has
already
responded on X saying, quote, "I enjoy molesting as much as the next red-blooded
Yeah, Jay Williams, but Islamic child brides. Right. We have it right here in America, okay?
American pedophile. I just don't make it my whole campaign.
Yeah,
we need to be responsive to kitchen table."
Oh, my God. I can't even say this out loud, but listen to this again, because I was talking during part of it. Listen to the words of this. I can't say it out loud because someone will clip it, but listen to this. All right.
I enjoy molesting as much as the next red-blooded American pedophile. I just don't make it my whole campaign. We need to be responsive to kitchen table issues, or the only ones left at the table will be adults. Jason, these are strong words being said against fellow pedophile party members. Is there any sense they can find common ground here and come together on this?
You know, not without strong pedophilic leadership at the top, Dwight. You know, some think J.D. Vance.
No, for those guys, it's a joke. All this is a joke. It's a satire, but it's pretty
could
accurate.
Be that, but others say he just looks like a pedophile more than acts like one. P. Diddy certainly could have been an interesting outside candidate, but the bottom line here, Dwight, is this is an identity crisis for a party that will eventually need to decide: are they going to push forward and continue to build upon the pedophilia of Trump? Or will they take the path of the Matt Gaetz moderates, go back to their roots, and once again commit to being the grand old pedophiles of Reagan?
Will be interesting to see how it plays out. Thank you, Jason. In response to the infighting, Democratic leadership is looking to capitalize politically. Members of the House and Senate today held a joint press conference dressed as little children, stating, quote, "You can all be pedophiles if we can please have health care." Coming up next.
It's so true. Oh my God, that is okay.
Making America healthy again. More on RFK Jr.'s latest initiative to fill the Washington Monument reflecting pool with beef tallow. You've seen the news.
There you go. Okay, that was funny. Thank you. I needed that. let's admit it, guys. It's a pedocracy, right? So, I mean, it's not that. Yeah, way to take one for the team, right? That's literally this is like anyway reality. Okay, okay. So, goddamn. All right, let's watch this one. Good God. So this is from Fox News. LaQuabois sent this to us. Thank you, LaQuabois. And then we'll watch one of Jay Williams. Ones that he sent us. This is okay, dear God, this is Fox News. God knows what we're gonna have to witness here. God knows what we're gonna have to witness. Okay, even though I don't believe in God. Regardless, this is Waters, the Republican dream come true. What is the Republican dream come true? I guess we'll find out. Thank you, LaQuabois. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to guys. TM. I'm doing registered trademark for pedocracy. Okay. Anyway, so this is. I'm just kidding. Okay, Waters. This is a Republican dream come true.
The commies just found the Rosetta Stone.
Based. That's cool.
你好，我的名字是 Mirzora Mamdani。我不知道中文，可是我想试一下。了解如何参加超。
Literally, I've seen this whole video. He speaks multiple languages. I don't know if you guys know, but Madani can speak basic conversational multiple languages. He can speak Urdu. He can speak Spanish. He can speak. There's a lot of other ones too. Basic conversational Chinese. Okay, so it's funny because he made this video with multiple languages. He did it multiple times in multiple different languages, but they're focusing on the one that's Chinese. No, Mamdani, Matt's that guy. Okay.
抽签，您还可以免费获得 the Theater Development Fund.
Mamdani speaking the language of the revolution, Mandarin Chinese. And just like the chairman, he's sending in the Red Guards to
the Chairman Bart, and Chairwoman, Elevator Lady,
purge the productive class.
Right. That's hilarious. Guys, did you know that the elites are the productive class? Did you know that the elites are the productive class? You know, that big fucking yacht that what's his face has that's up in Alaska right now. But, I'll tell you, that's a story I gotta tell you soon. But they're like, they work so hard, aren't they? They're the ones that are making all their own wealth. They're doing all that labor that's producing all the wealth they have, right? They're so productive. Calling the owning class the productive class is something, right? Like, this is such a suicidal ideology. Don't they know that, like, that's automatically going to cause class conflict? He's literally demonizing 98% of the country for the sake of, like, 2%. And they don't think there'll be pushback to that because so many of the middle-class old right-wingers who watch this show think that they're like, oh, the elites are amazing. Anyway. Oh, I'm sorry, Bisky. I'm so sorry that your mother used to watch him, but hilarious.
When it comes to these spontaneous uprisings or mass movements, so-called spontaneous, we know that they arise.
Oh, 100%. I agree, Alan. I've said, Alan. So Alan says we should probably start attempting to normalize relations with China instead of demonizing them. Yeah, if I were in office, that's what I would do. I would reach out a hand to China because we literally could get rich off of each other. Like we would be so good working together. We'd be like very beneficial to each other. So I would be like, I would go to Xi Jinping and I'd be like, hey buddy, can we just be friends? And like, I'd be like, I'll withdraw bases and shit. I'll move back away from China. Well, we don't need all these military bases circling you that might cause problem that are kind of scaring you, which I don't blame you. Hey, can we just have like, do some trade, make some big trade agreements and things like that. Like, that's what we should be doing. We need to be working with China. All right. And in that way, folks, the American empire is going to decline, whether we want it to or not. At the very least, we can have a decline where we end up all wealthier in the end anyway, right? Where America's doing well, okay? And one way to do that is to make bonds with China, all right? So we need to fucking do that.
Crises within capitalist society. We as DSA can be a major force that can provide that sharp edge. By working in coalition with other organizations, developing those clear democratic processes to come up with a political platform, messaging and strategy, and maintain that energy while also giving the capitalist class a bloody nose.
Mamdani may be speaking Chinese, but his comrades are telling the country what they want in plain English. These tactics straight out of the Soviet playbook. Bash
the Soviet playbook.
The capitalists and burn the Constitution.
So the two things that we're famous for is our commitment to a program and our hatred of the United States Constitution. And what the program does is it gives us a roadmap to revolution, and it gives us the obstacle that we finally will have to get over to have a revolution, which is the United States Constitution, the basis of the United States government.
Interestingly enough, he's wrong slightly there. Is he, wait, so is he a socialist? Because that's not really the main roadblock. So this is just a difference in tactic. The main roadblock is capitalism. The economic mode of production we're currently engaged in, where you have private ownership of property. The Constitution can actually be used in our favor if we use it correctly. Now, obviously, what? Oh, I thought I heard someone yell my name. For example, what if we did a constitutional amendment that literally required all enterprises to be owned by the employees? That would help. Now, listen, there's a lot of problems with the Constitution. Okay, I'm not saying it's a perfect document, but I don't necessarily think that the revolution has to be completely against the Constitution. There are ways to. This is complicated, but I think he should frame it as the revolution should be against capitalism. Anyway, regardless, this is something we can debate. I mean, I don't like the Constitution in a lot of ways. There's some big problems with it, but okay.
Part of the program, abolishing the Senate.
Yeah, that's based. See, that is something we need to do. We need to get rid of the Senate.
Does it mean when you say you want to?
We need to abolish the Electoral College, abolish the Senate, weaken the power of the presidency, change how voting happens, etc.
Abolish the Senate.
Yeah.
We ultimately want to replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy, something like a parliamentary system.
This guy's awesome. I've read his book. What's his name? I forget his name, but he wrote a very famous book about, he's a democratic socialist. He's cool.
That exists in many other countries. So abolishing the Senate is not something we could snap our fingers and do next year or in a few years, but we want to expand democracy so that we have a much more representative, something like the House of Representatives.
No Senate means no checks and balances. That was a mech.
No, that's not true. Okay, so listen, that is not a check about. Okay, sorry, this is just stupid. Listen. The a check and a balance really mainly refers to the three branches of government checking and balancing each other. So no one branch of the government has power. Okay, no one branch of the government gains too much power. What is this? Did someone request the? Oh, yep. Okay, yep. We just posted the Discord so that no one branch of the government gets too much power. The Senate exists to prevent the people from having too much power. It is not a balance on like one branch of the government having too much power. It is a balance on the people having too much power. That's literally what it's for. Okay. So it is there to protect, as James Madison said, the minority of the opulent against the majority. It is there to make sure that there's not too much democracy and to make sure the elites can get rid of any kind of popular will. Yeah, at 100%. Yes. No, exactly, Laquabwa. And you're right, Laquabwa. There would like the Constitution. So 1 second, this is great. Laquabwa says, in theory, you could create an entire social society within the framework of the Constitution, especially since you're able to amend the Constitution. But of course, it's purposely difficult to amend, which is sort of a roadblock. But I don't think anti-Constitution rhetoric exactly. Now, for example, during the Civil War. So let's say in theory there was a revolution going on or something, right? During the Civil War, there were a bunch of states who had left Congress, which left it open for bills to be passed without those states being present because they had revolted. So you could still use the Constitution even if not everyone is participating and then enforce it on everyone else. There are different, but yes, you're absolutely right. So it could still be used, but it's not like to say that that's your main goal just isn't true. And it's, that might be something that needs to be done because the Constitution makes things very slow. The whole purpose is to slow down everything. Right. So, but anyway, I wouldn't say that's the number one goal.
Mechanism designed by the framers to restrain the power of a tyrannical government.
No, it's not. The Senate is designed to restrain the power of the people. It's there to empower the elites. Okay. And so by his definition, a tyrannical government is one where the people control it. Because if he thinks the Senate existing stops tyranny, he means it stops the people from getting their way.
No one's going to go for this, right? Wrong. We just got to look at the books. The Democratic Socialists of America have gone from 5,000 members to over 130,000 members in just 15 years.
Yep, 100% does,
the fastest growing political movement since MAGA. Now, MAGA dwarfs it in size, but they've captured...
Yeah, Ponder Monkey, amendments always come in waves. We need right to vote codified, end to legal bribery, and limits to POTUS powers. 100% Ponder Monkey. There's even more. And listen, we could talk about... Laquaba was right in saying that it would be very difficult. It's like very slow process to get things through the... using the Constitution through, but it's still very possible. Okay, it's still very possible. And it would have to be... a lot of other things would have to happen, of course. But yes, we need like a constitutional amendment getting money out of politics, a constitutional amendment, basically, what's the term? Changing the voting system, essentially, constitutional amendment, getting rid of the Senate, doing proportional representation. There's a few, we could talk about this. Maybe we'll do a stream sometime about possible reforms or possible edits to the Constitution. Now, again, this would be very hard to do, but it could happen. All right.
Captured the nation's attention and captured a bunch of nominations. Now, Hips, he's trying to have it both ways.
Do Democratic Socialists belong in the Democratic Party, Leader Jeffries?
Well, what I can say is that I do not support defunding the police. I do not.
I cannot stand Hakeem Jeffries. He also looks dead inside. He looks like a sociopath. I do not support defunding the police. Okay, that's not what she asked you. You're not going to answer, though.
I do not support open borders. I do not support abolishing the Senate. I don't support the DSA agenda as has been articulated by the DSA.
So literally, guys, the DSA agenda is big. There are a lot of parts of it. So you hate all of it. You've only mentioned 2 parts of it, one of which you're exaggerating. They do say they ultimately want to abolish the police, but like okay. So you don't agree with 2 points of it. What about the rest of it?
It's going to be a broad caucus. There will be progressives, there will be New Dems, there will be Blue Dogs.
I don't agree with anything they stand for, but they're welcomed into my party.
Oh yeah, so Fox News is saying that the Corpo Dems are too left-wing now. That's hilarious.
Say that about Republicans? No. The reason is because he's scared. A new CBS poll of Democrats, socialism is 2 times more popular than capitalism.
Oh my God, that's so based. Oh my fucking God, that's actually great news. That is great news. I think I've seen that before. But look, guys, look. See, this is what I mean. There are some positive signs happening. Remember I said that a while back, a few months ago. I said, hey, guys, there are some positive signs that I'm starting to notice here. These are some fucking positive signs. Okay? Yeah, Alan, that's a huge accomplishment. We have countered decades of Red Scare propaganda. Correct, Alan. And I don't mean to be cruel, but as the boomers age and as less of them are around, there will be even fewer people that are like horribly against the idea of socialism. Okay. The people who basically were propagandized in their youth into the Cold War. So like it can only get better from here. All right.
The so-called leader of Democrats in Congress has completely lost control of his agenda.
Yeah,
as a Democratic leader in the House, would you vote for or against Medicare for all?
I think as you've indicated in your question to me, it's not legislation that I currently am co-sponsoring.
Such a coward, This is why they're going to lose elections. This is why the Corpo Dems lose elections.
Sponsoring or that I support.
Wrong answer, Hips.
Yep.
What do you make of what you just heard from Leader Jeffries on Medicare for all?
Medicare for all is arguably the most important priority.
Yep.
This is a Republican dream come true. The communists are going to force a vote on the House floor for government-run health care. Everyone's going to go on the record.
Yeah, he should just be honest, LaQualbo. My health insurance donors will not let me support Medicare for all, right? This would make Daddy Donor very upset with me.
Be my guest.
He's going to put me back in the cage. Don't let him.
A couple years ago, no Democrat, maybe besides Bernie, would raise their hand high for that. Now taking away your doctor's hot. And if you're not for it, the mob's going to nail your hide to the wall. Do the Democrats have the grit to fight Trump and fight a communist insurrection? Well, right now, the only soldiers we're seeing are Fetterman and some old-timers.
When they start with this, well, we're
right, Cuomo and Fetterman, such great warriors against quote-unquote communism, okay?
Tent party. No. That is a lot of crap. Abolish the police, close prisons.
In your groove, the only reason we don't have universal health care is because the Dixiecrats couldn't stand black people getting sub-benefit. Yes, absolutely, partially there in your groove. That's a big one. It also is just the bribery, of course, right? Like, it's also just the massive bribery of politicians by healthcare companies and drug companies, and also doctors' organizations. Some of the doctors' organizations also bribe politicians, unfortunately. Brick Griff, I don't own a doctor. What am I, a slaver? Forgive me, Brick Griff. What do you mean by that? It sounds funny, but I'm not sure what it means. All right.
Open borders, do away with the Constitution.
J-Mac, totally. Classic.
That's not the Democratic tent. It's just not. But they
because the Democratic tent is corporate interests, of course.
Afraid, Bill, of the extremists. We will defeat ourselves on this path.
Democrats said don't invite your MAGA uncle over for Thanksgiving.
Look, guys, scary, sickle and hammer. I said taking away your doctor is hot. I don't have a doctor in that way. Oh, well, okay, I got you.
Remember? He's not allowed on your house for a holiday. But these crazy communists who want to abolish the police and prisons, they're allowed in.
Yeah, that's really stupid, Brick Griff. I get what you mean now.
The tent's not big enough for your family, but these maniacs, come on in. What did Maxine Waters say? No relation? Get in their face when you see them in the street, talking about us. Run them out of restaurants, they said. Don't date them. But the commies who are calling for a bloody revolution, literally, they could do business with those guys.
Right. Listen, I got to tell you, the DSA are not calling for a bloody revolution. Yeah, they literally have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Listen, the DSA, some of the complaints that communists we know about, because, there are people in here who are communists. There's communists out there who do think that revolution is the best option. I am not saying I'm one of those people. I would never say that. I'm just saying someone could argue that to some people on the left, the DSA is not left enough in some ways. I am obviously not one of those people. I would never say that, ever. I'm an angel. I would never do that. I'm just saying that, so that is very funny. Shh, literally be quiet. I'm just saying that, it's hilarious to say that the DSA are, calling for bloody, violent revolution, okay? All right. Now, admittedly, I would rather it not have to be violent and bloody, but there might at some point be, there you go, peck on bad. Well, whatever, it's fine. Very good, Ponder Monkey. Laquabwa, do you condemn Fidel Castro? Oh, Laquabwa, oh my God, he was a murderer. Fidel Castro, he took freedom away and show trials and oh my God, those poor landowners. Anyway, okay, let's continue.
We hate the Constitution and we want to punch you in the face. These people are just a nicer version of ISIS. They're saying, don't work. The government will take over everything and just give you free stuff.
No, that's not what the fuck they're saying.
Free breast implants.
They're not actually saying there would be no work. They're saying that they want us to control our own labor. And yeah, the government it's a more efficient way of doing a lot of things.
Plants for illegals, why not? Free apartment, you got it. Smoke the teeth out of your head with meth, free dentures. So why is abolishing the system and
free dentures? That's amazing. People should be allowed to have free dentures. They should be paid for by the state in taxes. Why should people be in poverty because they need dentures? Okay, what?
Living cradle to the grave off the government.
Also, literally, stop exactly, Brick Griff. What? Yeah, stop threatening me with a good time, Brick Griff, right? Why the fuck? So his audience are mainly older people. I don't understand how, okay.
All right. Appealing?
Yeah, he just hates poor people.
Well, one.
Yeah, oh my God, a lung cancer vaccine? Why would anybody want that? Oh my God, my pearls. Okay, well, you know, there might be a reason someone wants that.
Democrats didn't deliver anything for people when they had power.
Well, I agree with him there. That is an unfortunate part. They delivered barely anything. So, hey, if he's going to be right about one thing, there, okay?
Two, an entire generation came of age during the Great Recession, during a housing crisis and record inflation. And they were told, taking out 200 G's of college loans.
Peck on bad. Really? Really, Peck on bad? He's the reason your parents are so brainwashed? I'm so sorry.
Would guarantee him a job and the American dream. Now they can't afford an apartment because their degree is worthless. And Biden shoved 1 million illegals into their city, so the rent...
Wait a minute. So, like, he's close, guys. I mean, he's not close. Why can't they afford the apartment? Why are their degrees worthless? What do we like? He didn't even say why. He just said this is the way people are suffering. By the way, there's also illegals in the country. So why are people suffering in that way? The answer is, you know, the elite, capitalism, bribery, the things that the DSA are fixing. So he can't actually say the reason, because then it would make perfect sense why people like the DSA and like the socialists. And like, okay.
It's too damn high.
Let's see here, Alan. Oh my God, you're so right, Alan. Oh my God, Alan, I miss having you around. This is great. Alan just sent this. This is from Crystal Ball. Do they think this makes her look bad? And this is literally what Fox News had on their show. It has Angie Nixon, and it says her platform: Medicare for all, free childcare, free paid family and sick leave, national rent freeze and moratorium on evictions, universal jobs program, tax the rich and abolish ICE. They think, like, Fox News thinks these are scary things. Well, honestly, for older people, it might be. Okay, they see a black woman, and then they see these things, and they're like, oh my God, the socialists are taking over, right? But those people aren't going to be around forever, all right? But, like, this is an advertisement for her. Like, okay, funny. Yeah, for older people, they're terrified, right? Okay.
So what they do, they quit, and they want a shortcut to success. And the Democrat Party, their party, surrendered. Axios says it like this: they've lost their identity. Quote, establishment Democrats have made clear what they're against without making much of a case for what they're for.
What?
It's hard to beat something with nothing.
That's true, actually.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
Jesus, that is, I don't know. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, identity crisis. Also, Brick Griff. Also, Ben Shapiro argues that retirement kills people. So the opposite, everyone being forced to work in the mines, is a great for body and spirit. Oh my God, you're totally right, Brick Griff. Ben Shapiro is one of those people that's like, you should work until you die. That's the American way, okay? Right. That's fun. That's very fun. Okay. So let's see here. We have, let's see what else we got here, guys. So let's do a little palate cleanser, I think. Ooh, Clumsy Mumsy. You know what? No, let's watch this short. This is a short sent to us by
the first and only
Lisa
time.
Sent a lot of good ones recently. Then we'll do one of Julian's palate cleansers. This one is a short. It's called "Former Ambassador on the Meeting with Trump That Made Him Quit." Okay, so obviously, guys, the left is rising. This is good. The DSA is rising. The commies are rising, as you know, fucking Fox News says. So that's good news. So let's see this.
I ever met President Trump. I walked into the Oval Office, and I had briefed presidents before, and I knew what the sort of standard routine was. And he looks up at me.
Yeah,
and
no
the
problem, Griff. Hope to see you again.
First thing he says to me is, "So you're my ambassador in Panama. What do we get from Panama?" That's what he asked me. Well, we got the world's largest economy and the most powerful military. Panama's a country of 4.5 million people. It's got no military. And he wants to know what we get. I was prepared for it. I immediately slipped into New York cabbieese, thinking that he didn't want to hear State Department palaver. And I said, what do we get, Mr. President? Let me tell you what we get. If you bought an iPhone or a widescreen TV on the East Coast of the United States and you got it at the lowest price possible because where it was made to the time it was delivered to a port on the east coast of the U.S. came at the lowest possible cost because it went through the Panama Canal. That's what we get from Panama.
Oops.
And he looks at me and he goes, huh, who knew? That's it. I kid you not, man. That's what he said. Who knew? And that's one of the things that contributed to my, I mean, all joking aside, that contributed to my unease about continuing to be his personal representative. This is a man who is so fundamentally ignorant, who is surrounded by people who are not ignorant, but who in their presentation towards a region that I dedicated about 30 years of my life
He doesn't, Trump
have
is not
such
that
a
smart.
fundamentally superficial view. And
He's very
it boils
stupid,
down
yes.
to, what do we get?
Brick Griff, are you still there? Brick Griff, are you still here, Brick Griff? I just looked you up. Let me do a shout out for you. Are you still here, Brick Griff? If you're not, it's okay. I'll wait till you come back at some point, then I'll do a shout out for you. Okay.
From these guys.
He's such a fucking idiot. Donald Trump is such an idiot. Okay. Anyway, so, all right. Because of fucking idiot. Okay, that was pretty funny. Okay, sorry. I know I was not focused there for a second. Let's see here. Let's see what else we got. Let's watch one of Jay Williams. I need a palate cleanser. My brain is dying. The King of Clean Comedy. What? The King of Clean. This is going to sound like very boring comedy. Okay, the King of Clean Comedy. Jesus. All right. Hilarious J Mac. All right. So, guys, let's do a little bit of a Jay Williams segment, shall we? So, Jay Williams is a lovely member of our community. He's a little hellraiser, I'll tell you what. Jay Williams is a little hellraiser. But this is Brick is back, really? Where? I don't see Brick. Is Brick back? Anyway, is Brick got back? Okay. Anyway, so let us do, Jay Williams is a little hellraiser. That's right. So this is, I want Jay Williams to respond. That's why I keep saying it, but maybe he's busy. But anyway, so I mean, like dirty comedy, like a pig fell in the mud, right? Hilarious. Okay. So this is called, I don't know. So Jay Williams sends us videos that are like from the 80s and 90s and shit like that. They're just little clips. And they allow me to make commentary on things because these were, no, I'm here, you jackass. Oh, Jay Williams. Jay Williams. Look at that little hellraiser raising hell. Okay. Anyway, so with this, we're going to watch what Jay Williams sent us. This is called The King of Clean Comedy. We'll see what it is, all right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome America's #1 cleaning expert, Mr. Don Aslett, the only man who dares to ask the burning question, is there life after housework?
First of all, I couldn't help but notice that the audience is full of women. No, that's okay. LaQualba, I didn't know either. I literally didn't know either, LaQualba. I clicked on the name and looked it, so it's not your fault, okay? All right. But, okay. This is going to get very sexist very quickly, okay? Very sexist very quickly. So let's see here what they're going to talk about, okay? Life after housework, okay.
When kids are asleep in the afternoon, women have nothing to do but watch soap operas, flip chocolates in the air, and walk around. And I know you're all Cub Scout leaders, and you might have a play and need some bullhorns, too.
Oh, okay. First of all, no. Okay, by the way, this is at a time period where some of these women are probably working, first of all. Second of all, housework is hard. There's a lot of shit you got to do. I hate my wife comedy. I like this guy. I don't know why you're so upset, Sam. I hate you, Jay Williams. Okay, anyway, look, I hate my wife comedy is the lowest form of comedy. Yeah, like it's not even funny. It's kind of like, okay, well, here's being a dick. Okay.
The drawer. How many have the drawer at home?
That actually is true. There are a lot of people that have the drawer. I have a drawer, okay, where you just put all the random shit. Okay.
One of you. Boy, look who's clapping the loudest. The junk lady.
Okay.
She did look like you. She was probably your sister, you know. snort. Keep it. Ah, damn it.
This is horrific comedy. This isn't funny at all. It isn't even comedy. But hey, if the ladies like it, it's fine, right? I guess they seem to be enjoying it, I guess.
Flop. Flop. I'll tell you another experience.
Hello, Lucy
You
Rose.
never
Lucy
experienced
Rossi.
pure
Sorry, this is terrible.
inhibition until you squeeze it in the nude. That is the finest experience. And it's going around like that. I go and pack my stuff, and you see me with my famous toilet suitcase.
What? I literally don't get this. What is funny about this? Christ.
All good in life emulates forth from the home, and we're told get away from the home, go away from everything. Now, all beauty, all humor, everything comes out of it. That's the place to stay. Let's do it. There's life.
Oh my fucking God. Did you hear that? Women, you have to stay in the home. Stay. That's where all beauty comes from. Stay in the home. Okay. What if I don't want to? Great hit peck on bad right in the middle of the screen. Well done. Okay.
After housework. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, that was kind of fucked up. All right, we need a better one. We need a better one. Let's find a better one. That one was just, the fuck was wrong with him, okay? I mean, it was good, but, all right. Let's find a quick better one, and then we'll stop with that, okay? Don't mess with my mind. I don't know what that's about. Let's find out. Let's try one more of these shorts. Okay, that was pretty weird guy. Okay, Mad Prophet of the Regional No, let's do Don't Mess With My Mind. What? Okay, this one.
K-I-D! K-I-D-T-R-I-C-K-S! Kid tricks! You can fool my eye, but don't mess with my mind. Kid tricks! You can fool my eye, but don't mess with my mind. Kid tricks! Kid tricks! Kid tricks!
What?
Kid tricks!
Most people don't know that they can be tricked by
Don't laugh, elevator lady. It's not funny.
someone who says that they
Just
have
kidding.
powers. And second, most people want to believe that somehow our
Thanks,
brains
Eddie.
can have special powers. There are even games people play where they pretend to have powers, evil powers that aren't good games to play. One game is called the Ouija board.
Oh
When
my
peop-
fucking God. Are these loony Christian people that are like, oh my God, that like, don't do real magic or some shit like that? Okay.
People use the
Christ.
Ouija board, they put their hands on what is called the planchette. Then they move their hands around.
Guys, the Ouija boards are fake. They don't do anything. You know that, right? You do know that Ouija boards aren't like a real thing. That you don't actually talk to the dead, right? Right. You do know that like the people who do the Ouija board like move it around themselves, right? And that there's probably at least one of your friends, if you've had an experience, that is moving it around without you noticing, because that's how it's set up to do. It's set up to move if any one person around the Ouija board moves it. Okay, so like it recommends you have multiple people because then you can't tell who's moving it. And it is fake. So to be very clear, there's this bullshit idea. Even when I was a Catholic, okay, when I was younger, Catholics say that like it opens a portal to demons. No, it doesn't. It's people who move their hands around on a fucking board. Okay, it's not spirits moving it around. It is people's hands moving it around. Anyway, okay, just clarifying that for anyone who might be confused.
On the board that has letters and the words yes and no. People believe that a spirit will help them spell out words that will tell them something important and answer yes and no questions.
But it's fake.
Scientists know it is the person moving the planchette and
Yes.
not a spirit.
There.
But it's dangerous to pretend that a spirit is in you. Another game that's best to leave alone is Dungeons and Dragons. In this game, people pretend they're witches and sorcerers and that they kill and hurt people.
I don't get it. He said science says that it's not this way, but you still shouldn't do it because you shouldn't tempt it.
You might
What?
ask why you shouldn't play with one of these games, say in your home or at a friend's house. Well, anytime that you pretend that there's an evil spirit in you or that you're killing somebody else, you run the risk that you might be messing up your own mind or someone else's. And in many cases, kids have either killed each other or killed themselves.
What?
By pretending to play these kinds of games.
No, they fucking haven't. No, they fucking haven't. Okay. I can tell you one fucking case of this. Okay? And it wasn't because there was this game called EverQuest. There was a game called EverQuest that was one of the early massive multiplayer online games, where some people got so addicted to it that they ended up committing suicide. But those people were already having major mental health issues. Okay. So I've heard this argument before. Like the EverQuest person, this person, really, they did? Okay. Like this person, like it was all over the news, like, oh, EverQuest makes you kill. No, this person had some serious issues. And EverQuest was like the way they escaped. So when they lost access to it, it made them snap. But it wasn't it wasn't EverQuest that caused it, okay? It was the society which led these people to be isolated and having all these other issues. Anyway, okay, so I don't know. I doubt that's ever happened. I don't think anyone has committed suicide because of D&D. Maybe they have. I don't fucking know. But it's not because of the D&D. Do you understand what I mean? Okay.
And what they did back in those days is if somebody died early, in other words, before the other prisoners on the cross, they would make sure that they were dead because if they weren't dead, they'd do what to the executioner? They'd kill him, right? What they would do is they would take a spear.
Why the fuck? See, this is why religion is so fucking disturbing. You walk into a fucking Catholic church and you see a fucking man being crucified on all the walls. You go into any class or like into like a Catholic school, you like on the wall of every classroom is Jesus being executed on the cross. Like, oh, hello, kids. Look at the man being tortured to death through crucifixion on all the walls. But it's okay. It's religion, right? It's fine. Or like, oh, look, I'm going to show the kids how Jesus was stabbed in the side with a blade. Because that's one of the ways that one of the wounds Jesus got, according to Christians, was that he was stabbed in the side with a spear to make sure he was dead. And then it says in the Bible that water and blood came out of his body. It's kind of fucked up. So why is, okay.
And they push it in his side. All the
but
way.
no, guys, don't worry. D&D is what the problem is. Okay, D&D. Hey, if you're an adult, Jay Williams, I'm all for it. I'm just saying, for children, it's kind of weird to show them all these images of man being crucified and like talk about crucifixion. But anyway, so okay, it's fucking weird.
Inside of him to make sure he was dead. If you were a friend to have a game like this in your house, throw it out and get rid of it. When you have to
guys, there are so many fucking stories out there of like, oh, I threw away the Ouija board and it ended up back in my house. Whoa! It's not true.
Pretend that you have an evil power in order to play a game. It's not the kind of game you should play. There are plenty other games to play. Games that are lots of fun and no chance of anyone getting hurt or hurting others.
Oh, you can get really fucking hurt playing. You can get really fucking hurt playing. What is it? Fuji? What is it called? What the fuck is that called? The sports thing. Okay, the sports thing. Foosball. Thank you. Whatever. Whatever. All these sports things look the same to me. Thank you, Philly cheese. I don't know. Is it golf? Whatever the fuck it is. Foosball. You can get hurt doing that shit. Have you ever stuck your hand in one of those things when your sister is playing it with you and she turns it and it hits your hand and it's painful? You can get those things are probably more dangerous than a fucking Ouija board. That's for sure. The Ouija board ain't gonna hurt you, right? It's a fake thing, but the foosball table might hurt you. But who the fuck cares? Okay, like you get my point. Like who the fuck? Yeah, like you get the full ones with the jam bars, and then you can like hit each other with the fucking jam. Like those are more dangerous. But of course, I don't care. They're not dangerous. But like clearly, anyway. Chess X hockey is way better. Is that true? Okay. Hello, Lou Blanchett. Is speaking to a ghost not fun? No, listen, you're not speaking to a ghost. That's funny because you're not actually speaking to a ghost. That's why it's funny. Okay, the foosball ball if ingested, but also choke a child. There you go. Right. So much more dangerous than a fucking Ouija board. Okay. By the way, we do know that the word Ouija is literally a combination of the word yes in French and the word yes in German. That's how they decided to name it that. They took two words and shoved them together. We and ja, Ouija. So just you know, because it's a made up shit. Okay, it's made up shit. I am the ghost, but it is a ghost. The ghost of capitalism past. There. Okay, I love you, Lou. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you don't actually. Okay, thank you. I love that. All right.
Who's a person that you might go to say if you were trying to check out the story about Jesus, who would you go to? Brian, who do you think you'd go to?
Well, my parents or my grandparents.
Some of us might be able to go to a Sunday school teacher. And do you know what Jesus said? He said if you want to go to heaven, you have to believe in him. Now, I don't know about you.
Yeah, thus, guys, everyone in the world who was never exposed to Jesus automatically goes to hell. Shocking, that mainly means non-white people are going to go to hell. Huh, that's kind of strange. Kind of seems biased, right? Like, there's not many people in China, for example, who believe in Jesus, probably. So I guess most of the world's population is going to end up going to hell, or the country with the largest. So, like, they are a perfect capitalist. They are a perfect capitalist product. That is true, Lou. So, like, they're stuck in purgatory. Hilarious, the qual. Yeah, so buy a knockoff Ouija board, right? But, like, so, okay. I love that. Believe in Jesus and you'll go to heaven. Yeah, I guess if you have never experienced Jesus, you're going straight to hell. That sounds cute. That sounds like a merciful and all-loving God. By the way, also a deeply incompetent God, because clearly he wasn't smart enough to make sure everyone knew about Jesus before he condemned them to hell. And if he did know, then he's cruel, because he's like, it's fine. I know not everyone will know, so they don't even have a chance to think about Jesus, but they're going to send them to hell anyway. That's cute. Yep, if you die before you get baptized, you also get stuck in purgatory. Now, I don't even know, LaCroix, if like the Catholic Church believes that anymore. I don't know if they believe in purgatory anymore. I think that got rescinded, but like for a long time there was a belief in purgatory. Yeah, I don't know.
Before I'd want to believe in something like that, because that's really important, isn't it? Where you're going to go after you die. You'd want to check it out with
Not really. It's not that important. It just isn't. When you're dead, you're dead. Listen, I know that sounds dark, but be like the samurai. Do a death poem. It's fine. The wind will keep on blowing. The water will keep flowing. A nice breeze will flow by. It'll be nice. It's fine. You won't know it. You'll be dead. You won't be missing anything because you won't experience anything. Okay? Guys, listen. If you think about it. What was the world like before you were born? What was the world like before you were born? It was still here. Things were happening. That's what'll happen. It'll be like learning about history. Everything will be happening, but you just won't be here. Okay? Anyway, and it's fine because you won't matter to you. But anyway.
All of your what? All of your mind and all of your heart. But you know what?
Oh, it absolutely is very dark, LaCroix.
I do believe there are real supernatural powers. Powers that don't come from our mind, but powers that come from God or Satan. You see, God's powers are good. He knows what we're thinking.
Jesus, Lou Blanchett, hi, Catholic here. One of the recent popes said he hopes hell is empty, implying he thinks it's possible everyone goes to heaven, and since we cannot know what becomes of any person in judgment, so saying someone will go to hell for even a mortal sin cannot be promised. Very true. Very true. Of course, there's no evidence of heaven either, of course, but yes, there's no evidence of heaven or hell or anything like that. All right, so yeah. Don't use the Lord's name in vain. Hilarious. Okay, I want the space in hell. Me too. Give me hell. Hell, I like warm temperatures. Probably a lot of sodomites down there, according to the old Catholics who say that gay people are going straight to hell. So I guess all the gays are down there. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. They must have changed their mind on that. Isn't that funny? Isn't that weird how, like, the Catholic Church kept changing its mind all the fucking time in history, but and every single time they changed it, they said it was the one true right way. So which one is it? Did God change his mind over time and suddenly decide that some things were moral or immoral? Or was, like, the Catholic Church just wrong all those times and it's a human institution and they just making it up as they go? Probably that one. Okay, so that's just a note. Philly cheese. Okay, the parties will be more fun. I don't know. I don't want to sing for all eternity. I know, right? Christ, that'd be boring. And you probably have to say the same tired hymns over and over again, right? Like, I danced in the morning. That's actually a fun one. I danced in the morning when the world was begun. I danced in the moon and the stars and the sun. I came down from heaven and I danced on the earth. At Bethlehem I had my birth. That's kind of a fun one. By the way, Jesus wasn't born in Bethlehem. Just saying. Just adding that in there. He wasn't born in Bethlehem.
And he also knows what's going to happen to us in the future. Now, some people will try and trick us and tell us their powers come from God. Before we believe them,
Probably Nazareth, Laquabwa. Probably Nazareth. Okay. Bethlehem was where King David came from. The Roman Empire, right? King David came from Bethlehem. Old prophecies at the time had said that the Messiah would have to come from the line of David. So in early versions of the Bible, there is no, the early Gospels, there's no mention of Bethlehem. It was added later by later writers to make it appear as though Jesus had fulfilled this prophecy. Oh, well, he was born in Bethlehem. He must be from the line of David. Okay, that's not where he was born. Okay, so yeah, they just added it to make it more relevant, to make it seem like he fulfilled the prophecies, because the ones who did, I forget which gospel writer it was, did that because they were trying to convert more Jews. So they had to convince Jews that he was the Messiah. So they added that. Okay. By the way, there's also, listen, I could talk about this for days. Yeah, he was Jesus of Nazareth. There are also, there's a part in one of the Bibles where it says that the Romans made everyone go back to their hometowns to be counted for the census. And that's why Jesus went to Bethlehem, because that's where they were, because Joseph was from Bethlehem, which is funny because first of all, Joseph isn't Jesus's father technically. So why would that mean that Jesus was from the line of David if Joseph is the one who's related to David, and that's why they're going back there? Second of all, how the fuck does that make sense? Why on God's green earth would the Romans uproot entire populations of people to have them return to their hometowns where they were born for the sake of a census? The Romans never did that. That would be stupid. You can't uproot an entire population and do a mass migrations of people just for a census. That's stupid. Like, that doesn't happen. All right? There was zero historical evidence that did happen, and if it did happen, which it didn't, that would be very dumb. Okay, anyway, I could rant about this for ages.
we have to check it out. Ask your pastor or a Sunday school teacher. They'll be glad to help you. Because
Yeah,
you
exactly,
see, Satan will try and trick
That's
us.
also a census. Yeah, that'd be a way too big logistical pain in the ass. They never did it. Laquaba it's not how a census works.
He can't read our minds, and he can't predict the future.
Who can't? Who can't read your minds or predict the future?
He can't read our minds.
Who? Satan?
Sunday school teacher. They'll be glad to help you.
Oh, of course, Lou Blanchett. Absolutely.
Because you see, Satan will try and trick us. He can't read our minds, and he can't predict the future. But through people like psychics, he'll try and trick us. But when we have Jesus in our hearts, we don't have to be afraid of Satan's powers, because God will protect us. When Jesus died and came back to life and then went back to heaven, he knew that it would be hard for some of us to believe that he really came back to life, because there are so many people out there faking that they really have powers.
Right. Kind of incompetent on God's part. Why would you, what is it? How many years ago now? Over 2,000 years ago, some random guy comes back to life in the Middle East, and you expect every generation after it to believe it, even though they weren't there to see it. And it was passed down orally for a long time, and we have only like a few documents that say it happened, and most all of them were have edits to them and shit. Not really the best way to convince people, right? So, yeah, that's kind of seems done to me. Not only that, why is it that this story wasn't able to spread to places like China, which was the most populous place in the world? Another oopsie on God's part there. If you're going to try and convince people that someone died and came back to life, you better make it known in China. But, you know, what? So the implication there is that the Chinese must just be evil or something because they didn't accept Christ, which is kind of racist. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I know. I get frustrated with this shit. Okay? Okay.
That's why he said.
And of course, I'm not sure. So Lou Blanchett, and of course, I'm not sure the Jewish faith makes a compelling case either since the biblical flood. Oh, yeah, they're all fake, Lou. All the major religions are fake. Okay? Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism is fake. Buddhism is somewhat fake. Okay? None of them are real. But that includes Christianity. Okay, anyway, but hey, I'm sorry. I'm on my atheist rant. Whatever.
That if you want to believe in him, he wants us to check out the facts and find out how he died and came back to life.
No, Jay Williams was joking, Lou Blanchard. Jay Williams doesn't actually mean because they're atheist communists, right?
I
Okay,
did, and that's why I asked
LaQuabois, Scientology is the one true religion. Oh my God, LaQuabois, I hate you so much.
him into my heart. And he's always been a friend that I can trust. And the Bible, well, it's never steered me.
That's really sad if this imaginary figure is the only friend you can trust. What does that say about you? Why are people always like betraying you? Maybe you're not the trustworthy.
wrong
You're
and
the
how
one
to
that's
live my
misunderstood.
life and love and help others. After you watch this last trick, why don't you give it some
Lou
thought?
Blanchard, and I actually believe they have the mandate of heaven. Oh, I'm sorry, Lou. Forgive me. I misinterpreted what you said, Lou. Forgive me.
And check out the facts about Jesus. Until the next time, I'm your friend, Danny Corum.
Okay, that was gross. Ugh.
What does the hat mean?
Oh God, is this? Wait a minute. Is this a new one? Oh, is this a new one? Have we seen this one? Have we seen this one? I don't think we've seen this one. Is this Long Island? A Long Island? We should watch it. We should totally watch it. Okay, I got you, Lou Blanchard. I'm slow today, Lou Blanchard. Forgive me. Okay, Daliism is the one true religion, right? It should be, right? Okay, anyway. Yeah, no, they all look the same, right? But you like it, LaQuabois. I thought you liked watching them rant and rave aimlessly. I thought that was the thing you like. Okay, guys, I gotta pee. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. I just really gotta pee. I'm like literally moving in my seat because my bladder's about to explode. I'm gonna piss all over the place. So give me 1 second.
say, if love could be a picture, you put it on display. You need to know I'm happy. Your memory kills the pain. Just make sure that you're with me. I'll see you again. I won't let your memory fade. You are with me still in a different way, and I feel you in every place on the darkest night. The sun on my face. I'm asking for a message. It's been raining in my mind. Every day is turning brighter. I've been seeing all your signs. You're my ghost. Your kind is clear, but I can feel you here. You're my.
All right, I'm back. Shall we keep going? He knows this is billable time. Sir Bart, you're so funny. Anyway, thank you, Doug. 1 second. Let me quickly, let me do that. I got a hard-boiled egg because I'm really fucking hungry. So I'm going to eat that real fast, okay? Let's do that first. Do a little bit of a hard-boiled egg deal. And then, okay. Yep. Yep, Chairman Bart. Because I'm a degenerate. Lou Blanchett, you're funny. Okay, let's continue, shall we? No, I refuse to do it. Jay Williams, you get a boop. Boop. Thank you for being nice to me, for being an asshole, Jay Williams. To people, you know what I mean. Okay, anyway, yes, casual egg. Listen, my big boop stick. Fine, Philly cheese, you get a boop. Boop. Don't you need a boop stick to boop people? Bonk! The Quabball gets a boop. Boop. Philly cheese, I already gave you one, okay? Chairman Bart gets a boop. Boop. Elevator lady gets a boop. Boop. I need a new bonk stick. Guys, donate to the stream if you want me to get a new boop stick. There's my capitalism coming out. Donate to the stream. If you want me to get a new boop stick, donate, okay? Okay. He wanted a CIA award for leftist activism and journalism. Hilarious, Lou. Okay. Lou gets a boop. Boop. And everyone else gets a boop. Whatever. You won't get a boop. Happy. Thank you, Pat on Bad. You get a boop. Boop. Thank you, Pat on Bad. I will put that into my boop stick fund. Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Did anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Doug gets a boop. Boop. Whatever. You all get a boop. Oh my God. Thank you, LaQuabwa, for gifting a sub to Lou Blanchett. Welcome, Lou Blanchett. Lou Blanchett, I promise you I'm not normally a screaming atheist. I mean, I am sometimes. But mostly we do left-wing content here. Okay, mostly we do a lot of left-wing shit. Okay, so sometimes I'm a screaming atheist, but you know, I try to not. Well, I don't try that hard, but I try not to do it all the time. But I do it sometimes. Okay, you prefer them bedeviled? Whatever. Okay, bedeviled? Who says that? Okay, anyway, whatever. God damn it, Chairman Bart. All right, let me put my face up. Okay. So, let's get back. What are we watching? I don't even fucking remember. What are we watching? Okay, why not? For shits and giggles. I'm sorry, I have food shoved in my mouth. Okay. I mean, look, I just had an argument with someone from my neighbor, from the neighbor of my ethnic country. I just had an argument with someone from the neighbor of my ethnic country. Oh, I got you. That's okay. I got you. Okay. Let's see here. Where's my fucking face? Why can't I put my goddamn face up? All right. There we go. Okay. So guys, let's fuck ourselves over. Why not? Let's see what the magats have to say. Right? It'll be fun. Let's see what the Trump supporters say. We all love this, right? Pack on back. Don't you dare hit me over the head. Thank you guys so much who have donated. I'm very low energy today. I'm very low T today. So I wouldn't say my ethnicity yet. I'm too scared. Oh, that's okay, Lou Blanchett. You don't have to. Really, you don't. Okay. So let's see here. Let's watch this together. Let's watch this. Let's see what the lunatics have to say.
What does the hat mean? Oh, the greatest president ever in the whole history of this country.
What's his greatest accomplishment?
Being defeated in the war in Iran, that's a great accomplishment. I appreciate that. That was a good thing. I like that idea. I like America being destroyed. Look, Chairman Bart, CR is low T after meat stuff and Wednesday. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Okay.
Make America great.
Lou Blanchett. I just noticed Lou Blanchett made a really funny comment earlier. Whenever I have nightmares, that's so funny. Lou Blanchett, you're hilarious. Lou Blanchett, whenever I have nightmares about the evils of other communists, my loving market forces trickle down a phrase to my ear, laissez-faire, laissez dormir. Okay, that is so fucking funny. You're hilarious. Lou Blanchett, we love you.
Again. That's it.
We're here at a Trump event here in Long Island, New York. Going to talk to people, find out why they decided to come out today. Trump is going to be talking about public safety, amongst other things, I'm sure. It's going to be stuff on the teleprompter. There's going to be stuff that he's just going to start saying. Are you an American or a Democrat? What does that mean?
American. You got to be American. Democrats, unbelievably false. They listen to everything. It's crazy. Yeah.
Do you think Americans are? Do you think Democrats are Americans?
No.
Honestly, neither of those options are very good.
But they literally are, though.
Well, they may be American.
Like, literally think about, like, I don't think either of those options are great. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Are you an American or are you a Democrat? Like, okay.
America is, but not my America. They don't believe in what I believe in.
And what do you believe in?
I believe in justice for all. That's what I believe in.
Did you decide to come out today?
Oh my God, why not? Geez, beautiful day, surrounded.
Why not? Why wouldn't I want to go to a Trump rally? Well, I could be playing a video game. I could be chatting with you guys in the Discord and harassing you. I could be doing a chore. I could be sitting around watching a show. I could be, I could be baking some baked goods. I could make some cookies. I don't have to fucking go to a Trump rally. Why wouldn't I go to a Trump rally? I don't know, because you're a sane person. And that would be a generally good answer.
By my own kind.
Your own kind? What is
By
that?
your own kind. He means white people.
I mean,
kind. Well, support for the American.
Yeah, not a cult, right, Ponder
way,
Monkey?
And America comes first. Period. Everything else is second.
I want my country back from the heathens that hate it.
And who hates it?
The heathens.
You know
Wow.
who they are.
Who?
The Muslims.
I would love that. I would gladly, hey, Doug, if I ever get rich and famous, I will dress up in a jester outfit and go to a Trump rally just for you. And I will live stream it, okay? Because that's what I want to do. If I can afford the equipment and shit, I will go out and go to fucking shit as a jester.
The Islamists,
Eventually.
all of that. I want it gone.
I think an entire
Yeah,
religion of
Muslims.
people hates America?
I do, yeah. Yeah, I do.
Really? All right. Why are you so excited to see Trump
Wow.
today?
What a piece of shit.
He's our president. I love him. He's doing the right thing for our country and for everybody. And there's nobody like him. There'll never be anybody like him.
And what's his great?
Oh, Lou Blanchett, probably to some country you've never been to, because that's what he does. He deports people to countries they've never been to.
Greatest accomplishment thus far?
Making America safe.
Great hit, Pet Combat, right in the face.
And he's there for the people. That's to me,
right,
the
Chair.
most important thing, 100%. Making America safe, the economy, the border.
Let's hold on the economy. But what's going on with the economy right now?
The economy is great, if you ask me. The stock market is fantastic.
Right. That, can we be clear? Can we be clear that, like, the stock market is not the economy? Awkward. Literally. So the stock market is not the economy. You're literally bowing. You're literally bowing to the elites if you equate the stock market with the economy, because the elites are the ones who primarily own the stock market. So of course for them, they're very interested in the stock market, but like that's not so like for I wonder how much stock she has. Maybe not that much. Okay, I doubt she has a vast portfolio. But that is a talking point that the elites want people to be obsessed with the stock market because they profit the most from the stock market. She probably doesn't profit that much from it. Okay. Lou Blanchett, the stock market is not the economy. Isaac Newton after the South Sea Company. You're right. Okay. Wie geht es Ihnen, Lou Blanchett?
Hey, listen, things are expensive, but it's going to get better. The gas is number one thing for people. I know that's going to go away. That's my opinion.
Do you blame Trump
Or comment ça va?
for the high gas prices?
No. No, because if any other president, if they did that, the same thing would happen. He needs.
If they went to war with Iran.
Yes.
How do you feel about the gas prices right now?
I don't see a difference. A dollar, I'd pay an extra $1 for our gas tanks. I
Ah.
think people make.
Je parle français, not much. I don't actually speak that much French. I speak German much better than French. I can probably read some French, but I'm not great at speaking it. Okay. Et comme ci, comme ça. Okay.
Too much of a big deal about it. We paid over $5.
I know,
a
right,
gallon
Philly
for a lot of
cheese?
years. If it was $8 as Americans, we'd pay it. We all have big trucks, and I think it's just something for everyone to complain about.
What are your thoughts on that?
Really break it down, it's only $1 more, and if you have
Yes,
a
I
12
know, Lou. But you said you went to Lausanne. So where is that in Switzerland? I kept having a mind blank. Why can't I think? But I thought it was a country that spoke French and German. That's why I started speaking French and German.
12 to 15 gallon tank, it's $12 to $15 extra every time you fill up.
Is that a good
That
thing?
is, it is Switzerland. Okay.
For some people it might be bad, but I feel like people would pay $10 if they had to.
Did you have any thoughts on the
I understand,
disclosure
Lou.
report from Trump? Made $2.4 billion in 2025.
Well, he's a businessman first, and like every other person that does get into politics, a lot of the incentive
Hello,
is
Dollar
for
Boy.
profit. So, I don't blame him for setting him and his family up.
The incentive to get into politics is profit?
No, well, for most people, sure. You're going to politics to make money, not to support, the constituency.
Do you think that's true of Trump?
I would
going
believe
well,
he'll take
Dollar Boy.
advantage of everything he can, and he's rightfully.
I think this guy's gay. He's probably on Grindr. He's probably on Grindr or Sniffies. He's a very tight shirt.
Rightfully so.
Probably likes a twink.
I don't have any problem with that.
Should politicians be doing that? Taking advantage of the system and using their power to make money?
Then you have to go back to the root core of insider trading. Let's talk about that. Okay.
Do you all like ICE?
I like ICE.
I love ICE.
I like ICE.
I think they cut out all the things. I mean, what do you want them to
Wow.
do? They're not kicking in doors and taking innocent people out. These people.
That's actually literally what they're doing. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. That is literally what they're doing. They're kicking in doors and taking innocent people. Listen, even if they were taking people who weren't quote unquote innocent, if they were only taking people that are like migrants, that's still horrible and evil. So, okay, they're the fucking Gestapo.
People are murderers. They are. They are people that bring children
What did she say? Oh my
over
God.
the border and put them into slavery.
People that came here illegally. Period. They don't have to rape someone.
Feels like there is right, but what you said, I think
Christ.
everyone in the country would agree. Get those people should be
Look at the look of disgust on her face when she's thinking about brown people. What a horrible human being.
behind bars regardless, committing crimes.
She's like, oh God.
Remember people that have been here for like
migrants.
10 years, they're part of a community, but they did come in not legally the first time.
Remember that is in that category. They came to this country, got a job, he pays his taxes. If they're working and they're paying their taxes and not living off of my back or your back or their
Literally, first of all, this is a stupid argument. First of all, I don't care. Even if they're not putting into taxes, I don't give a shit. They're fucking human beings. Okay? So, like, can we, like, be clear that when she, her talking about, like, taxes and shit like that, they contribute far more into taxes than they take out. Okay? They are a net tax benefit. I don't care. This is like monetizing humans. I don't care either way. Even if they were taking more than they're putting in, it doesn't matter. But this argument is stupid and it's wrong and it's immoral, obviously.
back, then yes, they should be able to become citizens.
Who's the best president ever?
President Donald J. Trump.
Who's the second greatest?
President Donald J. Trump.
Oh my fucking God. Okay.
Third.
Trump.
America is great again. Is America great?
Wow.
Absolutely. Based upon where they were
He
under
probably doesn't know any other presidents, let's be honest.
where we were under the previous administration, it's night and day. Absolutely. There's
Gas prices are $1 higher than when Trump took office.
they're higher now because of the Iran situation, absolutely, but they'll be coming down.
Will they? Listen, guys, listen. We already know that some of Trump's admin is saying that the gas prices might be up for a year to 2 years more, if not longer than that. That's an underestimate. So, okay, the gas prices are going to be up for a very long time because we've lost the war. We know that, right? The United States has lost the war with Iran. Okay, we have, predictably, because who would have thought that our illegal war of aggression wasn't going to end up well when our, the empire is falling. I'm very happy about it, by the way. I'm glad the empire is falling. But America has lost the war with Iran. Israel has lost the war with Iran. America and Israel have lost the war with Iran. Oh, what a shame that the evil empire has lost. Oh, I'm going to go cry myself to sleep. Regardless, the gas prices are not going to come down anytime soon. And it is Donald Trump's fault.
You said Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment in the second term is?
His greatest accomplishment. What would you say his greatest accomplishment is?
Getting rid of illegal aliens. That's his greatest accomplishment.
Yes, I should say that, but I didn't know if I should say it.
Why didn't you want to say it?
I don't know. It's a touchy subject.
Oh, gosh, Lou. Oh, no. Well, you mean, I got you. Okay, I see. I'm not going to say that out loud because I don't know if you want me to say it out loud, but yes, I think I know what you mean.
But,
Why do you think it is?
It's just coming here legally. That's all we're asking. And everybody's getting all, hyped up about ICE. And listen, they're doing their job. ICE is doing their job. And
yeah, that's why I want to abolish them, because if their job is deporting people, I know it does give me one to two to choose from, but I ain't gonna go guessing, okay?
Like I said, just come in legally. That's all we're asking.
Actually, technically, Lou Blanche. So, guys, I'll read it out loud because we literally just, Lou Blanche, I literally just did a unit on Hitler and the Nazis because I do educational units. So, folks, forgive me, Lou Blanchett. I'm not going to get people to guess. Lou Blanchett says, I'm worse than brown people, according to the big Austrian that is the inspiration of all this. So I want all of you to think to yourselves, who could it be that are not brown that Hitler would have hated? There are actually like more than two options, technically, Lou Blanchett, and technically, right?
Okay. We're not asking you to leave. Just come in legally.
There's one, Ponder,
would you
yes.
like to see ICE targeting the criminals, or are you okay with what's happening now where they're just targeting people that maybe didn't come into the country illegally, even if they're part of communities here and they've been here for years?
Yeah, there's a handful.
Well, the criminals are really important because of, what they've done and who they've killed. But I think it's everybody.
My fucking God.
It should
Monsters.
be fair for everybody. Whether you're a criminal or not a criminal, you should come in legally.
And what's your message to somebody who's trying to go through the process? They came here illegally, but they're going to their immigration hearings. They're trying to, get citizenship. They're trying to do it the right way, and then they get arrested at an immigration hearing by ICE.
Well, I don't know how to answer that one. Just keep trying. Keep trying to do it the right way. That's all I can say.
No, but they'll be deported. They're deported now because they're trying to do it the right way. Then they're deported.
Hey, he has a good point. Who wants to actually go to your hearings? Who wants to actually go to your hearing if you're worried you're going to be deported? So, they're actually persuading people to not go and follow the legal route because you might be picked up by ICE if you actually go to your court hearing dates. So, okay, but we know this. We know this. They probably know it too, but they don't care.
By ICE.
Well, I think it's too late for them to do it the right way, I guess, right now.
Do you think that's the right way to do it? Do you think we should be arresting people at immigration hearings?
I don't know.
But I've noticed there's more Muslims.
Okay.
But I hate to point it out, but
is that
right.
Well,
Muslims. Do we know how? This is irrelevant, but I'm going to show you guys anyway. Number of Muslims in the United States. It's irrelevant. Even if it was like 75%, I still wouldn't care. But okay, number of Muslims. Because who would have thought? Muslims are human beings, so they're just like any other person in the United States. Number of Muslims in the United States. Okay. Let's see here. So there's 4.2 million, which is 1.3%. 1.3% Okay. Oh, Lou, then that makes sense. Yes, that is one of the two groups they would not like. Okay. All right. So, one of the many groups they would not like, if that's the language you speak. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm pretty that that's very low. Well, Lou, obviously we don't view it that way, but okay, yes, very low, right? Okay. So that's 1 point some percent of the population, a very small proportion of the population, right? Okay. Yeah, but of course, don't worry, they're enacting Sharia, right? Insane, absolutely insane. All right. Now, I will say, Lou, I am not. Is uh, is there a? Well, you don't have to tell me. Okay. Okay, never mind. I was gonna ask for more specificity because I can understand. I know Cyrillic. I don't. I mean, I can't read Cyrillic, and there's multiple countries that use Cyrillic. So whichever one it comes from. But I know the category Slav. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on here. Okay, so we'll go on here. Okay.
Yes, because
It's
they're
a
not
fun game we're
standing up
playing,
to
Lou.
remove Sharia law. So
Russian,
because they're
gotcha.
not doing
Okay.
that,
Russian, got you.
and then they're complicit. Correct?
Is there Sharia law here in Nassau County?
Yes, there's Sharia law in Nassau County.
Thank you, Dolly Boy. You're so sweet. Thank you, Dolly Boy.
Really? It's like the actual law here?
I don't think it's natural law. It's hidden, but it's here. It's their law. It's not our law.
Why'd you decide to come out here?
Because I like freedom.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't like being told what I can and can't do all the time.
And Gulf of America. What
How
does
the
that
fuck
mean?
is that freedom?
That means that most of the coastline is American.
Do you think the Democratic Party is communist?
No, Dolly Boy, I
turning
didn't.
over to that way now.
Really? Yeah, the Democratic Party. That's pretty based. I hope so. Please tell me that the Democratic Party is moving towards communism. Oh, please, God. All right, I don't even believe in God, and I'm saying, thank God. Please I hope that's true.
I thought they were borderline before, but now definitely
In what way?
pushing it.
In what way? What policies?
They want to defund the police. They want to get rid of supermarkets, have government-owned supermarkets. They want to take private property away from people, and
And I'm actually Monegasque. I don't know what that is. Forgive me, Lou Blanchett. I have no idea what Monegasque is. What am I dumb? I'm having, my brain is not working.
distribute it evenly and all that. People work for things. I'm sorry if the poor people.
Oh, from Monaco. Oh, duh, I knew that. You're from Monaco. Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm like, wait a minute. That sounds familiar, but I have no idea where that is. Okay, God. Monaco, obviously. Okay, God, I'm a fool.
that way, but put it this way: I'm one of the poor people, but I don't think it's fair to take it away from people who work hard for their money.
So, would you be in favor of Americans having free health care?
No, because you end up with healthcare like in Canada. I have friends in Canada.
Oh my fucking God. Canadians live longer than we do. They have a better healthcare system. This makes me so sad. Makes me so sad when people are like, no, I don't want free universal healthcare. What is wrong with you people? Oh my God. Such fucking barbarians we have in this country. We're like a country of fucking barbarians. Oh my fucking God. She's poor and she doesn't do you see how the propaganda is so powerful in this fucking country? That people that are not the wealthy are like, no, I don't want that free healthcare. What is wrong with you? Oh,
And their health care stinks. Plus, their taxes are all sky high because they have to pay for the medical care somehow. Who's going to pay the doctors if not the taxpayers?
I think you just got to go in there.
Yeah,
for the rally. All right, just do what that guy tells you. Do you think Trump is a strong leader?
Trump is the strongest leader in my lifetime, and I'm 67 years old.
Oh, so you move. Sorry, real fast. This is interesting. I'm enjoying learning about you, Lou. You say TLDR: parents fled the USSR during the collapse. Ran to Switzerland and became Swiss citizens. Then moved to Nice to have me, but I was orphaned and adopted by a Monaska. Forgive me. I know Monacan or whatever. Okay, family that were family friends. So yeah, quite disconnected from Russia, but my blood is as red as the army my father was in. I got you. Okay, I totally understand, Lou. Very interesting life story there.
Would you think he's the greatest president of your lifetime?
I think he's the greatest president of all time.
Oh my fucking God, these people are morons. I swear to God. Oh, the greatest president of all time. How's that going for you? How the fuck, your fucking gas is through the roof. We just lost a war, which I'm okay with. Again, I'm kind of glad we lost the war. But who in their right mind could say that President Trump was the greatest fucking president of all time? Lunatic thing to say.
president of all time.
All time.
Better than Washington.
Absolutely.
Better than Lincoln.
Better.
Better than JFK.
I said better twice so far. Absolutely.
Just making sure, covering all the bases.
Right, he's better than Lincoln, folks. That makes sense. That makes sense.
You can cover all the presidents.
Yeah, they do live in the fucking upside
Better than
down.
Reagan.
Yeah, better than
I think you don't realize that Trump's gerontocracy is the greatest. The old people. Oh, I know. Well, yeah, Lou Blanchett.
Reagan.
Absolutely.
Explain the hat.
Yeah, Washington was not that great. Literally, like, yeah, I'm okay with him saying that about Washington. At least Trump doesn't own slaves, I guess. Okay, I'm not trying to compliment Trump. I'm just saying that it is just insane to say he's better than Lincoln, though. That's fucking crazy. Lincoln was an amazing leader. We can agree or disagree with him, but he was a really good leader and did some pretty badass things that are were good for people. But anyway,
Trump has great hair. So we're here representing.
okay.
We're here supporting him.
Elevator lady, finally back home from work. How are you doing? Oh, elevator lady, done with work too. I'm good. Laughing at the jester and have a fat bowl packed. That sounds amazing.
As always.
Did you see him in Las Vegas?
Right, heck on
He was
bad.
giving a speech, and his hair looked like he had a wig on.
Yeah, he won a war, right?
I don't know
Oh, boy.
about that, but he's got great hair. So
Yeah, that's true. I guess he doesn't have fucking great hair. Like, that's the fucking joke. That's the fucking joke, is that his hair is awful. Okay? That's the fucking joke. Okay. Jesus, like, no one likes his hair. Why does this guy like his hair? Okay, if you're China, you probably like Trump. That's true. Exactly. You know what? I appreciate China. I kind of like Trump too. If he's hastening the fall of the American empire, I'm all for it. Bye-bye, American empire. Bye-bye. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Admittedly, I don't like Trump, but you see my point. Coolidge, Lou Blanchett, you hilarious. Okay. Teddy could be number 3. Maybe. And he was also a bloody imperialist monster. But this is like, elevator lady, shh. Okay. Yeah, you're right, TKE Media. China could just do nothing and win in the current climate, right? They all just got to sit back and be like, okay, well, have fun, Mr. Trump, right? Like, and they, that's their great strategy, which is working. Then we have to fear the next empire. Maybe peck on bad. Listen. We're going to have a multipolar world, right? We're so used to having a unipolar world where the United States is the sole superpower. We're already partially in a multipolar world where there are multiple sources of power. Multipolar worlds, they can be dangerous because there could be nuclear conflict, but we haven't seen them in the past, and it's likely to be less dangerous for the world to have multipolarity, because it'll limit the actions of the powers of those poles, right? And I don't see China being nearly as aggressive as the United States for a number of reasons, but they might end up being that way, but I just don't see it so far, okay? We'll see. Regardless, the United States is very safe. Okay? The United States is very, very safe. Okay? Even if, okay. No, I agree some dumb beats. I do, partially there. Though there was already a lot of people with nukes, but I mean, multipolarity. So, okay, let me take a step back. There Forgive me, I unplugged my mic accidentally. So, what was the question? What was the comment people made here? I see people would be more lenient than us. Thanks, Jester. I agree. Without nukes, people be invading everyone, right? Okay. So, the China has shown itself is focused on building itself up through trade. They will likely need to do some defensive trade routes. Okay, they likely will do some, and they kind of already have. They've done a little bit of like trade protection, imperialism, building bases in the South China Sea and stuff. But those are very limited compared to the American empire, and are kind of just are partially due to the fear of the American empire. So I don't see China trying to massively destabilize itself by starting a global conflict or something, by being overly aggressive, because that's what they thrive off of, is stability. Stability is what creates their wealth. Okay, so like it wouldn't make sense to upend the stability, because that's what's keeping them powerful. And so I don't see that happening. I mean, it's possible, yes. The worst that would happen, I think, is that the United States doesn't let China become a hegemon, and that we attack them. Okay, if I were the American president, I would like to remove remove the bases of on all the islands around China, or at least most of them, because we are encircling China, and we're like we are the ones who are making it much more likely that a war is going to break out. Okay, so I don't know. I think we need to make friends with them, and I think that'd be good for both countries. Right now, to be clear, I don't think. I do not think. Yeah. So, well, TKE, it's not that simple. We have nukes too, right? We have fucking nukes. So, like, my point being that, like, there is not like, I don't think, so there wouldn't, I don't think I really see a conventional war breaking out between the United States and China, but if it did, that'd be disastrous. So, yeah, you're right, some deets, but it wouldn't matter. Like, we could just use nukes, and I don't want that. I'm just saying, okay. I'm not saying, guys, I have complaints about China. I do. Okay. I have some complaints, but I'm not, overall, I think it'd be better for China to be a global power. The United States will still be a global power, but there will be multiple poles of power in the world. Okay. Anyway, the United States still won't be that powerful. Okay. Am I a Mao stan? I don't want to say that. I think there's certain reasons I have some complaints about certain things, but I do like China. Okay, anyway, minus some of the things they do, but like every country, no one's perfect. Lou Blanchett, I love the Monaco military is protected by France because French nuclear doctrine allows for. Yep, yep. Okay. Right, let's go on. Bad MLs, they need some struggles. There you go. Right. Why does CR hate? I don't hate the Chinese. Okay.
What's his greatest accomplishment of his second term?
Securing the border, passing the big beautiful bill. He's done a lot of great things. So,
yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy.
Boy.
Thank you, Dolly Boy. Exactly, Dolly Boy. I'd also much rather have the two superpowers be friends with each other. All right.
People are just misinformed. They listen to the mainstream media.
Oh, exactly, TKE. But I disagree, though, TKE. I would not be surprised if the American empire was lunatic enough to start launching nukes. I do not trust the American empire. We're the only country in history that has used nukes previously. And if anyone would do it, it'd be Trump. He'd probably gladly press the red button because he thinks it's big and beautiful. So I'm just saying, I don't want to mess with that. Okay, that is not something I'd want to mess with anyway. I don't want to even mess with the risk of a nuclear war, because we could say, oh, it likely won't happen, but in any chance of that happening, I don't want that to happen. So I don't think that China will ever go to war with the United States, and I think it's unlikely the United States will go to war with China, but they might. But I think if it does happen, it'd be America going to war against China. Okay. There hasn't, Peck on Bed. There's never been a benevolent empire, and China definitely wouldn't be benevolent. They're not benevolent now. They do things in their self-interest, but their self-interest is less damaging to the world than American self-interest at the moment. Okay?
Who just constantly lie. All right, I gotta go.
Do you think it's possible you're misinformed?
No, nope, not at all.
All right, thank you. Why do you think Donald Trump is such a great president?
Oh, well, he made America great again compared to
yeah, states are
when
not
Biden
benevolent.
was in office.
Okay.
So that's all I can say is he made America great again.
Gas prices are $1 higher than they were when Trump took office.
I don't think the gas has anything to do with Donald Trump being president. I really don't.
You don't think it has to do with the war in Iran that he started?
I don't think that that matters about the gas. That's all. People are focusing on gas. He's not the first president that gas has gone
There
up.
you go, Lou Butcher.
But most people are saying it's a direct result of the war.
Yeah, maybe
That's
ask
true,
him these
Oxpecker.
questions. What was the question that you just asked?
No, it's just, most people say it's because of the Strait of Hormuz and the being closed and the war in Iran. And Trump did start the war in Iran. I don't think it was. No, he didn't? Okay. We're always looking for common ground between the left and right when we go and talk to people. Do you think, do you think there is any common ground between the left and right?
Not anymore.
No?
No, honestly, no. No, you're either one side's going to win, one side's going to lose.
Sounds like a war, what you're describing.
Pretty much. It's, but it has to be done legally.
Are you a fan? Is that why you're
That's true,
wearing
Lou.
the same shirt as me?
I'm a fan. I don't even know who you are, but I'm now a fan.
I'm Jason Selvig with The Good Liars.
I didn't know that.
What is the one thing do you think Donald Trump could improve upon as president?
Yes, Jay Williams.
The one thing, well, you know, potentially there's a lot of things, because it's like, honestly, it would be nice if the whole country kind of came together and supported the country. We have, like, I think a lot of big problems where we have so many people that
So
have,
some dumb beats, sorry, some beats, I just saw this. Some dumb beats says, I have some issues with how heavy into farming Mao wanted to go, but I also understand how they had to prepare for mass sanctions that he knew was coming. Yeah, some dumb beats. So I don't know if I really would talk about it right now, but Mao did result in the death of millions of people. And it was a mistake. It was an accident. But that's a big fucking problem. Like, it was an accident. Which is, there were mistakes made at the local level that Mao kind of failed to address. And he found out about it later and then didn't do much of a response to it after like millions of people were dying. And that was a mistake, right? I know, Chairman Bart, but like, and listen, I know whenever I bring this stuff up, other lefties will sometimes get after me and say I'm doing like, I don't know, anti-China propaganda. I'm not. Capitalism has killed far more people historically than any communist or socialist state. Capitalism is far more violent and deadly. China learned from that mistake, and they made sure it hasn't happened again. Okay, so I want to point out that these were early socialist experiments, and so there were mistakes made. They were trying out different things. Okay, yeah, okay, they were trying out different things, so it wasn't always perfect. Okay, and yeah, you're right. The English Empire alone killed 150 million people in India, but I'm still not going to. I'm not gonna. I'm a historian, right? I can't just like blow that off as like, oh yeah, you know, 10 million people died. Okay, like I'm not gonna blow it off, but you see what I mean? Okay, look, Wah, same thing with the USSR. Yeah, USSR was an experiment also, and there were some big mistakes made, and there was some big things that I think were not socialist that happened that were very bad. But like again, early socialist experiments. Um, so that's where I have critiques. Let's put it that way. But we need to learn from those mistakes. You see what I mean? Okay. And those countries, well, China definitely learned from those mistakes. Okay.
come into the country illegally over time, and it's like we can't do anything about them, and that's like a real problem. And he's trying to do what he can to
exactly look wobble,
you know, make things right. But I think we're so far behind the 8 ball that it's a big problem. Not sure what he can do about it, but you know, it's a really big problem that really needs to. It stems to so many different things. It's almost like it's an invasion into this country where people have like come here,
exactly.
they're invading.
And to be clear, guys, they literally have, like, China has fixed a lot of the mistakes. Okay, so I want to point out, like, China has majorly fixed a lot of its mistakes. So it's not even like the China of today should be blamed for what happened under Mao. Okay, now China of today also isn't perfect. No country's perfect, all right? But you guys see my point. I think overall China is less harmful. We do know that the United States has far more people in prison than China does, right? Even though China has a much larger population. The United States has what? 30% of the world's prison population, and yet we look at China and we say it's authoritarian. How the fuck does that work? So like they have far fewer people in prison than we do, and they are a much larger population. So like anyway, there are things I could mention about China, but you guys get my point. All right, let's go on.
We're changing the demographics of the country. It's allowing things to happen that shouldn't be happening, where people are not supportive of the country, and they're here to like destroy, you know, our great country that we have.
And explain that to me.
By the way, we don't have a great country.
Well, I kind of figured.
Can we just say that we don't have a great country? We don't have a fucking great country. Okay, when was America great? We don't have a great country. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm such a bad American. How dare I? We don't have a great country. It's not a great country. Okay, it was founded as a white supremacist colonial ethno-state that did massive ethnic cleansing and genocide and was half a slave state. Well, was largely a slave state, a slave government. Okay, a slave economy. And it did after it slaughtered the natives and displaced them. Even while it was doing it, it was a massive imperialist power that conquered and destroyed other peoples all around the globe, especially in Central and South America. And it has frequently overthrown democratically elected regimes, committed horrific crimes against other countries. It is not a great place, and it's not treated its own people very well. It has not treated its own people very well either, folks. And a lot of folks around the world don't realize that. And I don't blame them because obviously they need to worry. They need to worry about the United States destroying their country. So I don't blame them for hating Americans. But a lot of Americans, even some white Americans, have not been treated well by America either. Like we don't have universal health care. We have people that die every year of not having access to health care. We have very high rates of child poverty. You get this image in the media of America being this land of plenty and shit. No, it's not. Okay, it is not doing well. Like for the working class, it is a shithole. Okay, for black people, it's a shithole. For a lot of different people, it's a shithole. It is not that great. It's great if you're an elite. It's great if you're an elite. Yeah, when the Brits burned the White House, it was great. There you go. Dolly Boy, it was so great they had to keep the balance, so they had to keep an equal amount of slave and free states. Yeah. Okay, right. Like, they literally had to constantly balance it out. So fucking crazy. I'm sorry, but, like, if literally, guys, at there was one, um, I guess, I suppose, right? Okay, that is funny, TKE Media. All right. So can we also point out, like in the South, in the American South, it was a no, you're absolutely right. Some dumb beats. Guys, okay, I'm sorry. I'm going all over the place. Let me take a step back. One, in the South, guys, do you know there was a culture? For those who don't know what lynching is, for the non-Americans out there who live in more civilized countries than the United States, America has a history of lynchings, especially in the South, where groups of white men, especially, would go around, find a black person, and murder them, literally hang them from a tree. And you know what they would do? They would literally bring their children and their wives, and they would picnic next to the bodies of lynched back black people in trees. They would even bring the children to the lynching to watch these black children, men, women, get murdered, being hung from a tree. And it was such a popular part of American culture to like bring your family to a lynching that they literally created postcards to sell to tourists who were visiting the South and to remember that you went to the South. Let me show you what I mean. Postcards. Lynching. Here you go. This is a postcard you could buy as a, here you go. Postcard you could buy as a, oh, that's not a good one. I need to find a better one here. There you go. A postcard you could buy as like a tourist to bring home with you in remembrance of your visit to the South. This is a postcard of black people lynched in a tree. So, not a great country. Actually an evil country. Pretty fucking evil. All right. And unfortunately, a lot of Americans barely know this because we are one of the most propagandized countries in the world. Okay. We are literally one of the most propagandized countries in the world. And okay. For those who aren't American, we are not the land of freedom and democracy. I know you know that. You guys know that. A lot of Americans don't know that. Okay. So, all right. There you go. Yep, photo postcard of a Southern double lynching. There you go. Like, that's the kind of country that America is, all right? And we haven't gotten away from that fully. We have not fully gotten away from that. All right. God bless this country. What an evil, horrific place, okay? You're in the top 2 for propaganda. Who is the other? Oh, no, I'm saying that I think we're the most propagandized country in the world. I'm not saying that, by the way. Yeah, exactly, some dumb beats. Yeah, Freedom Radio is lying to you. Shocking. Okay. You say, who is the other? This is like, I would say that we really are the first. We probably are the most propagandized country in the world. If there was a second one, Russia's pretty propagandized too. Yeah, Israel. I mean, we could talk about some other countries that have a lot of propaganda. Most countries have propaganda. I think some of the worst are, Russia's very propagandized too. Also, anyway, I don't know. I don't know how to rank it. Israel's very propagandized too. Also, yes, Lou Blanchett. Okay, because Putin's a fucking monster. Okay, but anyway, so yeah, the Brits are pretty propagandized too. I don't know. I don't know how to rank it, but I'd say America's number one. Let me, yeah, Western countries are very propagandized too, but even then, I think there is less propaganda in most European countries, especially than there is in the United States. Um, okay. And I honestly, I would probably put Russia at number two because I know there's a lot. If you look at Russian media, Russian, it's like it's barely hides it. But I think that the other European countries are also very propagandized too as well. What is pernicious, especially about American propaganda, if you're in the United States, is that it conceals itself. Yeah, Israel's probably up there too. I guess we can't really rank it. Jay Williams, honestly, North Korea is very propagandized. However, the North Korean propaganda is not as effective. And this is the danger. We could say, yeah, North Korea is very propagandized, but the danger of American propaganda is that it is hidden. Every corporation and the government all have their own departments of propaganda. They're called PR departments or communications departments, and it seeps in. It seeps between the lines. So Americans don't recognize that they're seeing propaganda, which makes it a lot more effective. If you were to ask a North Korean who escaped North Korea what they think of the propaganda, they can tell you everything. They can be like, "Oh yeah, it's pretty stupid. Like we know that this is propaganda. We know that this is propaganda. We know that is propaganda." Okay, that you know what, Lou Blanchett. In that case, then maybe Russia isn't number two. I don't really know. Okay, all I know is America's number one. So like it's pretty obvious as a North Korean what the fuck is what is propaganda. Okay, which makes it easier to resist. Which is one of the reasons why Kim Jong Un is kind of brutal, is because the propaganda doesn't necessarily work that well. He has to be kind of harsh and crack down to keep people in line. In America, they have to do that, but most people buy it and they don't even know they're being propagandized to. If you were to ask in America, like an American, how do you feel about your propaganda? They'd probably say, what propaganda? Which is really dark and disturbing. Yeah. Okay. Yes, TK Metal. You are being lied to, GI. You will only get a medal when you die, GI. We actually did a presentation recently to the community, TKE, on the Vietnam War. And yeah, so Americans are massively propagandized too. And trust me, like, anyway, so whatever. Maybe I'll talk more about this sometime. When I was in grad school, I literally was writing my PhD on the development of systems of social control in the United States, basically how the elites use propaganda and shit to control people. So I know a lot about this. I'll do a whole unit on it sometime. Yes. So, Dolly Boy, I don't know if this is a Soviet joke, but it still hits. I have to admit, I'm always so impressed by Soviet propaganda. You really know how to get people worked up. The CIA agent says, thank you. The KGB says, we do our best, but truly it's nothing compared to American propaganda. Your people believe everything. The state media tells them. The CIA agent drops his drink in shock and disgust. Thank you, friend, but you must be confused. There's no propaganda in America. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly true. At 100% Some Dumb Beats, correct. Some Dumb Beats says, good example for this would be our aim for unbiased, like having both sides of global warming. Absolutely. Okay, guys, forgive me. I'm getting off track. I could talk about this all day. Let's finish. Did we finish that video? We may have finished that video, so there's actually none left. Oh, no. Well, let's finish watching this because I could talk about it. Good night, Lou. Please come back. Love having you here, okay? Yeah, every country but the United States is propaganda, all right? So let's watch this.
You know, either go big or go home. So it's like, I want a big hat, you know?
What's Trump's greatest accomplishment of his second term?
Everything he's done. He closed the border. He got rid of all the...
Kamala Harris.
What was it?
Beating Kamala Harris. Are you kidding me?
Why was that so important?
Oh, do I have to tell you that? What kind of word salad did you have today?
Where do you think we'd be if we had Kamala Harris as president today?
Where do you think had us?
Yeah. We'd be a long bread line because we'd already be communists. Yeah.
Oh my fucking... I love that, guys. Don't you know communism is when bread lines? Let me show you a picture, folks. Depression, USA, bread line. Like, I love this. Communism is when bread lines. That's cute. Here you go. one of my favorite pictures from American history. Okay, because of how ironic it is. This is a bread line in America. Notice the sign behind all these Americans standing in a bread line. It literally says world's highest standard of living in the background. There's no way like the American way. Do we see what I mean by propaganda? Now, this is pretty fucking bad propaganda. This is pretty obvious propaganda, but this is my point, right? People in a bread line with a big sign that says the highest standard of living. No, you're right, some dumb beats, okay? All right. So anyway. So let's go on here. There's the equivalent of bread lines at food pantries. Absolutely. Let me show you another image here, LaQual. I mean, LaQual knows this. Was it during COVID? COVID lines, food aid. Yeah, so during COVID and stuff, is this what I'm talking about? Yep. These are lines of cars waiting for food. Okay, these are massive bread lines. That's not a good image because I have to get out of it. That's what our country is. Here you have another line of people, a food pantry line during COVID. People, okay, because they're okay. So hilarious to say that communism is about bread lines. All right, have there been bread lines in communist states? Yes. Has it always been because of the communists? No. Oftentimes it's been because of embargoes and things like that. Sometimes there are issues internally that cause these things, but the king of bread lines, folks, the king of bread lines is capitalism. As a matter of fact, the king of famines is capitalism, okay? The king of mass death due to starvation is fucking capitalism. So if you want worse than bread lines, capitalism is the way to go. All right? Okay. Yeah, exactly. During times of hardship, breadline things happen. But let me tell you what causes the most hardship. Capitalism. It literally is a cycle of ups and downs where the downs are all terrible, right? So, okay, let's go on here. Let's finish this video up.
Truthfully believe that.
Well, whatever she decided that works for her, because she only does what works for her.
Do you think we'd be communists?
That's how that works.
Will we beat them?
Yeah, do you think that to beat the communists?
We have to beat them because if we don't, America's gone.
Yeah.
What are we without capitalism? I'm sorry, but that's what America's run on.
Dude, what are your thoughts on ICE?
Like, they literally can't even imagine a world without capitalism. I mean, okay, hilarious. Like, that's the whole joke about a fish in water. If you ask the fish, how's the water? The fish will be like, what water? Because it's so used to living in the fucking water. Okay, anyway, I'm going to, guys, real fast, here in the, I am now posting in both YouTube and Twitch a link to our Discord. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's a great community. I'm trying to get more people in there, okay? We have lots of little subgroups and stuff. Oh, that's amazing, Chairman Bart. Okay, please join it. All right. Yes, it did. TKE Media. After the Great Depression, America greatly increased its taxes on the wealthy. It had something like a 90% top marginal tax rate. That was a time in America where the average American was doing the best. Okay. However, so that was when we had the highest taxes and where the most people could afford houses and stuff. That's when America had the highest standard of living in the world, was right after World War II, where we were the global superpower and we still had all these New Deal policies in place. Unfortunately, that did not apply to black people. That was for white people practically exclusively. And it was still a horrific place for many, many people. But if you were white and a former soldier, yeah, that was great. Great time. So even in the times where America was good for a large chunk of the population, it still was brutal towards minority groups. But yes, FDR was probably my second favorite president, even though he was fucked up in a lot of ways too, next to Lincoln. But yes, he did some of that shit. All right. Let's go on here.
On ICE, I love them.
You love ICE?
I love them.
Why do you love them so much?
They do their job, they're law enforcement, and nobody should be hurting them. Everybody should do what they need to do for this country to support them. I just support them. I support law enforcement, and that's who
Doug,
they are.
what number is
And again,
JFK
I
for me? I don't
support
fucking
Trump.
know. I don't like JFK. JFK was an idiot. JFK, the only reason people like JFK is because he spoke well and he was assassinated. I don't give a fuck. JFK was not that great of a president. He almost plunged the world into nuclear war. Yeah, he was young, he was attractive, I guess. Okay, and he was shot. Oh wow, what a shame. Okay, whatever. He said he would do all this stuff for black people, didn't do it. He'd give lip service to it, etc. He was not that great, but people love him. Everyone loves JFK. Yeah, you're just sad because his brain got blown out. His brains got blown out while going down the street one day. What a shame. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck, Matty Holmes. I don't care if he saved his entire squad. Who cares? Okay, like that doesn't mean he's a great president. Okay. JFK getting murked helped get the Civil Rights Bill passed. Yeah, well, that's true, actually. That's actually true. Without him getting murked, it might, Johnson might not have tried to push it through so hard. Okay. Yeah, and I don't give a shit. Like, even if he was a war hero, that doesn't mean you're a great president. He almost started a nuclear war, okay? He was not that great. Whatever, fuck him.
And I support everybody.
I'm sorry, that was a bit blunt. I apologize. I hope I didn't offend anyone.
They're here for the same reason.
And what's the reason?
Because he's the president of the United States. He's making us safe, make America safe, make America great, and I support everything that he does.
And then is there an issue you think is
Thank
being
you.
underreported by the...
Also loved the Vietnam War and lied to the American people about that. JFK did. Okay.
mainstream media?
100%. Then what? They don't show anything that's going on. There's no
There you
truth.
go.
All they show is Democrats
Bonder
and their
monkey.
bullshit. Well, you won't edit.
You can say whatever you want.
They, talk a lot of crap, and
It's okay. I'm not RFK. There
they
you
don't
go.
report any truth.
And so what's the truth?
He
that
was
the
a
mainstream
family man.
media-
Yeah, I could tell you what he did to Cuba, too. That's right. There's so many things. There's too many negatives to list about JFK for me to go through all of them, okay? But yes, the things he did to Cuba weren't great either. Jay Williams, he was a family man, Sam. Yeah, so were all the Vietnamese civilians. That his effort, his advisory effort in Vietnam got slaughtered, okay? How cute. Okay, hilarious TKE.
It's not reporting.
They're not reporting anything that Trump is doing for the country. They're saying he's bad, that he's against, that he's a racist. It's not true. He's not a racist.
My
He's
God,
not.
I can't even deal with it. Trump isn't a racist. Oh my fucking God. Come on. Come on. She knows he's a racist. She just is a racist herself. Come on. What, like all the comments he's made that, the Haitians are eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Okay, right. Okay, the Mexicans, they're all rapists and murderers. Remember all that? Remember how he said that? He literally said all those shithole countries in Africa. Wow, not a racist. Okay, yeah, you're right, Matty Holmes. Those brothers were cursed. Maybe it's karma. Maybe if they were better people, fate wouldn't have found it necessary for them to die. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I don't act like, okay. I'm just saying, okay, I'm just being a dick. Okay, I don't believe in karma or anything. All right. So some dumb beats. I mean, he only got convicted for denying housing for black people. I know, so fucking stupid. Yeah. Oh, that very true. TKE Media. Okay. So, all right, let's go on here. You obviously got to be for a course to convict you for that. I know, really, seriously. No, you're absolutely right. Some means you basically have to do it out in public, and then okay.
Trying to create war. He's trying to create peace for this country.
Do you have any worry about the...
Yeah, no, honestly, no. I am really partially joking here, LaQuabois. RFK was better. I'm not talking about the recent RFK, folks. RFK was a bit better, okay, in some ways. Unfortunately, he also was pro-Israel. Okay. Maybe I'll do a presentation sometime on the Kennedys, okay? Because there's a lot to talk about there. Yeah, RFK Sr. That's right, Dolly Boy. Forgive me, okay? That's, by the way, one of the reasons he was assassinated was because he was pro-sending fighter jets to Israel. Anyway, yeah, JFK did do like one good things that is true. He did tell Israel to shut the fuck up. That is true. Okay. I'm not saying everything he did was bad, but his skill was way overblown because people were sad of his assassination. So like a lot of older people have these like, "Oh my god, JFK, if only JFK had been in charge, if only JFK had been in charge." He wouldn't have done much. Okay? Um yeah. So anyway, we can yeah, no, it did some dumb beats. I'm just saying RFK wasn't as bad. Listen, guys, I'm being a bit harsh, okay? Like I just get annoyed with the Kennedys because of how much people love them. So I'm kind of exaggerating how bad they were, but they still weren't great. Okay? And I would not put them high up in the list of presidents. Um oh god, TKE media. Churchill was a fucking monster. Okay, Churchill killed caused a famine in Bengal that killed millions of people, and he called Indians monkeys. He literally said that they're like monkeys. He was a fucking monster. Okay? They like, Churchill was a monster. Okay, yeah, he may have been good at helping Britain during the Battle of Britain, but he was also a raging racist piece of shit. Okay? And like a complete scumbag. Anyway, guys, there are some people in history I like. I know I sound like I just hate everyone. There are some people I like. I like Abraham Lincoln. I really do like Abraham Lincoln. We can talk about it sometime. Wilson was the goat. Hilarious. Some dumb beats. Okay. Abraham Lincoln was a pretty good president. Eh, he was kind of badass, and I would even go as far to say he was badass. And I hope I've convinced at least some people in my community of that, because that's like the one president that I think you can have some good. Yeah, you're right. And Dolly Boy, he wasn't a great. So Churchill wasn't a great PM for peacetime anyway. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
Donald Trump's age?
Never. I mean, age is just a number.
Ponder monkey.
Listen, there was Joe Biden's age and Donald Trump's age. What a difference. Age doesn't matter. It matters on who that person is and how they can handle their age. We're all different.
Yeah, I agree. The
There's
problem
been the videos
is
of him kind of nodding off in cabinet.
Now, I will say the problem is if you're literally starting to decline physically in office like Biden was, or like Dianne Feinstein was, or like Trump is, I think at some point you need to let it go. Do you remember how Dianne Feinstein literally at the end could not even cast votes? People would have to whisper in her ear to what to say because she was so out of it, because she was on the verge of death. If you cannot function physically in office and you're too decrepit and tired to do the job, you just need to get out. I'm not being ageist. Why? That's just the fact. Like, if you can't, yeah, where's Mitch McConnell? We have a government full of, it's a gerontocracy. Okay, she was barely ever lucid to begin with, right? It has nothing to do with age. Why are we allowing people that are on their deathbeds to stay in office? That's insane. They're not going to be making good decisions, and they can barely run anything anyway. All right. Okay. Let's go on.
Meetings and stuff like that.
Just like all of us.
I don't know how many presidents I've seen fall asleep.
Have you seen Joe Biden? Because I think he took naps at big meetings, you know? And then his wife ran meetings because he couldn't.
No, we're comparing the two oldest presidents in history, though. We're doing this.
Yeah.
Sun's out, guns out. Got your gun.
I know, TKE, right? Thank you, TKE. TKE, please stay around in the community. I love your commentary. TKE says you're not allowed to drive a car after a certain point, but you can run the country, right? Isn't that great? Yeah, that's a problem, right? Let me show you, okay? Or you can even talk about John Fetterman right now, who has literally major brain damage. And I'm not trying to downplay. Thank you, TKE. Okay. I'm not trying to downplay people who have brain damage. Okay. I'm just saying he has major brain damage because he had a massive stroke right after he got elected. And his staff have reported. Regardless, Feinstein, video Congress can't operate. Okay. Yeah, right before he got elected. Here we go. So literally, this was Dianne Feinstein, and the Democrats were defending her. And anyone that said maybe she should leave office, they're like, "How dare you go after the precious, precious Dianne Feinstein? Oh, she is such the honorable Dianne Feinstein." And it's like she can barely even keep her body upright. And you're like, it's actually kind of sad. And I always wondered, where the fuck was her family? She's literally can't function. and her family is okay with her humiliating herself in this way and like being out in public like this. It's really disturbing, but let me show you here.
Lost on me. There has been ongoing discourse around sort of the median age of lawmakers today, and I know there was even
it funds priorities.
So this is Dianne Feinstein during one of her last Senate hearings. She died in office, by the way.
Submitted. Yeah, just say aye. Okay, just aye. Thank you.
She literally didn't know what she was doing. They had to tell her what to say. And that was actually a truncated version of it. I'll go back here. They literally had to tell her, no, you need to say aye now.
Yeah, just say aye. It funds priorities submitted.
She started talking during the voting time. So they asked for votes, and she started going into a speech. And then, and this was one of the worst. Yeah. And they literally would be telling her what to say and do.
Aye. Okay, just aye. Thank you.
Okay. And I can give you another example. Mitch McConnell, if you want to talk about someone else here, Mitch McConnell freezes up. You guys have seen this, I'm sure. Mitch McConnell literally freezing up, and he's still in office. Now, he's probably on his deathbed or dead already.
After finishing the NDA this week has been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
Are you good, Mitch?
Okay, Mitch. Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press? Go back.
Go ahead, John.
I'll take it back. Leave it. Let's go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
Literally just freezes up. His brain just collapses in front of us, and he's still fucking in office. Now, listen, guys, listen. I'm going to put my face up here for a second. Yeah. Guy, and this happens a lot. This happens a lot. Okay. And okay. I can give you other examples. There was one rep who was literally getting treatment for cancer for years, for like a year or so, and was never in Congress, and no one knew where they were, but they were on their deathbed dying from cancer, and they kept them in office because they didn't want a progressive to be able to take that seat. The reason this happens, okay, let me explain to you why this happens. It's a matter of bribery, or I should say corruption. The people that are really elderly in Congress are the ones that are the most corrupt. They're the ones that are guaranteed to give corporations and the wealthy a return on their investment. I'm not joking. Dianne Feinstein was massively corrupt. She received massive donations from corporations and the rich, and she always put out for them. Okay? She always put out for them, always gave them what they wanted. So that is a good investment. That means you are going to be able to raise more money the next cycle. If the companies and the wealthy can be certain you're going to do what they want, they will give you money the next cycle. So the old folks there are the ones who have really shown themselves to be excellent agents for the rich and the corporate interests. So they get tons of money every election cycle because they're a guaranteed win. They're a guaranteed win for the corporations and the wealthy. So even if they're on their deathbeds, they are a better bet than like the younger person who might be pro corporation, but until they're in office, you can't be sure of it. So this is also a part of corruption, that these soulless husks who just do what they're told by donors are always being reelected because they're the best bet for the donations. Okay. I mean, kind of fucked, right? All right. So that's good. Yeah, no, exactly, Dolly Boy. It's so ridiculous and kind of sad at the same time. Like, how the fuck has their family not gotten them out of those scenarios, right? Okay. So, like, it's a big fucking problem. Yeah, I just okay. Okay, let me see. Is dinner ready? My dinner ready here? I might need to go grab some dinner. Let me see here. Dinner. Dinner is ready. Okay. Well, um, let me see. Let's finish this video real fast. We'll finish this video. Actually, let's do this. Yeah, someone's granddad freezing up just in front of the press and no one does anything about it. I'm not sure what I'm gonna have, TKE Media. I'm not quite sure what I'm eating. Okay, I have to go check. I couldn't even imagine wanting to spend my twilight years. Me neither. Me neither. Okay. And honestly, guys, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Gollum from Lord of the Rings. They just want the fucking power so bad. My precious. It like gives them unnatural long life. They're holding on to power. Okay. It's like they're going to live forever as long as they have that power. And they're going to grasp onto it until the last fucking moment, until they're all shriveled up and like this sniveling little creature. Oh, give me the ring. Like, that's kind of what it reminds me of. Anyway, so that's kind of, yeah, we need to remove the ring. Okay, we need to take the power and let them die naturally. Okay, anyway. So that the ring doesn't corrupt them. All right, what I'm going to do, guys, is, what time is it now? I'm actually going to go, folks. I'm going to go eat dinner. I'm going to chill. Normally I stream for longer. I think I've streamed for almost 6 hours. Normally I stream for 6 to 7. That's okay though. I'm tired. I'm gonna go. Okay, please. I stream every day except for Wednesdays and Sundays. Sometimes I do stream on Wednesday. Dolly Boy, I swear to fucking God, Dolly Boy, don't make me sad. Don't you dare make me sad, Dolly Boy. Shame on you. Shame on you, Dolly Boy, for making me sad. I'm just kidding. I appreciate you. Okay, so I'm gonna go get some food, relax a bit. I love you all very much. You all know I'm gonna find someone to send you to on Twitch. Yeah, catch me in the Discord, guys. I know I'm sorry, Dolly, but I'll be in the Discord. Please join our Discord, folks. You can literally chat to me in the Discord. I chat to people all the time. So, okay, I'm going to find you someone to send people on Twitch to, and then you all know what I'm about to say, don't you guys? For those that are new to the community, don't leave yet. You have to hear what I say. Okay, you got to hear the message I have at the end of every single stream. First of all, what the hell?
How about you give it a minute 14?
Shut up. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know who I'm yelling at. First of all, guys, free Palestine, please. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. And so is the UK and other places. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions because the politicians are no longer meeting their material needs. We need major reforms and revolutionary change in this country. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let the fascists walk all over you. Fight back. Fight back. On the wall behind me is a sword. You see this sword back here? The name of that sword is Chainbreaker, and it's been passed down in my family since the American Civil War, and is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? To remind everyone that our ancestors made some major fucking sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. I will see you all tomorrow for our Fun Friday fun stream, okay? Oh, by the way, fuck Israel. Okay, thank you for the donation, Global. Thank you for the donation, okay? Yeah, fuck Israel. Okay. Let me see where to send you guys. I will send you guys to... Who the heck is that? Shimon?
Experience fighting in the Gulf War and the disruption 7/11
I don't know who that is. I am bloody back. That's what their name says. I'm a Muslim leftist Bangladeshi. I don't know who this is. You know, we could. I'll send you guys over there. How about we'll send you to this person? Okay, I don't know who this is. That's fine. If they're a Nazi, please don't be mad at me. They're not, but okay. Shimon, they look good though. Shimon 1. Okay, so I'm gonna send you guys to Shimon 1. The raid is beginning. Please join the raid if you're interested in going to see Shimon. It says. Leftist, politics, Muslim, Hasanami, Bengali, European streamer, gaming, Danish, ADHD, Asian. Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. You have a good rest of your day. Keep fighting, folks. Love you all. You're badass. Bye-bye. All right. As for everyone else, you have a good rest of your day.